Planning in India. For the first 8 plans, the emphasis was on a growing public sector with massive investments in basic and heavy industries, but since the launch of the 9th plan in 1997, the emphasis on the public sector has become less pronounced, and the current thinking on planning in the country, in general, is that it should increasingly be of an indicative nature. In this chapter, Diamond Suit Introduction, Diamond Suit Background, Diamond Suit Major Objectives of Planning, Diamond Suit Planning Commission, Diamond Suit National Development Council, Diamond Suit Central Planning, Diamond Suit Multi-Level Planning, Diamond Suit Way to Decentralized Planning, Diamond Suit the Planning Commission and the Finance Commission, Diamond Suit a Critical Evaluation, Diamond Suit Inclusive Growth, Diamond Suit Resource Mobilization, Diamond Suit Investment Models, Diamond Suit Central Sector Schemes and Centrally Sponsored Schemes, Diamond Suit Independent Evaluation Office, Diamond Suit Program Evaluation Organization, Diamond Suit Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office, Diamond Suit Niti Aayog, Diamond Suit Major Documents of the Niti, Diamond Suit Niti Performs. Hollow right pointing triangle introduction. It was the Soviet Union which explored and adopted national planning for the first time in the world. After a prolonged period of debate and discussion, the first Soviet plan commenced in 1928 for a period of 5 years. But the world outside was not fully aware of the modus operandi of development planning till the 1930s. It was the exodus of the East European economists to Britain and the United States in the 1920s and 1930s that made the world aware as to what economic, national planning was all about. The whole lot of colonial world and the democracies of the time were fascinated by the idea of planning as an instrument of economic progress. The nationalist leaders with socialistic inclination of the erstwhile British colonies were more influenced by the idea of economic planning. The whole decade of the 1930s is the period in the one Indian history when we see nationalists, capitalists, socialists, democrats and academicians advocating for the need of economic planning in India at one point or the other. Independent India was thus destined to be a planned economy. The economic history of India is nothing but the history of planning. Even if the so-called economic reforms started in 1991-92, all the humble suggestions regarding the contours of reforms were very much outlined by the Planning Commission by then. Once the reforms commenced, the think tank started outlining the major future direction for further plans. Going through the history of planning in India is a highly educational trip in itself, for though the Planning Commission has been a political body, it never hesitated in pointing out good economics time and again. Let us therefore look into the unfolding of the planning process in India. Hollow right pointing triangle background. By the decade of the 1930s, the idea of planning had already entered the domain of intellectual and political discussion in India. Many fresh proposals suggesting immediacy of planning in India were put forward, though the erstwhile British government remained almost immune to them. But these humble proposals of planning served their purpose once India became independent and decided to adopt a planned economy. The Vishveshwaraya plan. The credit of proposing the first blueprint of Indian planning is given to the popular civil engineer and the ex-Dewan of the Mysore state, M. Vishveshwaraya. In his book The Planned Economy of India, published in 1934, he outlined the broad contours of his plan proposal. His ideas of state planning were an exercise in democratic capitalism, similar to the USA, with emphasis on industrialization, a shift of labor from agricultural to industries, targeting to double the national income in 1 decade. Though there was no follow-up by the British government on this plan, it aroused an urge for national planning among the educated citizens of the country. The FICCI proposal in 1934, a serious need of national planning, was recommended by the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, the leading organization of Indian capitalists. Its president N.R. Sarkar proclaimed that the days of undiluted laissez-faire were gone forever, and for a backward country like India, a comprehensive plan for economic development covering the whole gamut of economic activities was a necessity. Voicing the views of the capitalist class, he further called for a high-powered, National Planning Commission, to coordinate the whole process of planning so that the country could make a structural break with the past and achieve its full growth potential. By the late 19th century, the economic thinking of the nationalists, such as M. G. Ranade and Dadabhai Naoroji, was in favor of a dominant role of the state in the economy and doubted the prudence of the market mechanism. This thinking was further reinforced by the Keynesian ideas in the wake of the Great Depression, the New Deal in the USA and the Soviet experiment in national planning. Thus, the Indian capitalist class were also influenced by these events which were voiced in the FICCI articulation for planning. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The Congress plan. Though the Gandhians and some of the business and property representatives were opposed to commit the party to centralized state planning, including Mahatma Gandhi, it was on the initiative of the Inc. President Subhash C. Bose that the National Planning Committee (NPC) was set up in October 1938 under the chairmanship of J. L. Nehru to work out concrete programs for development encompassing all major areas of the economy. Basically, the NPC was set up in a conference of the ministers of industries of the Congress-ruled states, though other states were also invited to participate, where M. Vishweshwaraya, J.R.D. Tata, G.D. Birla and Lala Shri Ram and many others including academicians, technocrats, provincial civil servants, trade unionists, socialists and communists, etc. were also invited. The 15-member NPC with 29 subcommittees and a total of 350 members produced 29 volumes of recommendations. The work of the committee was interrupted when the Second World War broke out, and in the wake of the Quit India movement many of its members including the chairman were arrested, and between 1940 and 1945 the committee had only a nominal existence. Though the final report of the NPC could only be published in 1949, many developments related to planning took place during the interim government up to 1946. A series of valuable reports were published which brought together the constructive thinking done by the committee and the subcommittees and the materials collected in the course of their work. The importance of the NPC lies not so much in these reports as in the wide interest it created throughout the country for coordinated planning as the only means of bringing about a rapid increase in the standards of living and its emphasis on the need for bringing fundamental changes in the social and economic structure. Some of the important developments after the NPC was set up which prepared a foundation for coordinated planning in independent India are given below. I. Post-War Reconstruction Committee. Early in June 1941, the Government of India formed, on popular demand, a post-war reconstruction committee which was to consider various plans for the reconstruction of the economy. E. Consultative Committee of Economists. A consultative committee of economists under the chairmanship of Ramaswamy Mudaliar was set up in 1941 as a think tank to advise the 4 post-war reconstruction committees for executing national plan for the country. Though the committee suggested many plans for different areas of the economy, they had negligible practical significance as these suggestions were imbued with academic biases. E. Planning and Development Department. After all possible delays, it was in 1944 that the government created a Planning and Development Department under a separate member of the Viceroy's Executive Council for organizing and coordinating economic planning in the country. Ardeshir Dalal, the controller of the Bombay Plan, was appointed as one of its acting members. More than 20 panels of experts were set up. The central departments and the governments of the provinces and Indian states were invited to prepare detailed plans for industrialization. 12. This department was abolished in 1946. IV. Advisory Planning Board. In October 1946, the Government of India appointed a committee called the Advisory Planning Board to review the planning that had already been done by the British government, the work of the National Planning Committee, and other plans and proposals for planning and to make recommendations. 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 regarding the future machinery of planning and also in regard to objectives and priorities. The board strongly recommended the creation of a single, compact authoritative organization, responsible directly to the cabinet, which should devote its attention continuously to the whole field of development. This was an emphatic advice for the creation of a National Planning Commission, similar to FICCI's view of 1934, which will have autonomy and authoritative say on the process of development planning, working in tandem with the Union Cabinet and also influencing the developmental decisions of the states. This happened in 1950 with the setting up of the Planning Commission. The board, in its report of January 1947, emphatically expressed the opinion that the proper development of large-scale industries can only take place if political units, whether in the provinces or states, agree to work in accordance with a common plan. This suggestion worked as a great influence on the planning process of independent India as it always tried to give unifying nature to development planning. But, this process also induced a serious tendency of centralization in the Indian planning to which a number of states were to pose objections and straining the center-state relations, time and again. However, the political leadership, right from the 1920s, was very conscious of the need for decentralized planning in the country. The Bombay Plan was the popular title of A Plan of Economic Development for India, which was prepared by a cross-section of India's leading capitalists. The 8 capitalists involved in this plan were Purushottamdas Thakurdas, J.R.D. Tata, G.D. Birla, Lala Shri Ram, Kasturbhai Lalbhai, A.D. Shroff, Aveshir Dalal and John Mathai. The plan was published in 1944-45. Out of these 8 industrialists, Purushottamdas Thakurdas was one among the 15 members of the National Planning Committee, 1938. J.R.D. Tata, G.D. Birla and Lala Shri Ram were members of the subcommittees, 29 in total, of the National Planning Committee. The popular sentiments regarding the need of planning and criss-cross of memberships between the NPC and the Bombay Plan Club made possible some clear-cut agreements between these two major plans, which ultimately went to mold the very shape of the Indian economy after independence. We may have a look at some of the very important agreements. A basic agreement on the issue of the agrarian restructuring, abolition of all intermediaries, i.e., zamindari abolition, minimum wages, guarantee of minimum or fair prices for agricultural products, cooperatives, credit and marketing supports. Agreement on rapid industrialization, for which both the plans agreed upon an emphasis on heavy capital goods and basic industries. The Bombay Plan had allocated 35% of its total plan outlay on basic industries. Taking clues from the Soviet planning, the NPC and the Bombay Plan both were in favor of a simultaneous development of the essential consumer goods industries, but as a low-key affair. Both the plans agreed upon the importance of promoting the medium-scale, small-scale and cottage industries, as they could provide greater employment and require lesser capital and lower order of plants and machineries. Both the plans wanted the state to play an active role in the economy through planning, controlling and overseeing the different areas of the economy, i.e., trade, industry and 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 banking, through state ownership, public sector, or through direct and extensive control over them. Large-scale measures for social welfare were favored by both the plans, which suggested to be based on issues like right to work and full employment, the guarantee of a minimum wage, greater state expenditure on housing, water and sanitation, free education, social insurance to cover unemployment and sickness, and provision of utility services such as electricity and transportation at a low cost through state subsidies. Both the plans agreed upon a planning which could do away with gross inequalities through measures like progressive taxation and prevention of concentration of wealth. Inequality was considered undesirable as it tended to restrict the domestic market. The Gandhian Plan, espousing the spirit of the Gandhian economic thinking, Shriman Narayan Agrawal formulated the Gandhian Plan in 1944. The plan laid more emphasis on agriculture. Even if he referred to industrialization, it was to the level of promoting cottage and village-level industries, unlike the NPC and the Bombay Plan, which supported a leading role for the heavy and large industries. The plan articulated a decentralized economic structure for India with self-contained villages. It needs to be noted here that the Gandhians did not agree with the views of the NPC or the Bombay Plan, particularly on issues like centralized planning, dominant role of the state in the economy, and the emphasis on industrialization being the major ones. For Gandhi, the machinery, commercialization and centralized state power were the curses of modern civilization, thrust upon the Indian people by European colonialism. It was industrialism itself, Gandhi argued, rather than the inability to industrialize, which was the root cause of Indian poverty. This was until the 1940s that the Congress supported the above given view of Gandhi to mobilize a mass movement against the colonial rule. But it was in the NPC that the Congress tried to articulate a different view on these issues, almost taking a break from Gandhi's ideas. The very first session of the NPC was brought to an impasse by J.C. Kumarappa, the lone Gandhian on the 15-member NPC, by questioning the authority of the NPC to discuss plans for industrialization. He said on the occasion that the national priority as adopted by the Congress was to restrict and eliminate modern industrialism. The impasse was normalized after Nehru intervened and declared that most members of the NPC felt that large-scale industry ought to be promoted as long as it did not come into conflict with the cottage industries. This was a long-drawn ideological impasse which made it necessary to articulate the Gandhian view of planning via this plan. The People's Plan in 1945, yet another plan was formulated by the radical humanist leader M. N. Roy, chairman of the Post-War Reconstruction Committee of Indian Trade Union. The plan was based on Marxist socialism and advocated the need of providing the people with the basic necessities of life. Agricultural and industrial sectors, both were equally highlighted by the plan. Many economists have attributed the socialist leanings in Indian planning to this plan. The common minimum programs of the United Front government of the mid-90s, 20th century, and that of the United Progressive Alliance of 2004 may also be thought to have been inspired from the same plan. Economic reforms with the human face, the slogan with which the economic reforms 22, 23, 24 started in the early 1990s also has the resonance of the People's Plan. The Sarvodaya Plan after the reports of the NPC were published and the government was set to go for the 5-year plans, a lone blueprint for the planned development of India was formulated by the famous socialist leader Jaya Prakash Narayan, the Sarvodaya Plan published in January 1950. The plan drew its major inspirations from the Gandhian techniques of constructive works by the community and trusteeship as well as the Sarvodaya concept of Acharya Vinoba Bhave, the eminent Gandhian constructive worker. Major ideas of the plan were highly similar to the Gandhian plan like emphasis on agriculture, agri-based small and cottage industries, self-reliance and almost no dependence on foreign capital and technology, land reforms, self-dependent villages and decentralized participatory form of planning and economic progress, to name the major ones. Some of the acceptable ideas of the plan got their due importance when the Government of India promoted 5-year plans. By the early 1960s, Jayaprakash Narayan had become highly critical of the Indian planning process, especially of its increasing centralizing nature and dilution of people's participation in it. Basically, the very idea of democratic decentralization was disliked by the established power structure, namely, the MLAs, MPs, the bureaucracy and the state-level politicians. This led the Jayaprakash Narayan Committee, 1961, to decide against the centralizing nature of Indian planning. The committee pointed out that after having accepted Panchayati Raj as the agency responsible for planning and execution of plans, there is no longer any valid reason for continuing the individual allocations subject-wise even to serve as a guide. Disregarding the humble advice of the committee, central schemes like Small Farmers Development Agency, SFDA, Drought-Prone Area Program, DPAP, Intensive Tribal Development Program, ITDP, Intensive Agricultural District Program, IADP, etc. were introduced by the government and were put totally outside the purview of the panchayats. It was only after the 73rd and 74th Amendments affected to the Constitution, 1992, that the role of local bodies and their importance in the process of planned development was accepted and the views of Jayaprakash got vindicated. Some area-wise reports the idea for the need of a planned development of India became more and more popular by the decade of the 1940s. It was under this popular pressure that the Government of India started taking some planned actions in this direction. In the 1940s, we see several area-specific reports being published. I. Gadgil Report on Rural Credit, E. Kheragat Report on Agricultural Development, E. Krishnamachari Report on Agricultural Prices, IV. Saraya Report on Cooperatives, V. A series of reports on irrigation, groundwater, canal, etc. All these reports, though prepared with great care and due scholarship, the government had hardly any zeal to implement the plans on their findings. But independent India was greatly benefited when the planning started covering all these areas of concern. 25, 26, 27, 28 There is no doubt in drawing the conclusion that prior to independence, there was thus a significant measure of agreement in India between the Government of India under the Secretary of State, the Indian National Congress, prominent industrialists and the others on the following principles. I. There should be central planning, in which the state should play an active part, for social and economic development to bring about a rapid rise in the standard of living. E. There should be controls and licensing in order, among other things, to direct investments into the desired channels and ensure equitable distribution. E. While there should be balanced development in all sectors of the economy, the establishment of basic industries was specially important. In this, state-owned and state-managed enterprises have an important role to play. There were, however, differences of approach with regard to the specific fields to be allocated to the public and private sectors. It is highly interesting and important to note that all the above agreements and opinions were reached through an evolutionary manner in the last 2 decades before independence in the deliberations and exercises regarding the need for economic planning in the country. The plans prepared by the Government of India, the Bombay Plan and other above discussed plans, except the NPC and the Sarvodaya Plan, suffered from serious limitations. When they were prepared, it was known that transfer of power was to take place quite soon. But the exact form of the future government was not known. The plans consisted largely of proposals of experts, which were not effectively coordinated. They had no social philosophy behind them. With the advent of independence, they became inadequate, though the thinking that had taken place on planning generally and its techniques proved useful for the future. Hollow right pointing triangle major objectives of planning. Planning for India was an instrument to realize the aspirations and dreams of the future. We know that the foundations of future India were not laid in one day. The cherished dream about future India had evolved through a long-drawn process of the entire period of the freedom struggle. These aspirations and goals got their proper places and due importance in the reports of the National Planning Committee, NPC, in the deliberations of the Constituent Assembly and finally in the Constitution of India. From the margins of the ripening nationalist movement, as well as taking clues from the Soviet and the French styles of planning, the NPC articulated the objectives of planning in India. The process of planning in India tried to include all the aspirations of the nationalist movement as well as of the future generations. But this will be a highly general comment upon the objectives of planning in India. We need to delve into the specific and objective goals of planning in India to further our discussions. Some of the historic deliberations regarding planning will serve our purpose. Reviewing the entire situation, in the light of the social philosophy evolved over decades, the Constituent Assembly came to the conclusion that to guide this revolution of rising expectations into constructive channels, India should make determined efforts through carefully planned large-scale social and economic development and the application of modern scientific and technological improvements, to bring about a rapid 30 and appreciable rise in the standard of living of the people, with the maximum measure of social justice attainable. On the whole, it was a call for India becoming a welfare state. This important deliberation does not only call for the necessity of planning for the country, but it also outlines the broader objectives of planning. There are 3 important features included in the constitutional provisions, which pertain to the objectives of planning in the country. Economic and social planning is a concurrent subject. Also, while framing the union, state, and concurrent lists, allocating subjects and other provisions, the Constitution vests power in the union to ensure coordinated development in essential fields of activity, while preserving the initiative and authority of the states in the spheres allotted to them. The Constitution includes provisions for promoting cooperation on a voluntary basis between the union and the states and among states and groups of states in investigation of matters of common interest, in legislative procedures and in administration, thus avoiding the rigidities inherent in federal constitutions. Articles 249, 252, 257, 258, 258A, and 312. In other words, the objective is cooperative federalism. The Constitution also sets out in broad outline the pattern of the welfare state envisaged and the fundamental principles on which it should rest. These are the major cornerstones of planning and its objectives enshrined in the Constitution that will breed enough union-state tussle in coming decades and make it compulsive for the government to resort to reforms with a human face rhetoric. We can see the methodology of planning taking a U-turn in the era of the economic reforms since the early 1990s. The government resolution announcing the setting up of the Planning Commission, March 1950, started with a reference to the constitutional provisions bearing on the socio-economic objectives of the Constitution. The fundamental rights and the directive principles of the Constitution assure every citizen, among other things, adequate means of livelihood, opportunities for employment and a socio-economic order based on justice and equality. Thus, the basic objectives of planning were already given in the provisions of the Constitution of India. These were emphatically stated in the first 5-year plan, 1951-56, itself, in the following words: "The urge to economic and social change under present conditions comes from the facts of poverty and of inequalities in income, wealth and opportunity. The elimination of poverty cannot obviously be achieved merely by redistributing existing wealth. Nor can a program aiming only at raising production remove existing inequalities. These two have to be considered together. The above objectives of planning were time and again emphasized in one form or the other in the coming times. As the second five-year plan, 1956-61, said, the plan has to carry forward the process initiated in the first plan period. It must provide for a larger increase in production, in investment and in employment. Simultaneously, it must accelerate the institutional changes needed to make the economy more dynamic and more progressive in terms no less of social than of economic ends. 31. 32. 33. The same objectives were repeated by the sixth five-year plan, 1980-85, in the following words: the basic task of economic planning in India is to bring about a structural transformation of the economy so as to achieve a high and sustained rate of growth, a progressive improvement in the standard of living of the masses leading to eradication of poverty and unemployment and providing a material base for a self-reliant economy. It will be highly needful to inquire about the objectives of planning in the era of the economic reforms initiated in the fiscal 1991-92 as this new economic policy, NEP, made the experts and economists to conclude many questionable things about the objectives of planning in the country. The need to shift dependence from wage to self-employment. The state is rolling back and the economy is becoming pro-private and sector-wise the social purpose of the planning will be lacking. The objectives of planning nearly outlined hitherto have been blurred. The promotion of foreign investment will induce the economy into the perils of neo-imperialism, etc. But all the above given doubts were cleared by the forthcoming plans in straightforward words. We may quote from the following plans: for the future economic development, the economy will be more dependent upon private participation and the nature of planning will become more indicative with the major objectives of planning remaining the same. This was announced by the government while launching the economic reforms, July 23, 1991, and commencing the 8th five-year plan, 1992-97. There was no change in the basic objectives of planning even though there was change in instruments of policy. This was announced by the government while announcing the new economic policy, 1991, while the 9th plan, 1997-2002, was being launched. It was announced that the goals of planning in India, which were set by Panditji, have not changed. The 9th plan does not attempt to reinvent the wheel. At the same time, the goals and targets this plan attempts to achieve are based on the lessons of experience including the 8th plan. They address today's problems and challenges and try to prepare the nation for tomorrow as well. Finally, a broad consensus looks evolving through the process of planning and crystallizing on the 6 major objectives of planning in India, which are as follows. Economic growth. Sustained increase in the levels of production in the economy is among the foremost objectives of planning in India, which continues till date and will be so in future, without any iota of doubt in it. Poverty alleviation. Poverty alleviation was the most important issue which polarized the members of the NPC as well as the Constituent Assembly, that a highly emphatic decision in favor of a planned economy evolved even before independence. Several programs have been launched in India directing the cause of poverty alleviation by all the governments till date, and the process continues even today with more seriousness. We see the National Rural Employment Guarantee Program, NREGP, being launched. 34. 35 by the UPA government in 2006 by passing an act in the parliament. The matter has started attracting such high political concern. Employment generation. Providing employment to the poor has been the best tool of economics to alleviate poverty. Thus, this objective of planning in India comes naturally once it commits itself to alleviate poverty. Employment generation in India has been, therefore, part and parcel of the objective of poverty alleviation in India. General programs and schemes have been launched by the governments from time to time in this direction, some based on the wage employment still, others based on self-employment. Controlling economic inequality. There were visible economic inequalities in India at the interpersonal as well as at the intrapersonal levels. Economic planning is a tool of checking all kinds of economic disparities and inequalities was an accepted idea by the time India started planning. To fulfill this objective of planning, the governments have enacted highly innovative economic policies, at times even inviting a tussle with regard to the fundamental rights enshrined in the Constitution. Though Indian planning has socio-economic objectives to fulfill, only economic planning was made a part of the planning process, technically speaking, and social planning, better called social engineering, was left to the political process. That is why reservation in government jobs and admissions in premier academic institutions, land reforms, promoting inter-caste marriages, etc., do not fall under the purview of the Planning Commission. Self-reliance. During the 1930s and 1940s, there was an ardent desire among the nationalists, capitalists and the NPC for making the economy self-reliant in all economic sphere. Self-reliance was defined not as autarky, but as an effort to strike against a subordinate position in the world economy. As Jawaharlal Nehru asserted, self-reliance does not exclude international trade, which should be encouraged but with a view to avoid economic imperialism. India still strives for self-reliance in every field of the economy, as well as serving the realities of higher interdependence in the globalizing world post-World Trade Organization, WTO. Modernization. Modernizing the traditional economy was set as a foremost objective of planning. Especially, the agriculture sector of the economy needed an immediate inclusion of modern methods and techniques of farming, dairying, etc. Similarly, in education too, India needs to go for inclusion of modern education system. India did not miss the chance of accepting the importance of modern science and technology. As the economy had selected industry as its prime moving force, PMF, it was essential to adopt the changing dimensions of science and technology. The major objectives of planning in India are not only broad but open-ended. That is why it hardly needed any change and modification with changing times. It means, after the completion of one plan, the objectives for the new plan are automatically set. Coming to the composition of the objectives, we may confidently conclude that all the aspirations of the preamble, the directive principles of the state policy, the fundamental duties and the fundamental rights have got their due place and weightage. All the aspirations of the nationalists and the freedom fighters look resonating in the very soul of the Indian planning system. The above given objectives of planning got abolished with the Planning Commission. Under 36, 37, 38, 39 the new body, Niti Aayog, a holistic and federal objectives of planning have been set by the GOI, they have been discussed under the subtitle, Niti Aayog at the end of this chapter. Hollow right pointing triangle Planning Commission. Once the National Planning Committee published its report, 1949, there was a firm inclusion of the need for economic and social planning in the Constitution. The stage was set for the formal launching of planning in the country. Though the economy was run on the principles of planning very much after the independence itself, it was in a piecemeal manner only. For formal planning to begin, for the whole economy at the national level, there was a need for a permanent expert body which could take over the responsibility of the whole gamut of planning, i.e., plan formation, resource aspects, implementation and review, as planning is a technical matter. Thus, in March 1950 the Planning Commission, PC, was set up by the government by a cabinet resolution, without resorting to legislation. Important details regarding the composition, legal status, etc. of the PC were as under. I. An extra-constitutional, i.e., non-constitutional, and non-statutory body. Though planning originates from the Constitution, there is no reference to the PC in it. E. An advisory body to the Government of India on an array of issues of economic development. E. A think tank on economic development with the Prime Minister as its ex officio chairman and with the provision or a deputy chairman. The main function of the deputy chairman was to coordinate the work of the commission. IV had an open provision for the number of its membership, as many area experts are required by the particular proposed period of planning, other than 6 union cabinet ministers as its ex officio members and a member secretary. The Minister of Planning is already an ex officio member of the PC. An autonomous body entitled to form its own views on important issues and place them before the governments. It worked closely with the union and state cabinets and had full knowledge of their policies. Was invariably consulted on changes proposed in social and economic policies. To ensure free and full exchange of ideas, the PC had established a convention that it will not give publicity to differences of views between the Commission and the union and state governments. Linked with the union cabinet at the secretariat level. The PC was part of the cabinet organization and the demand for grants for it was included in the budget demand for the cabinet secretariat. Seated at the Yojana Bhavan, the commission had a staff of secretaries and advisors and also a research organization. The PC was a technical body with experts and professionals coming from an array of specific areas as per the need of planning of the concerned period, see footnote 42. The commission had executive powers. Functions of the Planning Commission: 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Though the PC was set up with a definite purpose of planning, nobody knew that it would extend its functions over the entire spectrum of administration in the country. It was described as the economic cabinet of the country as a whole, even encroaching upon the constitutional body like the Finance Commission and not being accountable to the Parliament. Through time it built up a heavy bureaucratic organization which led even Nehru himself to observe, the commission, which was a small body of serious thinkers, has turned into a government department complete with a crowd of secretaries, directors and of course a big building. Though the functions of the PC were extended to include timely changes in the planning needs, in the reforms era, its functions were announced by the same government order which did set up the Planning Commission. The order says, the Planning Commission will, make an assessment of the material, capital and human resources of the country, including technical personnel, and investigate the possibilities of augmenting such of those resources as are found to be deficient in relation to the nation's requirements. Formulate a plan for the most effective and balanced utilization of the country's resources. On a determination of priorities, define the stages in which the plan should be carried out and propose the allocation of resources for the due completion of each stage. Indicate the factors which are tending to retard economic development, and determine the conditions which, in view of the current social and political situation, should be established for the successful execution of the plan. Determine the nature of the machinery which will be necessary for securing the successful implementation of each stage of the plan in all its aspects. Appraise from time to time the progress achieved in the execution of each stage of the plan and recommend the adjustments of policy and measures that such appraisal may show to be necessary. And make such interim or ancillary recommendations as appear to be appropriate either for facilitating the discharge of the duties assigned to it, or on a consideration of the prevailing economic conditions, current policies, measures and development programs, or on an examination of such specific problems as may be referred to it for advice by central or state governments. With the commencement of the 10th Plan, 2002-07, the government handed over two new functions to the Planning Commission in 2002, namely, to monitor the plan implementation with special reference to the process of economic reforms, with the help of the steering committees. It should be noted here that once the process of economic reforms was initiated in the country, early 1990s, there was a diminishing role proposed for the state in the economy in some areas and increased role for the state in some other areas. The redefinition of the state's role in the economy, though it was the contemporary thinking worldwide, made most of the experts in the business community to conclude as if there will be no role for planning in the economy. The new economic policy, NEP, of 1991-92 was a prima facie proposal for the expansion of the market economy in the country. But it was not the case altogether. Planning has not become irrelevant, though it needed to search for a new 50-51, 52, 53, 54 orientation. And it was highly essential that the process of planning keeps its relevance to the bigger and the broader process of economic reforms. This particular new function of the PC must be seen in this light. To monitor the progress of various central ministries. It should be noted here that for the first time, the PC went to set the monitorable targets for 10 areas indicating development. The central ministries have been linked to these monitorable targets. The timely performances of the ministries are now monitored by the PC as per its new function. With the inclusion of the above-mentioned two functions in the existing functions, which were already very broad, the PC had emerged as a real, super cabinet. Since it was basically the deputy chairman who officiated the general meetings of the commission, he had a high-level say in articulating the direction and the nature of the economic policies. Through the first new function it articulated the future dimensions of the economic reforms, and through the second new function, it influenced the works of the various ministries. Ultimately, it seems as if the PC had been able to emerge as the real think tank of development in the country. The PC had also been able to influence the economic policies of the states since 2002 in a great way. Though the PC did not make the state plans, it was able to influence the overall economic policies of the states. It had been possible due to the setting of monitorable targets for states for the same development indicators, areas as was been set for the center. The states were liable for being monitored by the PC concerning their performances regarding these monitorable targets. This way, the central government had started having its say over the state governments via the new functions of the PC. We may conclude that the PC had been able to unify not only the various economic policies of the center, but also those of the states with the help of these two new functions. Earlier, there had always been a lack of congruence among the policies of the various central ministries and the ideas articulated by the PC. An epitaph to the Planning Commission on January 1, 2015, the government formally abolished the PC by replacing it with the newly created body, the Niti Aayog. With this, there ended an era in the economic history of independent India. Whether it was better to revive the PC or abolish it has been a matter of much debate among the discipline experts, politicians and the media. The debate, at times, had emotional tones, too. But the government has its own wisdom behind the action. A detailed discussion on it has been included as the last subtopic of this chapter titled, Niti Aayog. As an epitaph to the PC, maybe an ode, it will be quite relevant to have an eye on the report of the Independent Evaluation Office, IEO, on the former, which was submitted to the Prime Minister Office by late June 2014. As per it, the PC was created in response to the unique challenges faced by a nascent democracy and a fledgling economy. It conceived a top-down approach to planning that envisaged a dynamic central government building up the economic and social order of weak states. The report called the PC in its current form and function a hindrance and not a help to India's development. It further added that it is not easy to reform such a large ossified body and it would be better to replace it with a new body that is needed to assist states in ideas, to provide long-term thinking and to help cross-cutting reforms. Some of 55, 56, 57, 58 The major recommendations of IEO on the PC are as follows. The PC be scrapped and replaced with the Reform and Solutions Commission, RSC, which should be staffed with experts with domain knowledge and kept free from any ministerial administrative structure. The new body should have full-time representation of major trade and industry organizations, civil society representatives, academics, etc., so as to capture their concerns and benefit from their expertise in formulating long-term strategy. The RSC will perform three main functions. Serve as a solutions exchange and repository of ideas that have been successful in different aspects of development in various states and districts, and in other parts of the world. B. Provide ideas for integrated systems reform. And C. Identify new and emerging challenges and provide solutions to preempt them. The current functions of the PC be taken over by other bodies, which are better designed to perform those functions. Since the state governments have better information about local requirements and resources than the central government and central institutions, they should be allowed to identify priorities and implement reforms at the state level, independent of mandatory diktats from the central institutions. The task of long-term economic thinking and coordination can be performed by a new body established to act solely as a think tank within the government. The Finance Commission be made a permanent body responsible for the allocation of centrally collected revenue to the states and the Finance Ministry be tasked with the division of funds among the various central ministries. The recommendations of the IEO, a brainchild of the PC itself, on the PC were quite surprising, even shocking to few. Whether the new body replacing the PC will be a betterment over the latter and will be able to carve out its desired aims is a matter to be evaluated and analyzed in future. Meanwhile, we can visibly find some of the recommendations of the IEO resonating in the newly created body, the Niti Aayog, the replacement for the PC. Note, while a detailed literature has been included on the Niti Aayog in this chapter, the literature on the PC has been left unchanged for ease of understanding and comparative purpose. Hollow right-pointing triangle National Development Council. The National Development Council, NDC, was set up on August 6, 1952 by a resolution issued from the Cabinet Secretariat. The first plan recommended its formation with a very concise and suitable observation. In a country of the size of India, where the states have under the constitution full autonomy within their own sphere of duties, it is necessary to have a forum such as a National Development Council at which, from time to time, the Prime Minister of India and the Chief Ministers of the states can review the working of the plan and of its various aspects. There were some strong reasons why the NDC was set up, which may be seen as follows. 59. 60. The central plans were to be launched in the states and the UTs with the participation of the state-level personnel. The Planning Commission was not provided with its own implementation staff, though the PC was given the responsibility of plan implementation for this purpose. Therefore, the consent and cooperation of these federal units was a must. Economic planning as a concept had its origin in the centralized system, i.e., Soviet Union. For India, to democratize, decentralize the very process of planning was not a lesser challenge than promoting development itself. Indian planning is rightly said to be a process of trial and error in striking a balance between liberty and progress, central control and private initiative, and national planning with local authority. The setting up of the NDC can be considered as a step towards decentralized planning. In the constitutional design of the federal rigidities, it was necessary to provide the whole planning process a unified outlook. The NDC serves the purpose of diluting the autonomous and rigid federal units of the Union of India. The NDC initially comprised the Prime Minister of India, de facto chairman, the chief ministers of all states and the members of the Planning Commission, replaced by the Niti Aayog since January 2015. In the first meeting of the NDC held on November 8–9, 1952, Jawaharlal Nehru stated that NDC is essentially a forum for intimate cooperation between the state governments and the central government for all the tasks of national development. In the words of Nehru, setting up of the NDC may be regarded as one of the most significant steps taken for promoting understanding and consultation between the Union and the state governments on planning and common economic policies. Considering the recommendations of the Administrative Reforms Commission, the NDC was reconstituted and its functions redefined by a cabinet resolution on October 7, 1967. The reconstituted NDC comprised the Prime Minister, all Union Cabinet Ministers, Chief Ministers of all states and Union territories, and the members of the Planning Commission. Delhi administration was represented in the council by the Lieutenant Governor and the Chief Executive Councillor, and the remaining Union territories by their respective administrators. Other Union ministers and state ministers may also be invited to participate in the deliberations of the council. In the reconstituted council, the Secretary of the Planning Commission acts as Secretary to the NDC, and the Planning Commission was expected to furnish such administrative or other assistance for the work of the council as may be needed. The biassy nature, origin and legal status of the council are similar to the Planning Commission. The revised functions of the NDC are to consider the proposals formulated for plans at all important stages and accept them. To review the working of the plans from time to time. To consider the important questions of social and economic policy affecting national development. And to recommend measures for the achievement of the aims and targets set out in the national plan, including measures to secure the active participation and cooperation of the people, improve the efficiency of the administrative services, ensure the fullest development of the less advanced regions and backward sections of the community, and through sacrifices borne equally by all citizens, build up resources for national development. 61. 62. 63. 64. Though the first plan of India was launched before the arrival of the NDC, the body had many meetings before the terminal year of the plan and useful deliberations, almost all, after due consideration, were included by the government into the planning process. But after the death of Jawaharlal Nehru, the greatest champion of democratic decentralization in the country, the NDC had become a small gathering of only those who had the same vested interests, with only the Congress CMs participating in its meetings. The CMs belonging to other political parties usually did not come to its meetings. The government hardly gave any importance to their advice. A phase of tussle between the centre and the state started worsening from here onward, with a degradation in principles of the cooperative federalism, with every 5-year plans which followed. It was only by the mid-1990s that we see the revival of the lost glory of NDC as well as that of the spirit of decentralized planning. This has been possible due to 3 major reasons. In the era of economic reforms, with greater dependence on the private capital made it necessary to allow states greater autonomy in economic matters. Once the WTO regime started, it became an economic compulsion. The enactment of the Constitutional Amendments 73rd and the 74th had made local level planning a constitutional compulsion. And lastly, it was the compulsion of coalition politics in the formation of the union government which made the center to favor the states. As per the major experts on the issue of decentralized planning, the last of the above given three reasons has played the most important role. By 2002, in the area of development planning we find an enhanced level of federal maturity and we see the last 3 5-year plans, 10th, 11th and 12th, adopted by a consensual support of the NDC members. NDC had its last meeting, 57th, in December 2012 and since the new policy think tank Niti Aayog was set up has not been assigned any work. It is believed that in coming times it will be either abolished or merged with the NITI. NDC vs GC. At the level of composition, the NDC and Governing Council, GC, of the Niti Aayog look different in only one way. Members of the NITI are not its members while the members of the PC used to be the members of the NDC. Fostering federal cooperation is the core objective for both, but the way it is better in case of the GC, as it reaches its decision in absence of the members of the NITI. The opinion of the GC is necessary for the desired functioning of the NITI as the former is an integral part of the latter. This way the GC looks a better body in comparison to the NDC. This rationale gets doubly wetted by the government's belief that the NITI is state's best friend at the center, the third function of the NITI. Hollow right pointing triangle central planning. The plans which are formulated by the central government and financed by it for the implementation at the national level are known as central plans. Over the years, the center has launched 3 such plans and the governments have maintained continuity in their implementation. The 3 central plans are 1. 5-year plans, 2. 20-point program, and 65-3. Member of Parliament Local Area Development Scheme. An introductory description of these plans is given as follows. 1. The 5-year plans. This is the most important among the central plans and is being continuously implemented one after the other since planning commenced in India. As planning has been a purely political exercise in India, the 5-year plans of the country have seen many unstable and critical moments till date. Several new developments related to planning also took place during the years. Given below is a concise summary of the plans as we see their different periods of implementation. First plan. The period for this plan was 1951 to 56. As the economy was facing the problem of large-scale food grains import, 1951, and the pressure of price rise, the plan accorded the highest priority to agriculture including irrigation and power projects. About 44.6% of the plan outlay went in favor of the public sector in the takings, PSUs. The plan was launched with all the lofty ideas of socio-economic development, which had frustrating outcomes in the following years. Second plan. The plan period was 1956 to 61. The strategy of growth laid emphasis on rapid industrialization with a focus on heavy industries and capital goods. The plan was developed by Professor Mahalanobis. Due to the assumption of a closed economy, shortages of food and capital were felt during this plan. Third plan. The plan period was 1961 to 65. The plan specifically incorporated the development of agriculture as one of the objectives of planning in India besides, for the first times, considering the aim of balanced, regional development. Enough misfortunes awaited this plan. 2 wars, one with China in 1961-62 and the other with Pakistan in 1965-66 along the Gujarat border and a severe drought-led famine in 1965-66 had to be faced. Due to heavy drain and diversion of funds, this plan utterly failed to meet its targets. 3 annual plans. The period of the 3 consecutive annual plans was 1966 to 69. Though the 4th plan was ready for implementation in 1966, the weak financial situation as well as the low morale after the defeat by China, the government decided to go for an annual plan for 1966-67. Due to the same reasons, the government went for another 2 such plans in the forthcoming years. The broader objectives of these annual plans were inside the design of the 4th plan, which would have been implemented for the period 1966 to 71 had the financial conditions not worsened by then. Some economists as well as the opposition in the parliament called this period as a discontinuity in the planning process, as the plans were supposed to be for a period of 5 years. They named it a period of plan holiday, i.e., the planning was on a holiday. Fourth plan. The plan period was 1969 to 74. The plan was based on the Gadgil strategy with special focus to the ideas of growth with stability and progress towards self-reliance. Droughts and the Indo-Pak War of 1971-72 led the economy to capital diversions, creating financial crunch for the 66, 67, 68 plan. The politicization of planning started from this plan, which took serious, populist design in the coming plans. Frequent double-digit inflations, unreined increase in the fiscal deficits, subsidy-induced higher non-plan expenditures and the first move in the direction of nationalization and greater control and regulation of the economy were some of the salient features of this plan, which continued unchanged till the early 1990s. The search for political stability at the center converted planning into a tool of real politics with greater and greater centralization ensuing plan after plan. Fifth plan. The plan, 1974 to 79, has its focus on poverty alleviation and self-reliance. The popular rhetoric of poverty alleviation was sensationalized by the government to the extent of launching a fresh plan, i.e., the 20-point program, 1975, with a marginal importance being given to the objective of growth with stability, one of the major objectives of the fourth plan. The planning process got more politicized. The havocs of hyperinflation led the government to hand over a new function to the Reserve Bank of India to stabilize the inflation, the function which the RBI carries forward even today. A judicious price-wage policy was started to check the menace of inflation on the wage earners. This plan saw an increase in the socio-economic and regional disparities despite the many institutional, financial and other measures which were initiated by the government to attend to them. The nationalization policy continued. There was an overall decay in the quality of governance. A nexus of the criminal politician bureaucrat seems to emerge for the first time to hijack the political system. The plan period was badly disturbed by the draconian emergency and a change of the government at the center. The Janata Party came to power with a thumping victory in 1977. As the government of the time had then complete say in the central planning in India, how could the new government continue with the fifth plan of the last government which had still more than 1 year to reach its completion? The dramatic events related to Indian planning may be seen objectively as given below. The Janata government did cut short the fifth plan by a year ahead of its terminal year, i.e., by the fiscal 1977-78, in place of the decided 1978-79. A fresh plan, the sixth plan for the period 1978 to 83 was launched by the new government which called it the rolling plan. In 1980, there was again a change of government at the center with the return of the Congress which abandoned the sixth plan of the Janata government in the year 1980 itself. The new government launched a fresh new sixth plan for the period 1980 to 85. But by that time, 2 financial years of the Janata government's sixth plan had already been completed. These 2 years of the plan were adjusted by the Congress government in a highly interesting way. The first year, i.e., 1978-79 was added to the fifth plan which was cut short by the Janata government to 4 years. And thus the fifth plan officially became of 5 years again, 1974 to 79. Now what to do with the second year, i.e., 1979-80? The Congress government announced this year to be a year of one annual plan. This annual plan, 1979-80, may be considered the lone independent remnant of the rolling plan of the Janata. 69, 70, 71 government. The sixth plan, 1978-83, which could not become an official plan of India, had emphasis on some of the highly new economic ideas and ideals with almost a complete no to foreign investment. New thrust on price control. Rejuvenation of the public distribution system, PDS. Emphasis on small-scale and cottage industries. New lease of life to Panchayati Raj institutions, i.e., the second phase of the revival of the agriculture and the subject of rural development getting the due, etc. being the major ones. Sixth plan. This plan, 1980-85, was launched with the slogan of Garibi Hatao, alleviate poverty. Already, a program, the TPP, was tested and tried by the same government in the fifth plan, which tried to improve the standard of living of the poor masses with the direct approach, the idea of poverty alleviation, but such a slogan of Garibi Hatao was not given to the program. The plan gave emphasis on socio-economic infrastructure in the rural areas, eliminating rural poverty and regional disparities through the IRDP. Commencing target group approach together with launching a number of national level programs and schemes aimed at specific concerns and areas of development, target group approach. Seventh plan. The plan, 1985-90, emphasized on rapid food grain production, increased employment creation and productivity in general. The basic tenets of planning, i.e., growth, modernization, self-reliance and social justice remained as the guiding principles. The Jawahar Rojgar Yojana (JRY) was launched in 1989 with the motive to create wage employment for the rural poor. Some of the already existing programs, such as the IRDP, CADP, DPAP and the DDP were reoriented. Till date, the government has been evaluating the achievements of all the developmental programs, courtesy the youngest PM of India. Somehow, democracy and development got connected with a major change in the thinking of the political elite, which decided to go in for democratic decentralization to promote development. It laid strong foundations for itself as the constitutional amendments, the 73rd and 74th, were possible by the early 1990s. Though the economy had better growth rates throughout the 1980s, especially in the latter half, yet it was at the cost of bitter fiscal imbalances. By the end of the plan, India had a highly unfavorable balance of payments situation. Heavy foreign loans on which the governmental expenditures depended heavily during the period, the economy failed to service. The plan was not laid with a strong financial strategy, which put the economy into a crisis of unsustainable balance of payments and fiscal deficits. India basically tried to attend its growth prospects by commercial and other external borrowings on hard terms, which the economy failed to sustain. In the process of liberalization, an expansion of internal demand for the home market was permitted without generating equitable levels of exports, and ultimately Indian imports were financed by the costly external borrowings. Such an inward-looking, fiscal policy proved to be a mistake when the external aid environment for the economy was deteriorating. Two annual plans, the 8th plan, whose term would have been 1990-95, could not take off due to the fast-changing political situation at the center. The path-breaking and restructuring-oriented suggestions of the 8th plan, the sweeping economic reforms ensuing around the world, as well as the fiscal imbalances of the late 1980s were the other important reasons for the 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79 delay in the launch of the 8th plan. The new government, which assumed power at the center in June 1991, decided to commence the 8th plan for the period 1992-97 and that the fiscals 1990-91 and 1991-92 should be treated as two separate annual plans. The two consecutive annual plans, 1990-92, were formulated within the framework of the approach to the 8th plan, 1990-95, with the basic thrust on maximization of employment and social transformation. 8th plan. The 8th plan, 1992-97, was launched in a typically new economic environment. The economic reforms were already started, in July 1991, with the initiation of the structural adjustment and macro-stabilization policies necessitated by the worsening balance of payments, higher fiscal deficit and unsustainable rate of inflation. This was the first plan which went on for an introspection of the macroeconomic policies which the country had been pursuing for many decades. The major concerns and path-breaking suggestions which this plan articulated may be summarized as follows. An immediate redefinition of the state's role in the economy was suggested. Market-based development advised in areas which could afford it, i.e., a greater role for the private sector in the economy. More investment in the infrastructure sector, especially in the laggard states, as the ongoing emphasis on greater private sector investment could not be attracted towards these states. Rising non-plan expenditure and fiscal deficits need to be checked. Subsidies need restructuring and refocusing. Planning immediately needs to be decentralized. Special emphasis on cooperative federalism suggested. Greater focus on agriculture and other rural activities was suggested, for which the plan cited empirical evidences as they encouraged the economy to achieve enhanced standard of living for its people and to promote the cause of balanced growth, a shift in the mindset of planning. As the economy moved towards liberalization, criticism came from every quarter against the move. The process of planning was also criticized on the following counts. As economy moves towards the market economy, the planning becomes irrelevant. When the state is rolling back, planning makes no sense. The planning process should be restructured in the era of liberalization. And there should be increased thrust on the social sector, i.e., education, healthcare, etc. Ninth Plan. The Ninth Plan, 1997 to 2002, was launched when there was an all-round slowdown in the economy led by the Southeast Asian financial crisis, 1996-97. Though the liberalization process was still criticized, the economy was very much out of the fiscal imbroglio of the early 1990s. With the general nature of indicative planning, the plan not only did target an ambitious high growth rate, 7%, but also tried to direct itself towards time-bound, social objectives. There was an emphasis on the 7 identified basic minimum services, BMS, with additional central assistance for these services with a view to obtaining complete coverage of the population in a time-bound manner. The BMS included 80, 81, 82, safe drinking water. Primary health service. Universalization of primary education. Public housing assistance to the shelter-less poor families. Nutritional support to children. Connectivity of all villages and habitations. And streamlining of the public distribution system. The issue of fiscal consolidation became a top priority of the governments for the first time, which had its focus on the following related issues. Sharp reduction in the revenue deficit of the government, including center, states and the PSUs through a combination of improved revenue collections and control of inessential expenditures. Cutting down subsidies, collection of user charges on economic services, i.e., electricity, transportation, etc. Cutting down interest, wages, pension, PF, etc. Decentralization of planning and implementation through greater reliance on states and the pre. 10th Plan. The plan, 2002-07, commenced with the objectives of greater participation of the NDC in their formulation. Some highly important steps were taken during the plan, which undoubtedly points out a change in the planning policy mindset of the government, major ones being, doubling per capita income in 10 years. Accepting that the higher growth rates are not the only objective, it should be translated into improving the quality of life of the people. For the first time the plan went to set the monitorable targets for 11 select indicators of development for the center as well as for the states. Governance was considered a factor of development. States' role in planning to be increased with the greater involvement of the pre. Policy and institutional reforms in each sector, i.e., reforms in the PSUs, legal reforms, administrative reforms, labor reforms, etc. Agriculture sector declared as the prime moving force, PMF, of the economy. Increased emphasis on the social sector, i.e., education, health, etc. Relevance between the processes of economic reforms and planning emphasized. etc. 11th Plan. The plan targets a growth rate of 10% and emphasizes the idea of inclusive growth. In the approach paper, the Planning Commission shows its concerns regarding realizing the growth targets on account of the compulsions towards the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. In recent times, some aberrations in the economy have started to increase the government's concerns in meeting the planned target of 10% growth. The major concerns are, a higher inflation, above 6%, led to the tightening of the credit policy forcing lower investment in the economy, which will lower production. 83. 84. A stronger rupee is making export earnings shrink fast. Costlier food grains and other primary articles playing havoc for the poor masses. Costlier oil prices becoming a burden for the national exchequer. etc. Not only the government but the Confederation of Indian Industry, KI, as well as the World Bank expressed doubts in the 11th Plan realizing the ambitious 10% growth. 12th plan, the draft approach paper of the 12th plan, 2012-17, was prepared by the Planning Commission after widest consultation till date, recognizing the fact that citizens are now better informed and also keen to engage. Over 950 civil society organizations across the country provided inputs. Business associations, including those representing small enterprises, have been consulted. Modern electronic and social media, Google Hangout, were used to enable citizens to give suggestions. All state governments, as well as local representative institutions and unions, have been consulted through 5 regional consultations. Though the approach paper for the plan was approved by the NDC by mid-2011, the plan document was finalized much later after the launch of the plan, like the 10th and 11th plans. The draft approach paper lays down the major targets of the plan, the key challenges in meeting them, and the broad approach that must be followed to achieve the stated objectives, which are summed up as follows. Growth rate of 9% is targeted for the plan. However, in view of the uncertainties in the global economy and the challenges in the domestic economy, the approach paper indicates that it could be achieved only if some difficult decisions are taken. It emphasizes the need to intensify efforts to have 4% average growth in the agriculture sector during the plan period. With food grains growing at about 2% per year and non-food grains, notably horticulture, livestock, dairying, poultry and fisheries, growing at 5 to 6%. The higher growth in agriculture would not only provide broad-based income benefits to the rural population but also help restrain inflationary pressure, which could arise if high levels of growth are attempted without corresponding growth in domestic food production capabilities. It proposes that the major flagship programs which were instrumental for promoting inclusiveness in the 11th plan should continue in the 12th plan. There is a need to focus on issues of implementation and governance to improve their effectiveness. The plan indicates that the energy needs of rapid growth will pose a major challenge since these requirements have to be met in an environment where domestic energy prices are constrained and world energy prices are high and likely to rise further. For the GDP to grow at 9%, commercial energy supplies will have to grow at a rate between 6.5 and 7% per year. Since India's domestic energy supplies are limited, dependence upon imports will increase. Import dependence in the case of petroleum has always been high and is projected to be 80% in the 12th plan. Even in the case of coal, import dependence is projected to increase as the growth of thermal generation will require coal supplies, which cannot be fully met from domestic mines. It suggests the need to take steps to reduce energy intensity of production processes. 85 Increase domestic energy supply as quickly as possible and ensure rational energy pricing that will help achieve both objectives, viz. reduced energy intensity of production process and enhanced domestic energy supply, even though it may seem difficult to attempt. It draws attention to evolving a holistic water management policy aiming at more efficient conservation of water and also in water use efficiency, particularly in the field of agriculture. It argues that a new legislation for land acquisition is necessary, which strikes an appropriate balance between the need for fair compensation to those whose land is acquired and whose livelihood is disrupted, and the need to ensure that land acquisition does not become an impossible impediment to meeting our needs for infrastructure development, industrial expansion and urbanization. It maintains that health, education and skill development will continue to be the focus areas in the 12th plan, and that there is a need to ensure adequate resources to these sectors, universal healthcare, proposed by it, emphatically. Simultaneously, it also points to the need to ensure maximum efficiency in terms of outcomes for the resources allocated to these sectors. The need to harness private investment in these sectors has also been emphasized by the approach. It takes cognizance of the fact that achieving 9% growth will require large investments in infrastructure sector development, notes greater momentum to public investment and public-private partnerships, PPPs, in infrastructure sector needs to be imparted so that present infrastructure shortages can be addressed early. It has emphasized the importance of the process of fiscal correction. However, the paper cautions that fiscal consolidation would imply that total resources available for the plan in the short run will be limited. Resource limitations imply the need to prioritize carefully and that some priority areas, e.g., health, education and infrastructure will have to be funded more than others. It also emphasizes the need for focusing more on efficient use of available resources in view of the resource constraints. The appraisal document for the 12th plan, prepared by the Niti Aayog, estimated a growth rate of maximum 7.75%. Taking clues from the plans, the document made a strong case for clear tax policies and focus on manufacturing sector. 2. 20-point program. The 20-point program, TPP, is the second central plan which was launched in July 1975. The program was conceived for coordinated and intensive monitoring of a number of schemes implemented by the central and the state governments. The basic objective was of improving the quality of life of the people, especially of those living below the poverty line. Under this, a thrust was given to schemes relating to poverty alleviation, employment generation in rural areas, housing, education, family welfare and health, protection of environment and many other schemes having a bearing on the quality of life in rural areas. The program was restructured in 1982 and 1986. The program, known as the TPP 86, has 119 items grouped into 20 points which are related to the improvement in the quality of life in rural areas. Among the total items, 54 are monitored on the basis of evaluatory criteria, 65 against pre-set physical targets and rest of the 20 important items on monthly basis. The targets are fixed by the ministries at the center in consultation with the states and the UTs. The allocation for the program is done under the various 5-year plans. The TPP 86 was restructured and named TPP 2006, keeping in view the challenges of the 21st century with particular reference to the process of economic reforms. This was in harmony with the National Common Minimum Program, NCMP, of the UPA government. This was the first program which had direct attack approach on rural poverty. The forthcoming 5-year plan, i.e., the 6th plan, 1980-85, launched with the slogan, Garibi Hatao, was based on the experiences of the TPP, a right mix of economics and real politics. Over the years, the program has been implemented uninterrupted by all political parties which came to power at the center. By mid-2015, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, MOSPI, which monitors the program, in a report to the Prime Minister's office, had advised to wrap it up as it has outlived its utility. While the PMO decided to restructure it on the recommendations of the Inter-Ministerial Group, which is presently working on it. It should be noted that the government has restructured the existing 50 centrally sponsored schemes, CSSs, into 30 under the active participation of the Governing Council of the Niti Aayog. 3. MPLADS. The Member of Parliament Local Area Development Scheme, MPLADS, is the last of the central plans and latest to have been launched. 2. The scheme was launched on December 23, 1993 with only 5 lakh rupees given to each MPs, which was increased to 1 crore rupees in the year 1994-95. When the MPs did put a demand to increase the sum to 5 crore rupees in 1997-98, finally the government enhanced it to 2 crore rupees since 1998-99. In April 2011 the corpus was enhanced to 5 crore rupees while announcing the new guidelines for the scheme. Basically, in the early 1990s there came a demand from the MPs cutting across party lines for such a scheme so that the fruits of development could directly reach the masses via their representatives. The government of the time decided to go in for such a scheme and the MPLADS came. Under the scheme the members of parliament recommend some works, i.e., creation of fixed community assets, based on locally felt developmental needs, to the concerned district magistrate. The scheme is governed by a set of guidelines, which have been comprehensively revised and issued in November 2005. Its performance has improved due to proactive policy initiatives, focus monitoring and review. In recent years, many criticisms of the scheme came to the public notice, which concerned either misappropriation of the funds or non-use of the funds, especially from the backward states. The people's representative at the pre-level have been demanding scrapping of the scheme as it infringes the idea of decentralized planning. In its place, they want the funds to be given to the local bodies directly for the same kind of work specified by the MPLADS. In May 2014, MOSPI issued the revised guidelines for the scheme, which is simple, clear and understandable to all concerned. The fine points of the guidelines are as given below. It provides not only the list of prohibited items under the scheme, but also that of permissible items. 86. 87. 88. In order to encourage trusts and societies to work for the betterment of tribal people, the ceiling of 50 lakh rupees, stipulated for building assets by trusts and societies in areas occupied by tribals, has been enhanced to 75 lakh rupees. Further, to promote cooperative movement and rural development, the cooperative societies have also been made eligible under the MPLAD scheme. The abandoned or suspended MPLAD work to be completed by the states. Natural and man-made calamities can also be allocated funds under it. Now the funds can be allocated by IMP outside of constituency, state, UTs, too. It can converge with the other approved central, like MGNAREGA, and state government schemes. Funds from local bodies can be pooled with MPLADS works. Public and community contribution is made permissible in the scheme. 1 megapixel 1 idea, an annual competition for best innovation in solving local problems. A proper mechanism for its implementation and auditing have also been put in place. To provide MPs a greater choice under the scheme, the list of indicative and illustrative shelf of projects has been expanded touching the fields of infrastructure development, drinking water, education, roads, health, sanitation, natural calamity, etc. The scheme has been given more dynamism and flexibility. Hollow right-pointing triangle multi-level planning. It was by the late 1950s and early 1960s that the states demanded the right to plan at the state level. By the mid-1960s, the states were given the power to plan by the center, advising them that they should promote planning at the lower levels of the administrative strata, too, i.e., at the district level planning, via the municipalities and corporations in the urban areas and via block level through panchayats and the tribal boards. By the early 1980s, India was a country of multi-level planning, MLP, with the structure and strata of planning as follows. First strata, center-level planning. At this level, three types of central plans had evolved over the years: the 5-year plans, the 20-point program and the MPLADS. Second strata, state-level planning. By the 1960s, the states were planning at the state level with their respective planning bodies, the state planning boards with the respective CMs being their de facto chairmen. The plans of the states were for a term of 5 years in parallel to the concerned 5-year plans of the center. Third strata, district-level planning. By the late 1960s, all the districts of the states were having their own plans with their respective district planning boards with the respective district magistrate being the de facto chairman. The district-level plans are implemented now via municipalities or corporations in the urban 89 areas and the panchayats via the blocks in the rural areas. Fourth strata, block-level planning. As a part of the district-level planning, the block-level planning came up, which had the district planning boards as their nodal body. Below the blocks, India developed the planning at the local level, too. Fifth strata, local level planning. By the early 1980s, plans were being implemented at the local level via the blocks and had the district planning boards, DPBs, as the nodal agency. Due to socio-economic differentiations among the population, local level planning in India developed with its three variants, namely, I, village level planning, E, hill area planning, E, tribal area planning. Basically, the MLP was started to promote the process of decentralized planning in the country. It was the Indian version of democratic planning which ultimately sought to guarantee the people's participation in the process of planning. But it failed to do so due to many reasons. The reasons have been discussed below. It could not promote people's participation in the formation of the various plans. The basic idea of the MLP model was that once the local level plans will be handed over to the blocks will make their plans, and once the blocks hand over their plans to the districts level plans will be formulated. Similarly, the state plans and finally the 5-year plan if the center will formulate one. By doing so, every idea of planning will have the representation of everybody in the country at the time of plan formation. A special kind of plan empathy would have developed out of this process. But this was not the reality. Every strata made their own plans, lacking the empathy factor. Only central plans were implemented as the states lacked the required level of finance to support the plans. They ultimately had to be satisfied by implementing the central plans which failed to include the states' empathy. As the local bodies in India were not having any constitutional mandate, they just played the complementary roles to the state planning process. As they had no financial independence, their plans, even if they were formulated, remained only on paper. IV, the MLP, thus, failed to include the people's participation in planning, badly betraying the local aspirations. But at least the failure of MLP made the government to think in the direction of decentralized planning afresh, leading to the enactment of the two important constitutional amendments, the 73rd and 74th. Hollow right-pointing triangle way to decentralized planning. Economic planning was basically an element of the centralized kind of political system, i.e., the socialist and the communist. When India decided in favor of a planned economy, it was to face 91 double challenges. The first challenge was to realize the objectives of planning in a time-bound frame, and making economic planning a suitable instrument of development in the democratic setup, to democratize and decentralize the process of planning itself. The government tried to decentralize the planning process by setting up the NDC and promoting the MLP, but without being able to achieve the desired results. By the late 1980s, a direct link was established between development and democracy. And it was established that the above given challenges were basically complementary. Without solving the second challenge, i.e., decentralization, the first challenge, i.e., development, cannot be solved. Finally, once the PRIs were given the constitutional status, first-time planning became a constitutional exercise at any level, i.e., at the panchayat level. Though the planning at the central and the state levels are still extra-constitutional activities, it has become constitutional at the level of local bodies. Kerala has shown some path-breaking good works via local body planning. But still there are many hurdles to be solved before the local bodies are really able to plan for their proper development. These hurdles, as per the experts, are as under. The financial status of the PRI is still not stabilized. Which taxes the PRI can impose are still not clear. The state assemblies have been procrastinating in delegating timely and needful powers to the PRI. Low level of awareness among the local people regarding their right to information and the right functioning of the PRI. Use of money and muscle power in the pre-elections in some states. By mid-2002, there took place an All India Panchayat Adhyaksha Sammelan in New Delhi. At the end of the conference, the Panchayat Adhyakshas handed over 21-point memorandum to the government which specially dealt with the financial status of the PRI. In July 2002, while the then PM was addressing the annual meet of the District Rural Development Agency, DRDA, he announced that the PRI will be given financial autonomy very soon. He further added that once there is a political consensus, the government might go in for further constitutional amendment. Unfortunately, the same coalition, i.e., the NDA, did not come to power in the forthcoming general elections. But the UPA government did not look less serious on the issue of participatory development. By mid-2006, the Planning Commission wrote letters to every chief minister of each state that before the 11th plan commences it wants that all the PRI are duly delegated their functional powers of planning from the concerned states. Otherwise, the funds kept for local development would not flow to the states. This shows the seriousness of the central government. Meanwhile, the central government is aimed at redrawing the contours of decentralized planning in the country. The new development think tank, Niti Aayog, has a completely new orientation towards decentralized planning. The body has to design the development policies keeping in mind the needs of nation, states and the PRI. This will be one of its kind, a fully integrated planning process. It has to use the bottom-up approach unlike the one-size-fits-all top-down approach of the past. 92. 93. To the extent the finalization of plans and required funds are concerned, all stakeholders will be having their says, through the Governing Council which is composed of the CMs of states and the chiefs of UTs. Promoting the idea of Team India, which will be working on a common national agenda. It has to promote the idea of cooperative federalism, which is in itself a highly decentralized style of promoting development planning. By early 2015, we saw a change in the central government's outlook towards the fund requirements by the states, viz. States now get 42% share in the pool of taxes of the center, recommendation of the 14th Finance Commission accepted. States are getting liberal funding, loan plus grants, from the center to implement the state plans. One of the aims behind implementing the proposed GST is to enhance the internal financial capacity of the states, as the new tax will increase the gross tax collections of the states. States are now free to go for higher market borrowings without any permission from the center, but such a move has to come from the center. The Uday Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana, launched in 2015-16, is one of such approvals of the central government, under which states are allowed to issue Uday bonds up to 75% of the dues of the electricity distribution companies, DISCOM, of the states. By mid-2016, the total DISCOM debt in the country amounted to 4.3 lakh rupees crore. Hollow right pointing triangle: the Planning Commission and the Finance Commission. Federal political systems provide independent financial control to the central as well as the state governments so that they are able to perform their exclusive functions. For the same objective, the Constitution of India has made elaborate provisions, i.e., setting up of a finance commission to recommend to the President certain measures relating to the distribution of financial resources between the Union and the states. But the powers given to the Finance Commission by the Parliament limited its functions to the extent of finding out revenue gap of the states, besides recommending for the grant in aids to the states from the center. The Finance Commission cannot determine the capital-related issues of the states, though the Constitution does not classify between the capital or revenue-related roles of the Commission while determining the center's assistance to the states. In the meantime, to promote the process of planning, an extra-constitutional body, i.e., the Planning Commission, was set up even before the first Finance Commission was set up. The Planning Commission played a very vital role in the process of determining central assistance to the states, as all development plans, programs and projects are within its purview. All grants or loans given by the center to the states for developmental works are practically dependent on the recommendations of the Planning Commission. And that is why the role of the Planning Commission was said to confine the role of the Finance Commission, i.e., a non-constitutional body eclipsing a constitutional body. P.J. Rajamannar, who headed the Finance 94, 95, 96 Commission, 1966-69, suggested to clearly define the relative scope and functions of the two commissions by amending the Constitution, and the Planning Commission was advised to be made a statutory body independent of the government. But no such follow-ups came from the successive governments at the center. But one thing was important: most of the finance commissions devaluated some extra shares in the central taxes, i.e., the income tax and the central excise, and grants in aid. Since the decade of the 1990s, certain events made the central government change its mindset regarding the role of the states in the process of development. Major events may be counted as under the process of economic reforms started in 1991-92 required active economic participation from the states. The constitutional requirement of participatory planning, mandated by the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments, was enacted in 1993. The arrival of coalition era at the center, when over a dozen political parties, having regional affiliations, came together to form the government. The recommendations of the 10th Finance Commission, followed by a constitutional amendment making alternative method of devolution a law in 1995. Various new needs of the time, such as tax reforms, agricultural development, industrial expansion, etc. The year 2002 could be considered a watershed in the area of promoting the states' need for financial resources in promoting their developmental requirements. In July 2002, while the government was setting up the 12th Finance Commission, 2005-10, the then Minister of Finance announced that in future the Planning Commission will be playing more or less a role of collaborator to the Finance Commission. In the same announcement, the government made one member of the Planning Commission, a member of the Finance Commission too, a symbol of physical and ideological connection between the two bodies. It was as if the government had accepted the suggestions of the 4th Finance Commission to a great extent. Though the critics took it as an infringement of a constitutional body by a non-constitutional one, the government clarified by calling it a symbol for promoting the contemporary needs of the economy and fiscal federalism. Another milestone was created in the enactment of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management (FRBM) Act in 2003, which empowers the state governments to go for market borrowings to fulfill their planned expenditure without prior permission from the central government, provided they have enacted their respective Fiscal Responsibility Acts. This has boosted the participatory planning in the country by guaranteeing greater autonomous plan participation from the states. If we look at the tax reforms process, we see a general tendency of enabling the states to collect more and more taxes, the value-added tax, VAT, being a glaring example by which almost all states have been able to increase their gross tax revenue receipts. The cause will be served more once the economy goes for the proposed enactment of the Goods and Services Tax, GST. In January 2015, the Niti Aayog replaced the Planning Commission, thus the comparison between the latter and the Finance Commission no more exists, but it will always have its academic importance in the area of development planning in the country. Such experiences of 97. 98 the past will function as a directives for the policy makers in the future. Meanwhile, the new body, the Niti Aayog, is totally different in its approach towards fund allocations. Unlike the Planning Commission, it does not allocate funds to the states to promote the cause of development planning. Basically, the states now sit in the NITI itself, in a very strong position. The Niti Aayog has been termed by the central government as the best friend of states in the center. Hollow right pointing triangle, a critical evaluation. Planning has been subject to a number of criticisms right since its inception in the country. With the passage of time, not only the number of criticism increased, but more importantly the shortcomings of planning were pointed out. Although after considerable delay, the governments took note of the shortcomings besides taking some major steps. The criticisms stand even today, but with one difference, that the government is not only conscious of them but also trying to do away with them. We may briefly discuss the major criticisms of planning in India as well as the follow-ups from the government to do away with them as under. 1. Lack of perspective in planning. According to experts, if a nation is going for economic planning, it must have perspective element in it. To have perspective in planning, two basic elements need to be fulfilled, namely, I. Planning should be evaluation based, and E. Long-term goals should be followed up besides the short-term goals. In the Indian content, the succeeding plans have been always commenced without the full evaluation of the preceding plan. This was mainly due to the following reasons. I. Lack of a nodal body responsible for data collection at the national level. E. Federal nature of polity made data collection full of delays and also due to higher dependence on the states. And E. Speedier data delivery was not possible. After the recommendations of the National Statistical Commission, chaired by C. Rangarajan, 2000, the government discussed to set up a nodal body for data collection at the pan-India level, cutting across federal hurdles. Computerization is already being done for speedier data delivery. For the time being, the plans are launched on the basis of projected data, provisional, latest, etc., which is almost near the real data. But once the above discussed arrangements are in place, Indian planning will be based on evaluation, undoubtedly. In the meantime, the quarterly review and the performance budgeting of the union budgets have brought in the evaluation element to a greater degree. The first plan had set long-term goals for the coming 20 years, besides the short-term goals for 5 years. But over the time, falling confidence in mobilizing required resources and political uncertainties at the center made it a convention to set only short-term targets of planning. This shortcoming seems to be done away with after the commencement of the 10th plan. The plan did not go for setting long-term goals only, but even did set monitorable targets for the 11th plan, too. Point should be noted here that the government had been conscious about the need for perspective planning as a separate division with the same name, which has been functioning in the Yojana Bhavan since the mid-1970s. 2. Failure in promoting a balanced growth and development. Indian planning is blamed for failing the objective of a regionally balanced growth and development. Though the second plan itself had noticed this fact, the measures taken were not sufficient or were short-sighted. Economic planning at the national level has proved to be a highly effective tool of promoting balanced growth. But in the Indian case, it turned out to be the opposite. To take care of the issue of balanced growth, the planning process has been using the right tools, i.e., allocating plan funds on a sectoral, primary, secondary and federal reasons basis. But due to political reasons, enough discrepancies cropped up in the method of allocating funds to the states. At the theoretical level, the governments knew the remedies, but at the practical levels, politics dominated the planning process. Democratic immaturity and politicization of the planning process is to be blamed for this. Now things have changed for the better. The government is following a two-pronged strategy to achieve the objective of a balanced growth and development in the country. Backward regions today are prioritized in directing the central government investment, very much the same since the 1950s, but a new beginning in the differential development strategy has been made by the center with the 10th plan. Under this strategy, the developmental constraints of different states are to be tackled with a differentiation in the strategy. The more needy states get more funds and assistance from the center for their planned development, cutting across the political party lines. It is seen today as a symbol of political maturity on the issue of economic development, at least. There is also a complementary strategy of the planning to address the matter of regional imbalance in the country. After the country started the process of economic reforms, the nature of planning was to incline more and more towards indicative planning. The economy was to be more and more dependent on private sector investment for its future development. And the private sector will be, naturally, more interested in investing in the regions which have better infrastructure support. Since the developed regions have better infrastructure, they will attract the highest level of private investment, which will again accelerate the process of imbalanced growth. To tackle this problem, the center is promoting the states with lower infrastructure so that they can overcome the disadvantage. The process is slower, but at least the government is addressing the issue, which is not less satisfying, and there is no criticism to this strategy. Still, balanced growth and development is going to be a great challenge for planning in India. 3. Highly centralized nature of planning. Decentralizing the process of planning has been a major goal of the government since the 1950s. But after Nehru, with every plan we see greater tendency of centralization in the planning process. Setting up of the NDC and promoting multi-level planning, MLP, did not serve much purpose in this direction. It has been among the criticized areas of planning in India, as the National Planning Committee as well as the first plan itself had called for democratic planning in the country. By the mid-1980s, the mindset of the center went for a change and the need for decentralized planning got proper attention. Finally, by early 1990s, two constitutional amendments, i.e., the 73rd and the 74th, promoted the cause of decentralized planning by delegating constitutional powers to the local bodies. With this, a new era of planning began, but still the planning of local bodies is in a nascent stage due to lack of proper financial provisions for them. Once the financial provisions for local bodies are evolved to the adequate level, or the local bodies are given financial autonomy, the process of decentralized planning will surely get a new direction and meaning, as the experts believe. In the meantime, the 10th plan emphasized greater role for the states in the planning process. The plan started a concerted effort to include the states' participation in the national planning process. The center is today more concerned about the developmental constraints of the states and is trying to adequately support the state plans to the extent possible. In return, the center wants greater and transparent fiscal compliance from the states. This approach continued during the 11th plan and so has been committed for the 12th plan, too. After some time, we may hope that this criticism of Indian planning will lose its ground. It is high time now that the planning process of the nation tries including the mass participation. The Economic Survey 2011-12 rightly devotes a section to dwell into contracts and how the civil society and citizens play a key role in fostering economic growth. Honesty, punctuality, the propensity to keep promises, the attitude towards corruption are matters shaped in great part by norms and social beliefs, and the behavior patterns can become habitual. Moreover, in a democracy like India, what can be done by government depends in great measure on how ordinary people think and what people believe in, it says. The survey further adds that the civil society has been campaigning to put in place new institutions, such as the Lokpal Act, to ensure the quality of service and bring about transparency through steps such as auction of natural resources, while the government has either been slow or resisted several changes. 4. Lopsided employment strategy. Planning in India has been tilted heavily in favor of capital-intensive industries, especially from the second plan onwards. Such industries in the public sector could not generate enough employment. In place of it, India should have gone in for labor-intensive industries. In the era of economic reforms, the attitude changed and the planning process is promoting the agriculture sector with an emphasis on agri-industries and agro-exports to create more gainful and quality employment opportunities. The earlier emphasis on wage employment has shifted towards self-employment to do away with the lopsided employment strategy of the past. 5. Excessive emphasis on PSUs. Indian planning emphasized on public sector in the takings, PSUs, for the right reasons, but in the wrong way and for a considerably longer period of time. The state's monopolies in certain areas continued over such a long period that in losses that there came a demand-supply gap in the major goods and services produced by the PSUs. Though very conducive policy changes were effected after the country started the reform processes, the hangover of the past is still looming large. Several reforms in the PSUs as well as a more liberal approach towards the private sector with market reforms are needed to phase out the discrepancies created by the overemphasis on 99 PSUs. 6. Agriculture, overshadowed by the industry promoting the cause of faster industrialization over time, became so dear to the planning process that the agriculture sector got badly overshadowed. Though the plans were highlighting or prioritizing agriculture, the industrial sector and the PSUs were glorified in such a way that time and resources both were scarce for the agriculture sector. Such a policy always created a situation of food insecurity, even today, for the country and the masses who depended upon agriculture for their livelihood and income. Still, it is 58.2%, could never increase their purchasing power to a level that the economy could reverse the situation of market failure. In India, even today, industrial growth is badly dependent on agricultural growth. The 10th plan recognizes agriculture as the core element of development. This is a welcome ideological change in the strategy of planning. Now the industries can sustain themselves, but the laggard agriculture sector needs some special care and promotion from the government, so that the masses who earn their livelihood from agriculture can benefit out of the WTO-promoted globalization. The agriculture sector is in urgent need of attention, otherwise, the process of globalization is going to be ineffective in benefiting the masses. 7. Faulty industrial location policy. There are time-tested theories of industrial location, considering the nearness of raw materials, market, cheaper labor, better transportation and communication, etc. But the plans always prioritized setting up of new industrial units, i.e., the PSUs, in the backward regions of the country, which falsify the theories of industrial location. The government needs to develop all industrial infrastructures besides setting up certain PSUs. As the PSUs require skilled labor force, the regions failed to gain any employment from the PSUs too. The government still continues with the same policy of setting up industries, but now the new PSUs are hardly set up in traditional areas. 8. Wrong financial strategy. Mobilizing resources to support the highly capital-intensive plans, courtesy the PSUs, has always been a challenge for the government. To support the plans, no stones were left unturned, namely, going for a highly complex and liberal tax structure, nationalizing the banks, etc. Ultimately, tax evasion, the menace of parallel economy and lesser capital for the private sector were the bane of India. Expansion of subsidies, salaries and the interest burden every year gave an upward push to the non-plan expenditure, leading to scarcity of funds to support the plan expenditure, i.e., the developmental expenses. In the era of reforms, the government has started giving attention to the financial strategy of supporting the plans in the right way. Besides tax reforms, the financial reforms, as well as fiscal consolidation, have been given proper care in recent years. 9. Politicization of the planning process. In a democratic political system, almost every issue of socio-political importance is influenced by politics. It is more correct in the case of lesser matured democracies. The same stands true for the process of planning in our country. Greater and greater politicization of the planning process. 100 culminated in such a design that at times economic planning served the opposite purpose. For example, we know that planning is a tool for promoting regionally balanced growth, but in India, in the process of serving vested political interests of the center, it resulted into promoting an imbalanced growth. In recent years, the government has tried to address the major criticism of planning in India. More such constructive steps with better results are expected in future. More aware and better informed citizens will lead to better and better planning in future. There has been a general anger among the sections of society regarding coalition politics, scams, etc. In recent years, the Economic Survey 2014-15 rightly blames coalition politics and the federal structure for tardy decision-making in several areas, from oil subsidy to tax reforms, FDI in retail and free movement of food grains. Almost everyone outside the government blamed it for policy paralysis. The survey notes it as an area of concern. The survey notes that politicians and policymakers can set the ball rolling by acting as role models, but it also cited the poor record on enforcement of contract to argue that people's attitude needs to change. In these everyday situations, such as hiring a cab or a painter, it is cumbersome to bring in the state and the law courts. Here the main guarantor has to be people's personal integrity and trustworthiness, it says. The statement comes from a government that has been battling a spate of corruption scandals, ranging from those in the telecom sector to Commonwealth Games and criticism over poor governance standards and inability to push through critical decisions. The Economic Survey 2012-13 suggested a new objective for the Planning Commission. The global economic and financial crisis which has persisted for the last 5 years has not only exposed the vulnerability of almost all the countries over the globe to external shocks, but also has lessons for the planning process, viz. Countries need to have inbuilt social safety nets for facing such eventualities, which affect the weak and vulnerable the most, and wipe out the fruits of growth for years. India, with its focus on inclusive development and timely interventions, has, however, been able to weather the crisis better than many other countries. Hollow right-pointing triangle. Inclusive growth. Inclusive growth is a growth process which yields broad-based benefits and ensures equality of opportunity for all, UNDP and the 11th Plan. Fundamentally, the ideas of growth and development already include the element of inclusiveness in them, but at times, due to certain reasons, the processes might occur in non-inclusive manner. It was in 2001 that the Government of India came to think clearly about inclusiveness in the economy, while reviewing the performance of the economic reforms. It was found that the reform process enabled economy towards faster and higher wealth creation, but all could not be part of it. Only the people with resources, physical or human, were able to get benefits out of the reforming economy. It was assessed that the fruits of reforms could not percolate to the disadvantaged and marginalized sections of the society. It means, the growth process during reforms was not able to include a big segment of the Indian population. In this backdrop, we see the government adopting a conscious policy towards inclusive growth. Even before reforms commenced in the country, this element was lacking. But during reforms it became more glaring due to the higher pace of growth which the economy attained during this period. Though the government started attending to this issue since 2001 itself, it was given real attention in the 101. 102 11th Plan, 2007-12, where we see a clear policy evolving towards the idea of inclusive growth in the country, including the disadvantaged and marginalized sections of the society, especially SCs, STs, OBCs, minorities and women, in the processes of growth and development. By the 12th Plan, 2012-17, the focus increased when we see the issue of inclusiveness entering into the very slogan of the plan: faster, sustainable and more inclusive growth. During the course of time, we see the government evolving a clear short-term and long-term policy towards the cause of inclusive growth. Short-term policy: this policy is aimed at supplying those goods and services to the disadvantaged and marginalized sections of society which are bare minimum and are essential in nature. Several central sector schemes and centrally sponsored schemes are run by the governments for this purpose. This policy touches the areas like I, food and nutrition, Annapurna, Anteday, midday meal, and the last being National Food Security Act, etc. E. Healthcare and sanitation, National Health Mission, Total Sanitation Campaign, ASHA, Mission Indradhanush, and the last being Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, etc. E. Housing, Indira Awas Yojana, Rajiv Awas Yojana, etc. IV. Drinking water, National Rural Drinking Water Program, etc. V. Education, Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, Model School Scheme, etc. The short-term policy has two drawbacks. Firstly, the schemes in it are subsidy-based, which incur heavy drain on the national exchequer. It means it will not be fiscally sustainable in the long run. Secondly, the schemes fail to make the target population self-dependent. This is why the government has also evolved a long-term policy in this regard. Long-term policy: this policy is aimed at bringing in self-dependence in the target population. This policy contains in itself the sustainability element, too. The attempts by the governments may be classified as given below. I. All the schemes which aim at poverty alleviation and employment generation. E. All the programs which promote education at any level. Vocationalization of education. One such old idea has been the industrial training institutes. And skill development, a recent idea. In recent time, we see increased emphasis on imparting right skill among the population. Towards this, the government decided in 2008-09 to launch a skill development program in the country through the National Skill Development Corporation, a joint venture not-for-profit company under the Ministry of Finance. There is an overall target of upskilling 500 million people in India by 2022, mainly by fostering private sector initiatives in skill development programs and provide funding. The new government at center has also given the same call in the Skill India. This way, we can see an initiative foolproof policy towards inclusive growth getting evolved by the GOI which is sustainable too. The Planning Commission, 11th Plan, says that inclusive growth can only be ensured if there is a degree of empowerment that creates a true feeling of participation so necessary in a democratic polity. Empowerment of disadvantaged and hitherto marginalized groups is therefore an essential part of any vision of inclusive growth. India's democratic polity, with the establishment of the third layer of democracy at the pre-level, provides opportunities for empowerment and participation of all groups with reservations for SCs, STs and women. These institutions should be made more effective through greater delegation of power and responsibility. The strategy for inclusive growth in the 11th and 12th plans is not just a conventional strategy for growth to which some elements aimed at inclusion have been added. On the contrary, it is a strategy which aims at achieving a particular type of growth process, which will meet the objectives of inclusiveness and sustainability. A key feature of the inclusive growth strategy is that growth of GDP should not be treated as an end in itself, but only as a means to an end. This is best done by adopting monitorable targets, which would reflect the multidimensional economic and social objectives of inclusive growth. Furthermore, to ensure efficient and timely implementation of the accompanying projects and programs, these targets need to be disaggregated at the level of the states which implement many of the programs. Hollow right pointing triangle resource mobilization. Resource mobilization is a broad term which includes raising and directing the resources, physical and human, of the economy to realize the desired socio-economic objectives. It involves all the economic policies activated by the governments. We can perceive it to be the very essence and the end result of the fiscal policies of both the center and the states. For Indian economy to move on the path of desired growth and development, the Government of India, GOI, needs to take care of the issue of resource mobilization for various agents in the economy, namely 1. GOI, 2. State governments, 3. Private sector, and 4. General public in India. The responsibility of mobilizing resources for the planned development of the country was given to the Planning Commission, PC. The commission used to take care of the fund requirements of the center and the state governments. Practically, it was the PC which has to put in place the means by which the required funds for the planned targets of the economy were mobilized. These planned targets are set by the GOI through the PC itself. The planned targets set by the states are also duly taken care of the PC in due course of this process. Though the effective responsibilities to mobilize resources ultimately rests with the Ministry of Finance, in which the various departments and divisions of the ministry play their diverse and highly focused roles. 1. GOI. To the extent GOI is concerned, it needs funds to realize two categories of the planned targets, namely, infrastructural targets, which chiefly include power, transportation and communication. In coming years, so many other sectors got attached with it, for example, technology parks, urban infrastructure, etc. And social sector targets, which includes education, health, social security, etc. Known as the Human Development Related Targets since 2010-11. These funds get mobilized through the Plan Finance 2 division of the Ministry of Finance. 2. State governments. Other than the fund requirements of the GOI, the states also need funds for their developmental requirements. Similar to the GOI, they get the funds mobilized through three sources. Firstly, through their own sources of income and market borrowings. After the recommendations of the 13th Finance Commission, states are allowed to finance 25% of their plan expenditure through market borrowing, for which they do not need any permission from the GOI, provided they have effected their fiscal responsibility acts. Secondly, through the loans they get from the GOI on the advice of the PC, Ministry of Finance. GOI shows these expenditures in the Plan Finance I division. And thirdly, through the GOI central sector schemes, centrally sponsored schemes and additional central allocations. This includes the fund transfer to the states under special category status. 3. Private sector. Other than the government, a large amount of fund is required by the private sector to meet their short-term, working capital, and long-term, capital market, requirements. The GOI needs to take care of this issue also. The financial system is managed in such a way that other than the government, the private sector is also able to mobilize resources for its various requirements. This becomes even more important in a mixed economy, which is reforming and favors increased participation in the economy from the private sector. This needs focused reform in the financial system as it was structured to channelize more funds and resources towards government needs before the reforms commenced. The main idea here is to prevent the governments from crowding out the funds and let it flow smoothly towards the private sector. The process of reforms in the financial sector, tax structure, fiscal policies of the center and states, etc. come under it. 4. General public. Other than the government and the private sector, common people of an economy also need funds for their general spending and investment. The government needs to put in place such a fiscal policy which enables them to have their access to funds. The savings common people do is used as investment provided they are able to save. Other than savings, people must get incentive and enough funds which they might directly invest in the primary or secondary security markets or in financial instruments, shares, bonds, mutual funds, pension funds, insurance, etc. Common people are the main drivers of demand in an economy. In the periods of reforms, the government sets twin targets. At the one hand, promoting private sector so that supply can be optimized in the economy through structural reforms, and at the other it tries to create adequate demand in the economy by the process of macroeconomic stabilization. The government used different means to mobilize resources since independence in order to realize the desired and required kind of developmental goals. A part of resources are mobilized for investment purposes, i.e., the creation of productive assets, for which different investment models have been tried by now. Hollow right-pointing triangle investment models. Investment is a process of putting money in productive activities to earn income. It can be done directly, in different activities in the primary, secondary or tertiary sectors, or indirectly, as in financial securities, such as shares, debentures, bonds, mutual funds, etc. In the case of India, investment models are the means and tools by which the GOI has tried to mobilize required funds, resources, to promote the different goals of planned development. Since India started the planning process, 1951, we see differing models being tried by the governments to mobilize resources. It has been a kind of evolutionary process. We may understand them in the following phases. Phase 1, 1951 to 69. This was the phase of state-led development in which we see the GOI utilizing every internal and external means to mobilize required resources. The main areas of resource allocations were for infrastructure and social sector. The famous Mahalanobis plan gets implemented during this period. In this period, we see the whole financial system, tax system and fiscal policy of the country getting regulated to drive in maximum funds for the government to meet its planning-related financial responsibilities. This phase was marred by visible mismatches between the need and availability of investable fund. There always prevailed a lag between the requirement of funds and their mobilization. Thus, investment targets of the government got derailed many times. War with China and a limited war with Pakistan also eroded and diverted the resource allocation mechanism. But overall, the government was able to start the process of industrialization almost from nothing by mobilizing heavy funds in favor of the infrastructure sector and infrastructure industries. The core sector, education, healthcare also got funds, but in a subdued manner as the GOI remained greatly preoccupied with glorification of the public sector. This was the age when GOI used to consider the PSUs as the temples of modern India. Phase 2, 1970 to 73. With the enactment of the industrial policy of 1970, we see GOI deciding in favor of including private capital in the process of planned development, but not in a big and open way. The idea of joint sector comes under which a combination of partners, center, state and private sector, could enter the industrial sector. This was done basically to make private sector come up in areas which were open for them, but due to certain technical and financial reasons they were not able to take part. In due course of time, the government did quit such ventures and such industrial settlements came under complete private control. This is for the first time we see the government inclining on private funding for plant development, but we do not see any private entry in the GOI's monopoly areas of industrial activities, which takes place only after the reform process begins in 1991. Phase 3, 1974-90, with the enactment of the FERA in 1974, we see the government, for the first time, proposing to take the help of foreign capital in the process of plant development, but not via cash foreign investment, only through the technology transfer route that to up to only 26% of the total project value proposed by the private sector. Basically, under FERA, government tightened the flow of foreign currency inflow into the Indian private sector, which started hampering the technological upgradation process and initiation of the state-of-the-art technologies from the world. The technology transfer route was put in place to fill this gap. It means that even if GOI tried to include foreign investment in the developmental process, its entry remained restricted in two ways. It was not either direct, as we see FDI during the reform process, or indirect, as the PIS, but via technology transfer. Foreign entities could enter only those industrial areas which were open for the Indian private sector, under Schedule B of the Industrial Policy Resolution, 1956. The monopoly industries under GOI, some of the most attractive industries for the private sector, remained closed for entry. It also means that India failed to articulate an investment model which could tap the better elements of the foreign capital, state-of-the-art technologies, better work culture and most importantly, scarce investable capital. Experts believe it as a missed opportunity for India. By 1965-66, the Southeast Asian economies like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand and South Korea had opened up their economies for both forms of foreign investments, direct as well as indirect, and the governments there decontrolled the industrial sectors, which were earlier fully under government controls. It should be noted here that these economies had started exactly the same way as India had started after independence. This gave those economies a chance to tap not only scarce investable fund into their economies, but the state-of-the-art technologies from the world and world-class work culture and entrepreneurship, too. Soon these economies came to be known as the Asian Tigers. The period after 1985 saw dynamism in the area of resource mobilization. Two consecutive planning commissions suggested for opening up of the economy and inclusion of the Indian and foreign private capital in industrial areas which were hitherto reserved for the government. It suggested that GOI to withdraw from areas where the private sector was capable and fit to function, for example, infrastructure sector, and concentrate on areas where private sector would not be interested to operate, for example, the social sector. In a sense, during this time, we see an ideological shift in the government towards giving an active, or central, role to the private sector in the process of economic development. This was an advice for a completely different kind of investment model. But due to lack of political will, the governments of the time could not go in for the same. Though, we find the government going for a kind of limited degree of economic reforms through the industrial policies of 1985 and 1986, this should not be taken as economic reforms in India, which officially starts in 1991 only. As a summary of the investment models up to 1990, we can highlight the following points. Government remains the main investor in the economy, and experts believe that India did undue delay in putting in place an investment model by which the potential of the private sector could be channelized into the process of developmental investment. Emphasis on the public sector continued together with nationalization drives also by late 1960s and early 1980s. The PSUs, to a large extent, were privatized by the Southeast Asian economies by now, making these socially oriented and loss-making units to catapult into hubs of profit and real drivers of growth and development. Tax system was structured to raise maximum tax revenue, which led to tax evasion and excessive tax burdens on the citizens. GOI continued cutting its non-plan expenditures so that resources could be allocated for the purpose of planned development, which led to expenditure cuts even in essential areas like education, healthcare, etc. Excessive government dependence on the financial system continued, crowding out funds, and as a result, the private sector could not mobilize suitable levels of funds for their requirements. Technological upgradation and initiation of new technologies into the economy got hampered due to non-availability of foreign currency to the private sector. GOI, by late 1970, started facing the difficulty of paying its external liabilities, which were mainly created due to the expansion of the PSUs. Main sources of fund in this model were government's tax revenue, internal borrowings, external borrowings and the freshly printed currencies. There always prevailed a lag between the requirement of funds and their mobilization, resulting into government investment targets getting derailed most of the times. In the meanwhile, the biggest crisis was building up in the areas of infrastructure shortcomings. By early 1960s itself, the Indian private sector was eager to enter this sector so that adequate levels of infrastructure could be developed. But due to several reasons, we see the GOI continuing as the monopolizer in these sectors. Phase 4, 1991 onward, due to prolonged follow-up of weak fundamentals of economics and immediated after Gulf War I, India headed for a severe balance of payment crisis by late 1980s, which made India go to the IMF for financial help. It comes up but at some conditions. The design of the conditions made India to go for restructuring of the economy under the process of economic reforms commencing in 1991. Reform era shifted India towards including the private sector, domestic as well as foreign, for the future development of the economy, and here comes a different investment model. Main elements of this investment model are as given below. The hitherto monopoly sectors of the industry were opened up for private investment, barring nuclear research, nuclear power and railways. Latter two areas are partially opened. In all of them, direct foreign investments have also been allowed, between 26 to 100%. We see the investment model for infrastructure sector shifting from government-led to private-led. In coming times, GOI articulated the idea of the public-private partnership (PPP) model of investment for this sector to provide confidence and space to the private sector to enter the sectors, as the private sector was not much interested to participate due to some interrelated problems in the sector, for example lack of market reforms. By the 10th plan, we see private sector putting in around 21% of funds required for the infrastructure projects in the PPP mode, which increased up to 32% by the 11th plan. On the basis of past two plans, the PC projected that private sector will put in around 50%, 48% to be precise, of the funds required for infrastructure development during the 12th plan, which could not be achieved due to several internal and external reasons till 2015. Here, one point should not be missed, that in future the infrastructure sector is to be fully handled by the private sector, as per the idea of the reform process. In 2002, the government articulated the idea of PPP, Public-Private People Partnership, through the 10th Plan, 2002-07. The idea has its use at the local level, where the resources are to be mobilized for the creation of physical and social infrastructure. It was launched in watershed management successfully. Gujarat had shown highly successful model of this investment in its Pani Panchayat. To support the private sector to mobilize their share of fund in the infrastructure PPP, the government has set up the Infrastructure Development Fund, which also has provision for the Viability Gap Funding (VGF). Inside the general idea of PPP, the government has also put in place some other options of investment models, such as BOT, Build Operate Transfer. BOO, Build Own Operate. BOOT, Build Own Operate Transfer. BLT, Build Lease Transfer. BOLT, Build Operate Lease Transfer. DBFO, Design Build Finance Operate. DBOT, Design Build Operate Transfer. DCMF, Design Construct Manage Finance. etc. In the area of mobilizing resources for the expansion of the social sector, we see an increased focus coming from the governments. But the government still thinks inadequacy of funds for the proper and timely development of the sector. Thus, by 2012, the GOI proposed plans to include the participation of private sector in the sector, mainly education and healthcare through the PPP mode, which is still to be formally launched. Meanwhile, the provision regarding corporate social responsibility (CSR) via the Companies Act 2013, some additional funds have started flowing to the fund-starved social sector. By early 2015, the government has asked the PSUs to flow their part of the CSR expenditures to the GOI for the newly launched sanitation drive, the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. So that the corporate sector is able to mobilize enough resources for its investment needs in the economy, the government started to restructure the whole gamut of the tax structure, financial structure and its fiscal policy. Now, as the economy will depend more on private participation for its developmental requirements, the government avoid crowding out the fund from the economy. A process of fiscal consolidation starts in. An increased emphasis comes on the fronts of targeting the subsidies, their better delivery, pension reforms, etc. So that the government could burden the financial system from its fund requirements and enough finance flows in the system for the private sector. To take care of the spending and investment requirements of the general public, the government is committed to put in place a cheap interest rate regime, right kind of financial environment, and stable inflation and exchange rate besides other instruments. Bringing in inclusiveness in the growth process is now the declared policy stance of the government. Once the new government came to power by MID 2014, we find a renewed synergy in creating conducive environment for the private sector so that the economy could be able to attract enough investable fund to further the process of development. The government looks committed to the cause of improving the ease of doing business in the country. Aimed to this, we find the government busy in putting in place the right kind of land acquisition law, labor law, companies law, tax laws, digitalization of government processes, etc. Overall, the current investment model of the economy is private-led, and for this the GOI proposes to put in place the right kind of financial system, legal framework, labor laws, etc. The main idea of this model is to unshackle the hidden potential of the private sector. To the extent the role of the government is concerned, it will be limited to being a regulator with an increased tone of a facilitator and a caretaker of the well-being of the disadvantaged and marginalized sections of the society, so that the face of the economic reform remains humane. In wake of the financial crisis in the Western economies, the challenge of mobilizing resources has become tougher, and it will be really good that the government is able to devise out a working investment model. Hollow right-pointing triangle central sector schemes and centrally sponsored schemes. The exercise of planned development in India has evolved two types of schemes over the time, viz. Central sector scheme and centrally sponsored scheme. The names are derived from the pattern of funding and the modality for implementation. The central sector schemes are 100% funded by the union government, with states functioning as implementing agencies. These schemes are mainly formulated on subjects from the union list. In addition, the central ministries also implement some schemes directly in the states, UTs, which are called central sector schemes, but resources under these schemes are not generally transferred to states. As per the Union Budget 2016-17, the existing 1,500 such schemes were restructured into 300 by the goal to prevent overlapping of expenditure and help in better monitoring and evaluation. Under the centrally sponsored schemes, CSSs, a certain percentage of the funding is borne by the center and the states in fixed ratios, and the implementation is done by the state governments. CSSs are formulated in subjects from the state list to encourage states to prioritize in areas that require more attention. Funds are routed either through the consolidated fund of the states and/or are transferred directly to state, district-level autonomous bodies, implementing agencies. As per the Bajal Committee Report, 1987, CSSs have been defined as the schemes which are funded directly by central ministries, departments and implemented by the states or their agencies, irrespective of their pattern of financing, unless they fall under the center's sphere of responsibility, i.e., the union list. Conceptually, both CSS and additional central assistance (ACA) schemes have been passed by the central government to the state governments. The difference between the two has arisen because of the historical evolution and the way these are being budgeted and controlled and release of funds takes place. In case of CSSs, the budgets are allocated under concerned ministries themselves, which look after the entire process of the release of funds, too. Central Plan Assistance. Financial assistance provided by the GOI to support states' 5-year plans is called Central Plan Assistance, CPA, or Central Assistance, CA, which primarily comprises the following. Normal Central Assistance, NCA. The distribution of the NCA is formula-based, Gadgil-Mukherjee formula, and is untied. Gadgil formula of determining the central assistance to the state is being adopted from the 4th Plan and revised subsequently. Allocation was made by the Planning Commission. E. Additional Central Assistance, ACA. This is provided for implementation of externally aided projects, EAPs, and for which presently there is no ceiling. Unlike NCA, this is scheme-based. The details of such schemes are given in the Statement 16 of the Expenditure Budget Volume I. There can be one-time ACA and advance ACA. One-time ACA are assistance given by the Planning Commission to particular states for undertaking important state-specific programs and schemes. These are one-time assistance and thus not recurring. These assistances are discretionary in nature. Advance ACA are advances given to special category states in times of financial stress and recoverable in 10 years. E. Special Central Assistance, SCA. This is provided for special projects and programs, e.g., Western Ghats Development Program, Border Areas Development Program, etc. In exceptional situations, ACA may also be provided. This special plan assistance is given only to special category states to bridge the gap between their planning needs and resources. In other words, SPAs are ACA for the special category states. CPA is provided, as per scheme of financing applicable for specific purposes, approved by the Planning Commission. It is released in the form of grants and/or loans in varying combinations, as per terms and conditions defined by the Ministry of Finance, Department of Expenditure. Central assistance in the form of ACA is provided also for various centrally sponsored schemes, viz. Accelerated Irrigation Benefits Program, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, etc. And SCA is extended to states and UTs as additive to Special Component Plan, renamed Scheduled Caste Sub-Plan, and Tribal Sub-Plan. Funds provided to the states under Member of Parliament Local Area Development Scheme, MPLADS, i.e., 5 crore rupees per annum per megapixel also count as CA Central Assistance. CSS is restructured for the 12th plan period, 2012 to 17. The existing 137 CSSs were restructured into 66 schemes, including the 17 flagship programs. The government had set up an expert committee, chaired by B. K. Chaturvedi, member of the erstwhile Planning Commission, for the purpose, which submitted its report by LATE 2011. The 14th FC recommended that sector-specific transfers from the Union to the states, UTs should be confined to sectors like education, health, drinking water and sanitation. However, in view of the preponderance of CSSs being interventions in key sectors of national importance, the goal kept 50 of the 66 ongoing CSSs in the Union Budget 2015-16. The balance were in the process of being either taken into the central sector, or reformulated as new umbrella schemes, or were transferred to the states. The CSS's funds are released as central assistance to state plans which are routed through the states' budgets, new method as per the Union Budget 2014-15. This provides greater autonomy, authority and responsibility to the states in implementation of the schemes. In March 2015, to rationalize the CSSs, a subgroup of chief ministers was set up in pursuance of the decision taken by the Governing Council of the Niti Aayog. The guiding principles of the subgroup was defined as, the Union and the states, UTs to work as Team India in the spirit of cooperative federalism, towards realization of the goals of Vision 2022 when India will celebrate the 75th year of independence. The broad objectives of the vision are, I. Providing basic amenities to all citizens in an equitable and just manner for ensuring a life with self-respect and dignity, and E. Providing appropriate opportunities to every citizen to realize her potential. Accordingly, the existing 50 CSSs were rationalized and restructured into 28 umbrella schemes, in normal times number not to exceed 30, by the Union Budget 2016-17. This will avoid overlapping of expenditure, provide visibility and impact. The major features of the restructuring are as given below. I. The CSSs have been divided into core and optional schemes. E. The new expenditure sharing pattern for the core schemes is, for 8 northeastern, NE, states and 3 Himalayan states 90:10. For other states 60:40, center, states, and for UTs 100% to be borne by the center. E. For optional schemes the expenditure sharing pattern is, for 8 NE and 3 Himalayan states 80:20. For other states 50:50, center, states, and for the UTs 100% to be borne by the center. IV. Amongst the core schemes, those for social protection and social inclusion should form the core of the core and be the first charge on available funds for the national development agenda. Phil Square funds for optional schemes would be allocated to the states by the Ministry of Finance as a lump sum, and states would be free to choose which optional schemes they wish to implement. In such schemes, states have been given the flexibility of portability of funds to any other CSSs. Phil Square henceforth, the CSSs will come up only in key identified sectors which comprise the National Development Agenda, to be decided by the Niti Aayog, in coordination with its governing council. Phil Square Niti Aayog to have concurrent jurisdiction in monitoring of the schemes in the states and central ministries. Phil Square third-party evaluation by Niti Aayog. In 2019-20, the CSSs were broadly classified under two categories, core of the core schemes and core schemes, funding pattern remaining unchanged. The list of the 30 schemes is given below. Core of the core schemes: I. National Social Assistance Program, E. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program, E. Umbrella Scheme for Development of Scheduled Castes, IV. Umbrella Program for Development of Scheduled Tribes. 103. 104. V. Umbrella Program for Development of Minorities, V. Umbrella Program for Development of Other Vulnerable Groups. Core schemes: V. Green Revolution, V. White Revolution, X. Blue Revolution, X. Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, SHI. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, XY. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, PMAY, XY. Jal Jeevan Mission, JJM, XIV. Swachh Bharat Mission, Urban, XV. Swachh Bharat Mission, Gramin, XVI. National Health Mission, XVII. National Education Mission, XVII. National Program of Midday Meal in Schools, 6. Umbrella ICDS, XX. Mission for Protection and Empowerment for Women, XXI. National Livelihood Mission, Ajivika, XXII. Jobs and Skill Development, XXII. Environment, Forestry and Wildlife, XXIV. Urban Rejuvenation Mission, Amrit and Smart Cities Mission, XXV. Modernization of Police Forces, XXVI. Infrastructure Facilities for Judiciary, XXVII. Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan, RGSA, XXVII. PMJai Ayushman Bharat, XXIX. Border Area Development Program, BADP, XXX. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Rurban Mission, SPMRM. At present the schemes are under the process of evaluation before they can be streamlined as per the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission, FFC. Experts believe that the Commission may suggest a measurable and performance-based incentives related to the schemes for states. The terms of reference given to the Commission includes achievements in implementation of flagship schemes of Government of India, disaster-resilient infrastructure, sustainable development goals, and quality of expenditure. Thus, the schemes are headed for further restructuring. Hollow right pointing triangle Independent Evaluation Office. An Independent Evaluation Office, IEO, was created by the GOI in February 2014, at an arm's distance from the government with the objective of strengthening public accountability of some of the important social sector programs, which account huge resource mobilization such as the flagship programs. Conceived on the lines of Independent Evaluation Office, IEO, of the IMF, the body was created on the basis of international experiences, in cooperation with the World Bank and the British DFID, Department for International Development. It was modeled on the lines of Mexico's National Council for the Evaluation of Social Development Policy. The IEO was an independent office attached to the Planning Commission under a governing board chaired by the Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission. The IEO was funded by the Planning Commission and had, as its head, a full-time Director General in the rank and status of member of the Planning Commission, Union Minister of State. The DG had a tenure of 3 years extendable to 5 years. Its staff was selected by the DG without any interference and to have its independent budget. It was felt that the government programs can benefit enormously from concurrent independent evaluation. Presently, concurrent evaluation was done by the concerned ministries as an ongoing parallel process. Expert evaluation of programs that have been in operation was done by the Program Evaluation Organization, PEO, of the Planning Commission. The IEO was expected to strengthen this evaluation process. Main aims of the office was, I. To help improve the effectiveness of government policies and programs by assessing their impact and outcomes. E. To set guidelines and methodology for all evaluations done by various departments and agencies and encourage a culture of openness and learning in government systems. E. To connect India to the best international evaluated evidence in development practice and knowledge to learn from others' success and mistakes. Main features about the functioning of the office may be summed up as given below. I. It will conduct independent evaluations of planned programs, especially flagship programs, and assess their effectiveness, relevance and impact. Besides, it has the freedom to conduct independent evaluations on any program which has access to public funding or implicit or explicit guarantees from the government. E. The work program of the IEO will be prepared through an open process of consultations, including feedback from civil society, and will be made public. E. The IEO will prepare the terms of reference for all independent evaluations, which will be conducted by selected institutes and researchers, selected on competitive basis. IV. IEO will provide guidance to any agency or department of the government to improve the quality of its self-evaluation and monitoring system. Such support is intended to bring all evaluations under a common internationally accepted methodology, help achieve better development outcomes and encourage a culture of learning in the government. V. Besides making available on its website and other public avenues, its reports will be submitted to the Parliament and the Prime Minister's office. V. It will also make internationally available findings from independently and professionally evaluated Indian programs in the spirit of South-South learning and cooperation. V. IEO will represent India as its independent evaluation authority at international forums on development and effectiveness and will endeavor to improve India's evaluation. 105 systems in line with international best practices. The IEO handed over its first report to the government in September 2014, and in the following week, the DG of the IEO was relieved from his services. Later on, the IEO was merged into the newly constituted, September 2015, Monitoring and Evaluation Body, the Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office, DMEO. The functions and the special features of the IEO still reflect in the new body. Hollow right pointing triangle Program Evaluation Organization. The Program Evaluation Organization, PEO, was established in October 1952, as an independent organization, under the general guidance and direction of the Planning Commission, PC, with a specific task of evaluating the community development programs and other intensive area development schemes. The evaluation setup was further strengthened by the development of methods and techniques of evaluation in the first plan and setting up of evaluation machineries in the states during the third, 1961-66, and fourth, 1969-74, plans. Gradually, with the extension of the programs, schemes in a variety of sectors, viz. agricultural cooperation, rural industries, fisheries, health, family welfare, rural development, rural electrification, public distribution, tribal development, social forestry, etc. The evaluation work undertaken by the PEO was extended to other important CSSs. The broad functions of the PEO include undertaking evaluation of selected programs, schemes under implementation, as per the requirement of the various divisions of the PC, central ministries and departments of the Government of India. The evaluation studies are designed to assess I. The performance, E. The process of implementation, E. The effectiveness of the delivery systems, and IV. The impact of programs. The objectives of the PEO. I. Objective assessment of process and impact of the development programs. E. Identifying the areas of success and failures at different stages of administration and execution, and analysis of reasons for success or failure. E. Examining extension methods and people's reactions thereto and deriving lessons for future improvement in the formulation and implementation of the new programs, schemes. The PEO was merged into the newly constituted, September 2015, Monitoring and Evaluation Body, the Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office, DMEO. The functions and the special features of the PEO very well reflect in the new body. Hollow right pointing triangle Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office. The Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office, DMEO, was constituted by merging the erstwhile Program Evaluation Office, PEO, and the Independent Evaluation Office, IEO, in September 2015. As an attached office under the Niti Aayog, it aims at fulfilling monitoring and evaluation, M&E, mandate, i.e., function, of the Aayog. It is entrusted with building M&E ecosystem in the country with the following functions. I. Monitoring progress and efficacy of policies, programs, taking initiatives to help improvements including necessary mid-course corrections. E. Evaluating implementation of programs and identification of needed resources to strengthen success and scope of delivery. As a part of Niti Aayog, DMEO has advisory powers across the ministries and departments of the union government, and is one of few institutions within the government to provide a cross and inter-ministerial perspective. It has mandate of technical advisory to states also. For M&E, the Output Outcome Framework, as prescribed by the Union Budget 2019-20, has been evolved. This framework has measurable indicators for the objectives, i.e., outcome, for all of the centrally sponsored schemes and central sector schemes. Sectoral reviews are done by the office on the basis of the outcomes achieved by the schemes. All of the functions and special features of the erstwhile bodies, the IEO and PEO, are still with the DMEO, added with several new and dynamic features to serve the changed developmental needs of the country on the path of transformation. Hollow right pointing triangle Niti Aayog. By mid-2014, India did show a quite strong mandate and a very stable government came at the center. We find the new government showing a renewed vigor and zeal in several areas. One such area has been its attempts at redefining the federal polity of the country for the purpose of promoting growth and development. We see a pronounced policy shift in the direction of empowering and keeping state in front by giving them more financial space and responsibilities. Keeping its promises in the direction, the government abolished the Planning Commission, PC, and replaced it by a new body, the Niti Aayog. The acronym NITI stands for National Institution for Transforming India. We see the government aspiring for the emergence of the Team India in the new body. It will be premature to be conclusive on this shift from planning to NITI, as the government calls. Even an academic comparison between the old and the new bodies will also not serve enough purpose, as it needs some time when the outcome of the change will be available. Judgments on this shift will be only good once it is done after some period of time. In the meantime, India remains a planned economy. The discussion given here is mainly based on the documents and releases which came out from the GOI before and after the Niti Aayog was set up, January 1, 2015. In these documents, the government has not only provided the reasons as why does India need to go in for a new body, but charts out a very encouraging and out of tradition role, function for the new body. An attempt has been made to closely follow the government line of thinking so that the spirit of it is not lost. Transforming India. The government aims at transforming the development agenda of India with the help of the Niti Aayog and has given a slogan, from planning to NITI. India has undergone a paradigm 106. 107 shift over the past 6 decades, politically, economically, socially, technologically as well as demographically. The role of the government in national development has seen a parallel evolution. Keeping with these changing times, the government decided to set up the Niti Aayog as a means to better serve the needs and aspirations of the people of India. The government thinks the new institution to function as a catalyst to the developmental process, nurturing an overall enabling environment, through a holistic approach to development going beyond the limited sphere of the public sector and the GOI, which will be built on the foundations of an empowered role of states as equal partners in national development. Operationalizing the principle of cooperative federalism. A knowledge hub of internal as well as external resources, serving as a repository of good governance best practices, and a think tank offering domain knowledge as well as strategic expertise to all levels of the government. A collaborative platform facilitating implementation. By monitoring progress, plugging gaps and bringing together the various ministries at the center and in states, in the joint pursuit of developmental goals. Changing contours of India. The government agrees that the Planning Commission has served India well. However, India has changed dramatically over the past 65 years at multiple levels and across varied scales. These transformatory forces have changed the very contours of India, highlighted by the government document in the 5 areas. 1. Demographic shift. India's population has increased over threefold to reach 121 crores. This includes an addition of over 30 crore people to urban India, as well as an increase of 55 crore youth below the age of 35, which is more than 1.5 times the total population of the country then. With increasing levels of development, literacy and communication, the aspirations of the people have soared, moving from scarcity and survival to safety and surplus. Today, we are looking at a completely different India, and country's governance systems need to be transformed to keep up with the changing India. 2. Economic shift. India's economy has undergone a paradigm shift. It has expanded by over 100 times, going from a GDP of 10,000 crore rupees to 100 lakh rupees crore at current prices, to emerge as one of the world's largest economics. Agriculture's share in the GDP has seen a dramatic drop, from more than 50% to less than 15%. The plan size of 43 lakh rupees crore of the 12th plan dwarfs the plan size of 2,400 crore rupees of the first plan. Priorities, strategies and structures dating back to the time of the birth of the Planning Commission must thus be revisited. To align with this shift and sheer scale, India needs to overhaul the very nature of the planning processes, the government says. 3. Shift in the private sector. The nature of the Indian economy, and the role of the government in it, has undergone a paradigm shift. Driven by an increasingly open and liberalized structure, India's private sector has matured into a vibrant and dynamic force. The sector is not operating just at the international cutting edge, but also with a global scale and reach. This changed economic landscape requires a new administrative paradigm in which the role of the government must evolve from simply allocating resources in a command and control ecosystem, to a far more nuanced one of directing, calibrating, supporting and regulating a market ecosystem. National development must be seen beyond the limited sphere of the public sector. Government must, thus, transition from being a provider of first and last resort, and major player in the economy, to being a catalyst, nurturing and enabling environment, where the entrepreneurial spirits of all, from small self-employed entrepreneurs to large corporations, can flourish. This importantly frees up the government to focus its precious resources on public welfare domains such as essential entitlements of food, nutrition, health, education and livelihood of vulnerable and marginalized groups of the society. 4. Forces of globalization. In recent decades, the world at large has also evolved. We live today in a global village, connected by modern transport, communications and media, and networked international markets and institutions. In this milieu, India's economic actions contribute to the global dynamics, while our economy also gets influenced by the happenings far away from us. The framework of policy making together with the functioning of governments need to incorporate the realities of our continuing integration with the global economic system. 5. Role of the states. Indian states have evolved from being mere appendages of the center, to being the actual drivers of national development. The development of states must thus become the national goal, as the nation's progress lies in the progress of states. As a consequence, the one-size-fits-all approach, often inherent in centralized planning, is no longer practical or efficient. States need to be heard and given the flexibility required for effective implementation. The government quotes Dr. B.R. Ambedkar to bring the point home. It is unreasonable to centralize powers where central control and uniformity is not clearly essential or is impracticable. Thus, while emanating from global experiences and national synergy, India's strategies need to be calibrated and customized to local needs and opportunities. 6. Technology paradigm. Technology advancements and information access have unleashed the creative energy of India. They have integrated our varied regions and ecosystems in an interlinked national economy and society, opening up newer avenues of coordination and cooperation. Technology is also playing a substantial role in enhancing transparency as well as efficiency, holding the government more accountable. Thus, India needs to make it central to systems of policy and governance. Change must come. The above given changes have been recognized by the experts for years now. With changing contours of the economy, the institutions guiding the economy should also change. The government quotes several such instances when appropriate changes were advised in the Planning Commission by the experts, committees, even the PC, among others. The 8th Plan, 1992-97, document, the very first after the reform process commenced in 1991, categorically stated that, as the role of the government was reviewed and restructured, the role and functions of the PC too needed to be rethought. The PC also needed to be reformed to keep up with changing trends, relieving itself of the old practices and beliefs, which had lost relevance, and adopting new ones based on past experiences of India as well as other nations. Specifically, the PC needed to be in tune with the process of economic reforms. The Standing Committee on Finance of the 15th Lok Sabha observed in its 35th Report on Demand for Grants, 2011-12, that the PC has to come to grips with the emerging social realities to reinvent itself to make itself more relevant and effective for aligning the planning process with economic reforms and its consequences, particularly for the poor. This was the need of making the planning process relevant to the process of economic reforms. The former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, in his farewell address to the PC, April 2014, also urged reflection on what the role of the PC needs to be in this new world. Are we still using tools and approaches which were designed for a different era? What additional roles should the Planning Commission play and what capacities does it need to build to ensure that it continues to be relevant to the growth process? This observation has quite high relevance, as Dr. Singh is himself a noted economist. Taking the clues for a change, the government quotes Mahatma Gandhi before going for the change: constant development is the law of life, and a man who always tries to maintain his dogmas in order to appear consistent drives himself into a false position. The government adds further, keeping true to this principle, our institutions of governance and policy must evolve with the changing dynamics of the new India, while remaining true to the founding principles of the Constitution of India, and rooted in our Bharatiyata or wisdom of our civilizational history and ethos. It was, in every sense, a kind of pledge to devise India's own means, methods, tools and approaches to promote development. For the government, the Niti Aayog is to be the institution to give life to these aspirations discussed above. The Aayog is being formed based on extensive consultation across a spectrum of stakeholders, including inter alia state governments, relevant institutions, domain experts and the people at large. Functions of Niti Aayog: with the process of maturity and deepening in Indian nationhood, the country has embraced a greater measure of pluralism and decentralization. This necessitates a paradigm shift in central government's approaches to the governments in the state, as well as at the local levels. The state governments and the local bodies must be made equal partners in the development process through the following changes: understanding and supporting their developmental needs and aspirations; incorporating varied local realities into national policies and programs with the required flexibility. This way the new body, Niti Aayog, is designed to live up to the principle of Team India, with its following officially demarcated functions. 1. Cooperative and competitive federalism. It will be the primary platform for operationalizing cooperative federalism, enabling states to have active participation in the formulation of national policy, as well as achieving time-bound implementation of quantitative and qualitative targets through the combined authority of the Prime Minister and the Chief Ministers. This will be by means of systematic and structured interactions between the union and state governments, to better understand developmental issues, as well as forge a consensus on strategies and implementation mechanisms. The above would mark the replacement of the one-way flow of policy from center to state, with a genuine and continuing center-state partnership. The Aayog is supposed to further this cooperation with the enhanced vibrancy of competitive federalism. The center competing with the states and vice versa, and the states competing with each other, in the joint pursuit of national development. 2. Shared national agenda. It will evolve a shared vision of national development priorities and strategies, with the active involvement of the states. This will provide the framework, national agenda, for the Prime Minister and Chief Ministers to implement. 3. States' best friend at the center. It will support states in addressing their own challenges, as well as building on strengths and comparative advantages. This will be through various means, such as coordinating with ministries, championing their ideas at the center, providing consultancy, support and building capacity. 4. Decentralized planning. The new body is to restructure the planning process into a bottom-up model, empowering states and guiding them to further empower local governments in developing mechanisms to formulate credible plans at the village level, which are progressively aggregated up the higher levels of the government. The maturing of India's governmental institutions has enabled increasing the specialization of their functions. There is, thus, a need to separate as well as energize the distinct strategy element of governance from the usual process and implementation element. As a dedicated think tank of the government, Niti Aayog will carry out this directional role, strategically charting the future of the nation. It will provide specialized inputs, strategic, functional and technical, to the Prime Minister and the government, center as well as the state, on matters critical to the fulfillment of the national development agenda. It means, the new body is to function like a think tank. 5. Vision and scenario planning. 2. Design, medium and long-term strategic frameworks of the big picture vision of India's future, across schemes, sectors, regions and time. Factoring in all possible alternative assumptions and counterfactuals. These would be the drivers of the national reforms agenda, especially focused on identifying critical gaps and harnessing untapped potentialities. The same would need to be intrinsically dynamic, with their progress and efficacy constantly monitored for necessary mid-course recalibration. And the overall environment, domestic and global, continuously scanned for incorporating evolving trends and addressing emerging challenges. This would mean a fundamental transition from merely planning for where the nation's money goes, to planning where we want the nation to go. And given its unique position as the aggregator and integrator of all developmental initiatives of the Government of India and the states, the new body would be ideally suited for the same. 6. Domain strategies. To build a repository of specialized domain expertise, both sectoral and cross-sectoral. To assist ministries of the central and state governments in their respective development planning, as well as problem-solving needs. This will especially enable the imbibing of good governance best practices, both national as well as international, especially with regards to structural reforms in the country. 7. Sounding board. To be an in-house sounding board, vetting and refining government positions, through objective criticisms and comprehensive counterviews in the economy. 8. Network of expertise. To mainstream external ideas and expertise into government policies and programs through a collaborative community of national and international experts, practitioners and other partners. This would entail being governments linked to the outside world, roping in academia, universities, think tanks and research institutions, private sector expertise, and the people at large, for close involvement in the policy-making process. To bring the point home, the document quotes the Rigveda, "Let us welcome noble thoughts flowing in from all directions." 9. Knowledge and Innovation Hub, the body to be an accumulator, as well as disseminator, of research and best practices on good governance, through a state-of-the-art resource center which identifies, analyses, shares and facilitates replication of the same. The document further adds, an increasingly mature Indian population has steadily increased the focus on, and demand for, actual delivery and results. To keep up with such enhanced aspirations, the new body will have the mandate to go beyond mere planning and strategizing, to facilitating implementation of the development agenda as well. This would involve making implementation central to the planning process, through an emphasis on tangible outcomes, realistic targets, strict timelines and robust monitoring and evaluation. A transition from the isolated conceptualization of merely planning to planning for implementation. It will also act as a catalyst to the government machinery at large, filling gaps, enhancing capabilities and clogging bottlenecks, as and where required. 10. Harmonization. To facilitate harmonization of actions across different layers of the government, especially when involving cross-cutting and overlapping issues across multiple sectors through communication, coordination, collaboration and convergence among all stakeholders. The emphasis will be on bringing all together on an integrated and holistic approach to development. 11. Conflict resolution. To provide a platform for mutual resolution of intersectoral, interdepartmental, interstate as well as center-state issues. Facilitating consensus acceptable and beneficial to all, to bring about clarity and speed in execution. 12. Coordinating interface with the world. It will be the nodal point for strategically harnessing global expertise and resources in India's developmental process, coming in from across nations, multilateral institutions and other international organizations. 13. Internal consultancy. It will offer an internal consultancy function to central and state governments on policy and program design, providing frameworks adhering to basic design principles such as decentralization, flexibility and a focus on results. This would include specialized skills such as structuring and executing PPPs. 14. Capacity building. To enable capacity building and technology upgradation across governments, benchmarking with latest global trends and providing managerial and technical know-how. 15. Monitoring and evaluation. It will monitor the implementation of policies and programs and evaluate their impact through rigorous tracking of performance metrics and comprehensive program evaluations. This will not only help identify weaknesses and bottlenecks for necessary course correction, but also enable data-driven policymaking, encouraging greater efficiency as well as effectiveness. The guiding principle the government document has categorically pointed out the very purpose of the new body. In the process of carrying out its functions, the Ayog will be guided by an overall vision of development which is inclusive, equitable and sustainable. The institution is to follow a strategy of empowerment built on human dignity and national self-respect. The document quotes Swami Vivekananda to emphasize this, to encourage everyone in his struggle to live up to his own highest idea. The new body to follow a development model which is all-round, all-pervasive, all-inclusive and holistic. Antyodaya. To prioritize service and upliftment of the poor, marginalized and downtrodden, the document quotes the idea of Antyodaya as articulated by Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay. Development is incomplete and meaningless if it does not reach the farthest individual. Nothing is more dreadfully painful than poverty, the centuries-old sage poet Tiruvallur has been quoted. Inclusion. To empower vulnerable and marginalized sections, redressing identity-based inequalities of all kinds, gender, region, religion, caste or class, the document quoted from Sanka Dev, to see every being as equivalent to one's own soul is the supreme means of attaining deliverance. Weaker sections must be enabled to be masters of their own fate, having equal influence over the choices the nation makes. Village. To integrate our villages into the development process, to draw on the vitality and energy of the bedrock of our ethos, culture and sustenance. Demographic dividend. To harness our greatest asset, the people of India, by focusing on their development, through education and skilling, and their empowerment, through productive livelihood opportunities. People's participation. To transform the developmental process into a people-driven one, making an awakened and participative citizenry, the driver of good governance. This includes our extended Indian family of the non-resident Indian community spread across the world, whose significant geo-economic and geopolitical strength must be harnessed. Governance. To nurture an open, transparent, accountable, proactive and purposeful style of governance, transitioning focus from outlay to output to outcome. Sustainability. Maintain sustainability at the core of our planning and developmental process, building on our ancient tradition of respect for the environment. Structure of the NITI. The Ayog will be a lean organization, modeled as a network of expertise, focusing on functionality, flexibility and domain knowledge, with the following structure and mechanism. I, Chairman, the Prime Minister of India, de facto. E. Governing Council, will comprise the Chief Ministers of all states and Lieutenant Governors of Union Territories. E. Regional councils, will be formed to address specific issues and contingencies impacting more than one state or region. Strategy and planning in the Ayog will be anchored from state level, with regional councils convened by the Prime Minister for identified priority domains, put under the joint leadership of related subgroups of states, grouped around commonalities which could be geographic, economic, social or otherwise, and central ministries. The regional councils will have the following features. A. Will have specified tenures, with the mandate to evolve strategy and oversee implementation. B. Will be jointly headed by one of the group chief ministers, on a rotational basis or otherwise, and a corresponding central minister. C. Will include the sectoral central ministers and secretaries concerned, as well as state ministers and secretaries. D. Will be linked with corresponding domain experts and academic institutions. A. Will have a dedicated support cell in the Ayog Secretariat. IV. Special invitees. It will have experts, specialists and practitioners with relevant domain knowledge as special invitees nominated by the Prime Minister. V. Full-time organizational framework. In addition to PM as its chairman, it will comprise a vice chairperson, to be appointed by the PM. B. Members, all as full-time. C. Part-time members, maximum of 2, from leading universities, research organizations and other relevant institutions in an ex officio capacity. Part-time members will be on a rotational basis. D. Ex officio members, maximum of 4 members of the Union Council of Ministers to be nominated by the PM. A. Chief Executive Officer, to be appointed by the PM for a fixed tenure, in the rank of Secretary to the Government of India. F. Secretariat, as deemed necessary. Specialized wings in the Niti Ayog. The Ayog will house a number of specialized wings, as per the government document. I. Research wing, it will develop in-house sectoral expertise as a dedicated think tank of top-notch domain experts, specialists and scholars. E. Consultancy Wing. It will provide a marketplace of vetted panels of expertise in funding for central and state governments to tap into, matching their requirements with solution providers, public and private, national and international. By playing matchmaker instead of providing the entire service itself, Niti Aayog will be able to focus its resources on priority matters, providing guidance and an overall quality check to the rest. E. Team India Wing. It will comprise representatives from every state and ministry and will serve as a permanent platform for national collaboration. Each representative in this wing will ensure every state, ministry has a continuous voice and stake in the Aayog. B. Establish a direct communication channel between the state, ministry and the Aayog for all development-related matters, as the dedicated liaison interface. A national, hub-spoke, institutional model will be developed, with each state and ministry encouraged to build dedicated mirror institutions, serving as the interface of interaction. These institutions, in turn, will nurture their own networks of expertise at the state and ministry level. Niti Aayog will function in close cooperation, consultation and coordination with the ministries of the central government and state governments. While it will make recommendations to the central and state governments, the responsibility for taking and implementing decisions will rest with them. Vehicle of good governance. The Aayog will seek to facilitate and empower the critical requirement of good governance, which is people-centric, participative, collaborative, transparent and policy-driven. It will provide critical directional and strategic input to the development process, focusing on deliverables and outcomes. This, along with being as incubator and disseminator of fresh thought and ideas for development, will be the core mission of Niti Aayog. The document, at the end, quotes from Chanakya to emphasize the importance and need of good governance. Good governance is at the root of a nation's wealth, comfort and happiness. If we look into the state of governance in the country, we find that it has improved a lot at the level of the central government, but at the state level the situation is still not good. As the lives of citizens depend more on the supplies from the state governments, the poor state of governance hits their lives in a big way. The central government's push in favor of good governance has been practically crippled by the inability or unwillingness of the state governments in this regard. It means that the state of governance cannot be improved much till there is an effective cooperation among the governments of the country. Once a very willing beginning has been started under the Niti Aayog, cooperative federalism, being one of the three foundations on which it is imagined to be built, in this direction it is believed that the quality of governance should improve in the coming years. We find an intentional attempt by the government to intertwine the aspect of good governance in the very idea of the Niti Aayog. Not only the word governance but the established traits of governance find clear mentions at several places. In the foundations the Niti Aayog is built on, a collaborative platform facilitating implementation. E. In the guiding principles, participation, inclusion, governance and ante. E. In its structural composition, governing council as a tool to promote participatory federation. And finally, IV, in its functions, cooperative and competitive federalism, best friend of states at the center, decentralized planning, harmonization, conflict resolution, internal consultancy, capacity building, monitoring and evaluation are effective in improving governance. It means the very idea of Niti Aayog is very sensitive to the need of good governance in the country, and as the institution succeeds in playing its desired role as governance will improve. These are the reasons due to which we see the government visualizing it as the vehicle of good governance. Concluding remarks. The idea of Niti Aayog does not look only innovative in its approach but quite contemporary. 108. 109-2. Imaginatively forging into the emerging idea and the need of including happiness, as the World Happiness Report has suggested, in the policy-making framework. It gives a call for inclusion of ethos and cultural elements of India in the development model, delicately linking the issue of growth and development to the behavioral dimensions of the people of India, rightly in sync with the recent proposition of the World Bank in its World Development Report 2015. We find several such shining stars in the newly set up body, which will be surely analyzed and discussed again and again by analysts, experts, scholars. At the end, we can wisely conclude that the erstwhile PC was aimed at serving some purposes which was suitable for the old time, while the current times require us to carry on the legacy to a new level where we can build India, which can combine and integrate the energy and potential of all who belong to the nation, being all open to the world, agreeing categorically to the idea of globalization. Hollow right pointing triangle major documents of the NITI. Aimed at following the idea of vision and scenario planning, the Niti Aayog has been working on 3 documents, namely, the 15-year vision, 7-year strategy and 3-year action agenda. While the last 2 have been already published, work on the first one is still in progress. A brief introduction of these 2 documents have been given below. 3-year action agenda: increasingly liberalized economy and the changed global economic dynamism needed new tools and approaches to promote development process. The 5-year plans were not vibrant enough to these changed realities. An outcome of extensive consultations between the governments and various stakeholders, including economists, scientists, journalists, NGOs, industry associations and experts from education, health, culture and other areas, the draft 3-year action agenda, 2017-18 to 2019-20, contains 7 parts and 24 chapters. The action agenda is actionable as well as aspirational, which touches several areas of importance such as I. It proposes reduction of the fiscal deficit to 3% of the GDP and the revenue deficit to 0.9% of the GDP by 2019-20. E. Doubling farmers' incomes by 2022 together with an emphasis on job creation in industry and services. E. Generous Flow Space Index, FPI, flexible conversion rules, etc. Advised for urban areas. IV. Encouraging development outcomes in the northeastern region, coastal areas and islands, North Himalayan states, and desert and drought-prone states to take care of regional issues. V. Emphasis on transport and digital connectivity. V. Under energy section, it aims at consumer-friendly measures, reducing the cross-subsidy in the power sector and reforming coal sector by setting up a regulator. V. Under science and technology, emphasis is on developing PPP and creation of a national science, technology and innovation foundation, to identify national issues, and streamlining of the patent regime. V. To promote governance, shrinking role of the government in undesirable areas. 110. X. Tackling tax evasion, expanding the tax base and simplifying the tax system and strengthening public procurement. X. Undertaking judicial system reforms, use of ICT and cutting workload, and police reforms at state level to promote the cause of rule of law. She. Shift from input-based to outcome-based, with arrangement of ranking in education and skill development. Xi. Focus on public health through significantly increasing government expenditure on it. Xi. Building an inclusive society. XIV. Adopting sustainable practices, tackling city air pollution, policy towards protecting trees, sustainable use of water resources. 7-year strategy framework titled as the Strategy for New India at 75. It defines clear developmental objectives seeking to make development a Jan Andolan, mass movement, aimed at making India a $3 trillion economy by 2022-23. It is a detailed exposition across 41 crucial areas, covered in same number of chapters, that recognizes the progress already made, identifies binding constraints, and suggests the way forward for achieving the objectives. The 41 areas have been discussed into 4 sections: drivers, infrastructure, inclusion and governance. Drivers focuses on the engines of economic performance with chapters on growth and employment, doubling of farmers' incomes, upgrading the science, technology and innovation ecosystem, and promoting sunrise sectors like fintech and tourism. Infrastructure deals with the physical foundations of growth which are crucial to enhancing the competitiveness of Indian business as also ensuring the citizens' ease of living. Inclusion deals with the urgent task of investing in the capabilities of all of India's citizens. The 3 themes in this section revolve around the dimensions of health, education and mainstreaming of traditionally marginalized sections of the population. Governance delves deep into how the governance structures can be streamlined and processes optimized to achieve better developmental outcomes. The recommendations of the Niti Aayog in the document are practical and detailed to facilitate time-bound implementation. By 2022, New India will provide a solid foundation for clean, inclusive, sustained and sustainable growth for the next 3 decades. Hollow right pointing triangle NITI performs. Some experts in most of the political parties, in the opposition benches, were quite skeptical about the very idea of the Niti Aayog. Naturally enough, this skepticism was more due to abrupt disconnect being affected by the government under which the economic think tank Planning Commission was abolished, which was as old as the very existence of independent India itself. The prevailing breach of trust and lack of cooperation between the central and state governments were among the major reasons for the indifference shown to the NITI by the experts, the political analysts and the political parties. Though it will be too early to pass a judgment on its performance, still some major examples can be cited in this regard. Probably, the first major work by the think tank was its smooth deliberations with the states in restructuring the existing 66 centrally sponsored schemes, CSSs, into 30, giving 111 to them more impact, visibility and flexibility. The spirit of cooperative federalism has been greatly strengthened through the Niti Aayog. It has been able to lessen the situation of breach of financial trust between the center and states. Implementation of the indirect tax reform GST has been greatly enabled by the Niti Aayog. To promote cleanliness and several other variables of human development and ease of doing business, the think tank has launched several indices and started ranking the states, ultimately enhancing the spirit of competition among the governments. It has been able to educate and make states aware about the importance of promoting economic reforms in the country. It is through this platform that the states have been encouraged to go for the UDAY scheme aimed at financial turnaround of the state electricity boards or the DISCOMs. This is an optional scheme, but due to increased awareness among the states regarding the importance and the need of the factor market reforms, most of the states have opted for it. State governments positively taking part in the NITI initiative to yield aspirational targets and actionable means, NIYATAM, under which their administrative, developmental and legal structure are aimed to be streamlined. Niti Aayog's advice of land pooling has been well received by the states, which has smoothened the issue of land acquisition for different purposes in the country. By now the Niti Aayog has come up with several reports on a variety of sectors to enhance the process of development in the country, taking states as an integral partner, which range from sports to irrigation to education, health, etc. Budgetary and extra-budgetary financial allocations to states from the center have also become quite smooth, unlike past when states used to always have complained against the Planning Commission in this regard. As Niti Aayog monitors and collect developmental data on real-time basis, unlike Planning Commission with almost 2 years of data lag, the element of accountability has improved, which has enhanced the quality of governance. This way, we find NITI emerging into a better think tank than the erstwhile Planning Commission in fostering the spirit of federal cooperation. Besides, in the process of transforming the development agenda of India, it has introduced new tools in this regard based on highly objective methods of monitoring and evaluation. Planning Commission, An Overview of Planning in India, Goy, N. Delhi, 2013. 1. J. K. Galbraith, A History of Economics, London, Penguin Books 199, p. 187. 2. Bipin Chandra, The Colonial Legacy, in Bimal Jalan, ed. The Indian Economy, Problems and Prospects, New Delhi, Penguin Books, 2004. 3. Arjun Sengupta, The Planning Regime Since 1951, in N. N. Vora and Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, eds. Looking Back, India in the 20th Century, New Delhi, National Book Trust, 2001, p. 121. 4. Planning Commission, 7th Five-Year Plan, 1985-90, New Delhi, Government of India, 1985. 5. Planning Commission, the 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th Plans, New Delhi, Government of India. 6. Sumit Sarkar, Modern India, 1855-1947, New Delhi, Macmillan, 1983, pp. 360-361. 7. Bipin Chandra et al. India After Independence, 1947-2000, New Delhi, Penguin Books, 2000, p. 341. 113. 114-8. A. Vaidyanathan. The Indian Economy Since Independence, 1947-70, in Dharma Kumar, ed., The Cambridge Economic History of India, Vol. 2. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1983, p. 949. 9. Sumit Sarkar, Modern India, p. 360. 10. Publications Division, The Gazetteer of India, Vol. 3, New Delhi, Government of India, 1975, p. 2. 11. Ibad. pp. 2-3. 12. There was a popular view in favor of rapid industrialization among the important nationalists, economists and the business class of that time. 13. The board was set up by the interim government formed in 1946. 14. Dharma Kumar, ed. The Cambridge Economic History of India, Vol. 2, p. 950. 15. Kalikinkar Datta, An Advance History of India, 4th edition, New Delhi, Macmillan, 2006, pp. 955-56. 16. S. N. Jha and P. C. Mathur, eds. Decentralization and Local Politics, New Delhi, Sage Publications, 2002, pp. 28-30. 17. A. H. Hanson, The Process of Planning, A Study of India's Five-Year Plans, 1950-1964, London, Oxford University Press, 1966, pp. 152-55. 18. Bipin Chandra, The Colonial Legacy, p. 23. 19. Partha Chatterjee, Development Planning and the Indian Planning, in Partha Chatterjee, ed. State and Politics in India, New Delhi, Oxford University Press, 1997, p. 273. 20. Rakesh Mohan, Industrial Policy and Controls, in Bimal Jalan, ed. Indian Economy, Problems and Prospects, New Delhi, Penguin Books, 1994. 21. Bipin Chandra, The Colonial Legacy, pp. 23-31. 22. Dharma Kumar, The Cambridge Economic History of India, p. 949. 23. Partha Chatterjee, Development Planning and the Indian Planning, p. 275. 24. S. K. Ray, Indian Economy, New Delhi, Prentice Hall, 1987, p. 369. 25. A. H. Hanson, The Process of Planning, p. 175. 26. George Matthew, Power to the People, in M. K. Santhanam, ed. 50 Years of Indian Republic, New Delhi, Publications Division, Government of India, 200, p. 32. 27. L. C. Jan, et al. Grass Without Roots, New Delhi, Sage Publications, 1985. 28. A. H. Hanson, The Process of Planning, p. 180. 29. Publications Division, The Gazetteer of India, p. 5. 30. Ibad. p. 5. 31. Ibad. 32. Ibad. pp. 71033. Ibad. 34. Deputy Chairman, Planning Commission, May 1999. It is interesting to note here that the composition of the polity in the centre was dominated by the BJP, while the Deputy Chairman, Planning Commission was K.C. Pant, an old congressman, continuity in the basic ideas and objectives of planning being maintained. 35. Publications Division, India, New Delhi, Government of India, various years. 36. Duly discussed by the NPC as well as the Constituent Assembly. 37. National Planning Committee Report. Also Nehru in the Discovery of India. 38. The preamble was declared by the Supreme Court as an integral part of the Constitution, and any amendments amounting to a change in its meaning and spirit amounted to the violation of the basic feature of the Constitution. Keshavanand Bharti, 1973 and S. R. Bommai, 1994 cases. This further magnified the objectives and role of planning in India. 39. As the different articles of the directive principles got interpreted as being complementary parts of the fundamental rights, their enforcement became obligatory for the government in coming times, still broadening the objectives of planning in the country. 40. Distribution of legislative power, List 3, Entry 20. 41. Though formal planning commenced in the fiscal 1951-52, planning has already commenced with the Industrial Policy Resolution, 1948. More so, the Prime Minister of India who headed the NPC had already taken firm decision that India would be a planned economy by August 1937, Congress Working Committee, Wardha. Thus, the economy takes its first wink in the planned era. 42. Alan W. Evans, Economic and Planning, in Jean Forbes, ed. Studies in Social Science and Planning, Edinburgh, Scottish Academy Press, 972, p. 121. 43. I. Publications Division, The Gazetteer of India, p. 10. 2. S. R. Maheshwari, Indian Administration, New Delhi, Orient Longman, 2002, p. 121. 3. The Indian Economy Since Independence, p. 949. 44. The post of Deputy Chairman was later given a cabinet rank in the Union Council of Minister. 45. Publications Division, Gazetteer of India, p. 11. 46. Publications Division, India 2008, New Delhi, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, 2009, p. 676. 47. There was a provision of only 3 cabinet ministers as its ex officio members, namely the Finance, Human Resource Development and Defence, up to July 2004 when the United Progressive Alliance government increased it to include the other 3 cabinet ministers, viz. the Railways, Agriculture and Information Technology. It has been only once in the history of the PC that it had 6 cabinet ministers as its ex officio members, i.e., in the final years of the Rajiv Gandhi regime. The Economic Times, the 16th of July 2004, N. Delhi edition. 48. Publications Division, Gazetteer of India, p. 11. 49. Prima facie a body should have been either constitutional or statutory to wield the executive powers, but as a number of cabinet ministers as well as the PM himself were directly involved with the PC, it used to wield executive powers for all practical purposes. 50. Rajamannar was the chairman of the 4th Finance Commission. See Ministry of Finance Report of the 4th Finance Commission, New Delhi, Government of India, 1965, pp. 88-90. 51. By the 1950s it was a general criticism of the PC which looked highly logical. But through the entire period of planning the government never did think to convert the PC into a constitutional body. Practically enough, the Union Cabinet and the whole government is accountable to the Parliament for the functions of the PC as it has complete mandate and support of the governments of the time. 52. Appleby, Public Administration in India, Report of a Survey, Ford Foundation, 1953, p. 22. 53. As quoted in D. D. Basu, An Introduction to the Constitution of India, New Delhi, Wadhwa and Company, 1999, p. 330. 54. Publication Division, The Gazetteer of India, Vol. 3, Op. CIT. pp. 10-11. 55. It is not without that the government decides to call in Montek Singh Ahluwalia, an economist of international repute, to officiate as the deputy chairman of the PC. Every idea and opinion of Mr. Ahluwalia was understood by the coalition partners of the UPA government as a thing the government is necessarily going to implement in future. One can imagine the increased role of the office of the PC. There is always a hue and cry every time the deputy chairman articulates an idea or opinion. Though the PC is chaired by the PM, it seems that the deputy chairman has started availing enough autonomy to speak his mind. 56. Ibad. 57. As per the original mandate, the PC was supposed to formulate the state plans also. By 1960s, with the decision to follow the multi-level planning, MLP, in the country, the states started having their own state planning boards, SPBs. 58. In setting these targets, the concerned states were consulted approach of planning was followed. 59. Cabinet Secretariat, Resolution Number 62, CF, 50, 608.1952, Government of India, New Delhi. 60. Planning Commission, First 5-Year Plan, a Draft Outline, New Delhi, Government of India, 1957, p. 253. 61. Publications Divisions, The Gazetteer of India, p. 10. 62. The Advisory Planning Board, 1946, set up by the interim government had suggested for such a consultative body with the representatives from the provinces, the princely states and some other interests to advise the Planning Commission for the success of planning in India. 63. Other than the Cabinet resolution, it is also quoted as the Gazetteer of India, Publications Division, the Gazetteer of India, p. 15. 64. The italicized words are here highlighting the level of the government's consciousness about the concerned issues of decentralized planning, regional and individual inequalities to which the planning was to be specially attentive. 65. George Mathew, undoubtedly among the legendary commentator on the Panchayat Raj, democratic decentralization, calls Nehru as its most eminent champion at the national level. Similarly, the reputed historians Bipin Chandra and others call Nehru as the greatest champion of planned economic development. For Nehru, the process of planning in the country was to be democratic, about which seems very clear, as his writings support. 66. Sukhomoy Chakravarti, Development Planning, The Indian Experience, New York, Oxford University Press, 1989, pp. 9-11. 67. C. Rangarajan, Indian Economy, Essays on Money and Finance, New Delhi, UPSBD, 1998, p. 272. 68. It should be noted here that as per the official version of the Government of India, the planning has been a continuous process in the country and there is no term like plan holiday in its official documents. The term was given by the critics and popularized by the contemporary media. 69. Experts believe this plan to be somewhat based on the ideas of D.P. Dhar, the Minister for Planning at that time. 70. N. Vora Committee Report, Government of India, N. Delhi, 1993. 71. It should be noted here that there is nothing like the rolling plan in the official documents of planning in India. Basically, the origin of the concept of the rolling plan goes back to the period when India went for the annual plans, 1966-69, for the first time, and the critics noted it as a discontinuity in the planning process, calling it a period of the plan holiday. The basic trait of the rolling plan was its continuity. While the Congress commenced its sixth plan, 1980-85, the idea of the rolling plan was cancelled. As for the new government, the element of rolling continuity was already in the Indian planning. India was following the approach of the perspective planning. A separate division of perspective planning was already functioning in the Yojana Bhavan since the mid-1970s. The two elements which make a plan a perspective plan are, firstly, the continuity, and secondly, evaluation-based planning. For the Congress government, logically, the planning in India was not only rolling, but more than that, it was evaluation-based, too. 72. Some experts see this plan as a symbol of the planning being converted to a complete politics, with utter populism entering into the planning process of India. The circle of the politicization of planning gets completed with this plan. 73. Target group approach of planning is selecting the group of people where a particular problem is and attacking the problem directly. The TPP was the first such program in India. 74. Publications Division, India 1980-1983, New Delhi, Government of India. 75. Planning Commission, 7th Five-Year Plan, 1980-85, New Delhi, Government of India, 1980. 76. Similar financial strategy to promote growth and development had led the Soviet Union to economic collapse via the balance of payment crisis during Gorbachev's regime by 1991, as is pointed out by Jeffrey Sachs in The End of Poverty, London, Penguin Books, 2005, pp. 131-34. 77. C. Rangarajan, Indian Economy, p. 274. 78. Bimal Jalan in Bimal Jalan, ed. 1992, pp. 190-191, op. CIT. 79. This is the official version for the Delay, Publications Division, India 2007, New Delhi, Government of India, 2007, p. 680. 80. It should be noted here that the kind of economic reforms India started in 1991-92 were almost ditto suggested by the 8th Plan. The suggestions were based on India's own experience and the experiences of the world economies after the Second World War. The sixth and the seventh plans had suggested almost on the similar lines, which made the governments of the time go for the so-called liberalization moves in the mid-1980s. 81. C. Rangarajan, Indian Economy, p. 275 to 276. 82. Publications Division, India 2007, pp. 682 to 83. 83. Ministry of Finance, Economic Survey, 1998 to 200, New Delhi, Government of India, various years. Publications Division, India 2007, p. 683. 84. Planning Commission, 10th Five-Year Plan, 2002 to 07, New Delhi, Government of India. 85. World Development Report 2003, World Bank, N. York, USA, p. 31. 86. For development works, the MP, lower house, the Lok Sabha, may select one or more districts of his/her constituency. The MP, upper house, the Rajya Sabha, may select any one or more districts from his/her constituency, i.e., a state or an UT. And the nominated MPs may select any one or more districts from their constituency, i.e., the whole country. 87. As the government reports in Publications Division, India 2007, pp. 711-12. 88. We may especially quote the 21-point memorandum handed over by the All India Panchayat Adhyakshas meet, mid-2002, N. Delhi to the President and the central government of the time. 89. After the implementation of the 74th constitutional amendments, they have become the District Planning Committees, DPCs. 90. While people in some areas have socio-cultural similarities, as in the hill areas with no tribal population and the people living in the plains, i.e., villages, they lack economic similarities. Similarly, while people living in the tribal areas and the hill areas have economic similarities, they lack socio-cultural similarities. That is why all these three habitations had three sets of planning patterns. 91. G.V.K. Rao Committee, CAARD, 1985. L.M. Singhvi Committee, CCPPRI, 1986 and Sarkaria Commission, 1988 all discussed this interconnection. Suresh Mishra, Legislative Status of Panchayat Raj in India, New Delhi, Indian Institute of Public Administration, 1997. 92. Government's failure in including the local aspirations in the process of planned development has been considered by major experts as the foremost reason behind the success of the regional political parties, which has led to the governments of the compromises, i.e., coalition governments, at the centre and in the states via the hung parliaments and the hung assemblies, respectively. 93. Jose George, Panchayats and Participatory Planning in Kerala, The Indian Journal of Public Administration, Vol. XLII, number 1, January-March 1997. 94. As K.C. Weir writes about the classical federal constitutions in federal government, New Delhi, Oxford University Press, 1956, p. 97. 95. Articles 270, 273, 275 and 280 of the Constitution of India. 96. Ministry of Finance, Report of the 4th Finance Commission, p. 88. 97. In the 10th plan, Sompal was that common member in both the commissions, who resigned from the PC once the UPAI came to power. But this arrangement has been followed by the government in all new commissions since then, with B. K. Chaturvedi and Prof. Abhijit Sen, members, PC, being the additional members of the 13th and 14th Finance Commissions. 98. This should be considered a great fiscal freedom to the states, which even the constitution could not foresee, and also making them behave with more responsibility in fiscal matters. More than 20 states have passed their Fiscal Responsibility Acts, FRAs, by now and are borrowing from the market for their planned needs. 99. Ministry of Finance, Economic Survey 2011-12, New Delhi, Government of India, 2012, p. 30. 100. Ministry of Finance, Economic Survey 2012-13, New Delhi, Government of India, 2013, p. 173. 101. Economic Survey 2011-12, MOF, Goy, N. Delhi, p. 30. 102. Ministry of Finance, Economic Survey 2012-13, p. 269. 103. The process of restructuring basically limited to rationalization, better called rearrangement, of the existing schemes into umbrella schemes. But these umbrellas are large enough and include close to 200 schemes. For example, one core scheme, Green Revolution, implemented by the Department Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare, contains 17 schemes under its umbrella, which are Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, National Food Security Mission, Agriculture Marketing Information, Integrated Scheme on Agricultural Cooperation, Integrated Scheme on Agriculture Census and Statistics, National Agri-Tech Infrastructure, National Mission on Horticulture, National Mission on Oilseed and Oil Palm, National Project on Agroforestry, National Project on Organic Farming, National Project on Soil Health and Fertility, Organic Value Chain Development for Northeast Region, Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, Rain-Fed Area Development and Climate Change and Submissions on Agriculture Extension, Agriculture Mechanization, Plant Protection, and Plant Quarantine and Seed and Planting Material. Source: Bibek Debroy, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to the PM, Indian Express, Delhi, September 12, 2019. 104. Union Budget 2020-21, Ministry of Finance, Goy, N. Delhi. Before the last revision in the classification, last two, i.e., the BADP and SPMRM, were implemented as the optional schemes. 105. An Independent Evaluation Office, IEO, functions in the International Monetary Fund, IMF, since 2001, which conducts independent and objective evaluations of funds' policies and activities. Under its terms of reference, it is fully independent from the management of the IMF and operates at arm's length from the Board of Executive Directors with the following three missions: I. Enhancing the learning culture within the fund, E. Strengthening the fund's external credibility, and E. Supporting institutional governance and oversight. Source: Independent Evaluation Office, IMF, Washington, D.C., 2014. 106. To know more about the Output-Outcome Framework, see Glossary. 107. Such a stance in the process of planning we find in the document of the 10th Plan, 2002-07, for the first time when the government of the time, the NDA led, made the call, if states are developed, the nation is developed. We find a pronounced shift towards decentralized planning. The plan was nicknamed as the People's Plan. The new idea of monitorable targets also commenced in this plan, giving states more say and accountability in the process of plan development. These targets were continued within the forthcoming plans. Several other steps were also taken in this plan aimed at bringing the states in the mainstream of the developmental process, viz. by giving them increased role and accountability. 108. This was explained in detail by the 10th Five-Year Plan, 2002-07, citing the example of the midday meal scheme run by the Government of India. 109. As per the UNO, IMF, Report on Good Governance, 1996, good governance is the process of decision-making and their implementation which is consensus-oriented, participatory, based on rule of law, transparent, accountable, responsive, equitable and inclusive. 110. Draft 3-Year Action Agenda, 2017-18 to 2019-20, Niti Aayog, PMO, N. Delhi, the 23rd of April 2017. 111. Strategy for New India at 75, Niti Aayog, PMO, N. Delhi, the 19th of December 2018. 112. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, concludes in the last paragraph of the preface to the document Strategy for New India at 75. 113. The policy think tank functioned as a forum for fostering cooperative and competitive federalism, as per Arvind Subramanian, the former Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, of Council, The Challenges of the Modi-Jaitley Economy, Penguin Random House India, Gurgaon, India, 2018, p. 193. 114. The policy think tank functioned as a forum for fostering cooperative and competitive federalism, as per Arvind Subramanian, the former chief economic advisor to the Government of India, of Council, The Challenges of the Modi-Jaitley Economy, Penguin Random House India, Gurgaon, India, 2018, p. 192. Chapter 6. Economic Reforms. An important feature of India's reform program, when compared with reforms underway in many other countries, is that it has emphasized gradualism and evolutionary transition rather than rapid restructuring or shock therapy. This gradualism has often been the subject of unfavorable comment by the more impatient advocates of reform, both inside and outside the country. In this chapter, Diamond Suit Introduction, Diamond Suit Economic Reforms, Diamond Suit Economic Reforms in India, Diamond Suit Liberalization, Diamond Suit Privatization, Diamond Suit Globalization, Diamond Suit Generations of Economic Reforms, Diamond Suit The Reform Approach. Hollow right pointing triangle introduction. The economic reforms initiated in 1991 is now into the 30th year. In this period there was hardly a day that some news analysis, write-up or article did not appear in the newspapers regarding the reform process. Several highly acclaimed books have been authored on India's economic reforms by some of the best experts of economics from India and abroad. Still students, especially coming from non-economics background, are generally at a loss on the pros and cons of the reform process. Hollow right pointing triangle economic reforms. Popularly, economic reforms denote the process in which a government prescribes declining role for the state and expanding role for the private sector in an economy. So let's unravel the reform process based on the author's classroom interactions with students. It is safer to see economic reform as a policy shift in an economy from one to another or alternative development strategies. Economists attribute the differences in the performance of economies to the differences in the strategies they follow. The different strategies of development evolved through a long period of trial and error by different countries under the influence of different sets of ideologies. But the process has been like an educational trip. To understand the term economic reform, and more so to clarify the confusion concerning it in the Indian context, we must see the different alternative development strategies which evolved through time. A brief description is given below. 1. Planning model. Till the rise of the Soviet Union, the prevalent development strategy in the Euro-American countries was the capitalist system of economy, which promoted the principles of laissez-faire and dominant role for private capital in the economy. Once the Soviet Union went for the planning model, later the East European countries and finally China in 1949, most of the developing countries after their independence were influenced by socialism and the governments there took a central role in planned development. As these economies were dominated by foreign colonizers, they worried that opening the economy to foreign investment would lead to a new form of domination, the domination by large multinationals. That is why most of these countries went for protectionist economic policy with import substitution as one method, side by side. But by the 1970s, the world was having convincing proofs that the socialist as well as the planned economies were inclined to follow their kind of development strategies, either because they had very slow and lower growth rates or were stagnating. The experiences of these economies gave rise to a new ideology which became popular as the Washington Consensus. 2. Washington Consensus. By the early 1980s, a new development strategy emerged. Though it was not new, it was like the old idea getting vindicated after failure of a comparatively newer idea. After the world recognized the limits of a state-dominated economy, arguments in favor of the market, i.e., the private sector, was promoted emphatically. Many countries shifted their economic policy just to the other extreme, arguing for a minimal role of the government in the economy. Governments of the socialist or the planned economies were urged, suggested to privatize and liberalize, to sell off state-owned companies and eliminate government interventions in the economy. These governments were also suggested to take measures which could boost the aggregate demand in the economy, i.e., macroeconomic stability measures. The broad outlines of such a development strategy were regarded as being inspired by the Washington Consensus. This consensus is broadly termed as the popular meaning of the economic reform, followed by almost all the socialist, communist and planned developing economies during the 1980s in one form or the other. The term economic reform got currency around the world during this period. The term was usually seen as a corollary for promoting naked capitalism, openness in the economy, and an open attitude towards foreign investments, etc. The governments of the developing economies were criticized by the political parties in the opposition and the critiques for being soft to the dictates of the IMF and the WB, and becoming a party to promote neo-imperialism. But these policies, in many cases, proved little better than the previous policies in promoting economic growth over an extended period of time. But somehow a mood in favor of the market economy had gained ground. The United Kingdom under Mrs. Thatcher had gone for politically most vocal privatization moves without any political debates, the only such example of privatization moves among the democracies, till date. It should be noted here that after the Great Depression of 1929, a strong state intervention was suggested by J. M. Keynes, and such a policy did really help the Euro-American countries to mitigate the crisis. The favor for the state intervention in the economy was being reversed by the Washington Consensus. But soon, 1, 2, 3, 4, this consensus was also to be replaced by another development strategy. More detailed discussion on the Washington Consensus is given in Chapter 1. 3. Mixed economy. By the mid-1990s, it had become increasingly clear that neither of the extremes, the Washington Consensus or the state-led planned economy, were the ultimate strategies of development. The success achieved by the East Asian economies, even if we take into account their setback due to the financial crisis of 1997-98, stands out in marked contrast to the experiences of other economies of the time who were following the Washington Consensus. The East Asian economies have not only been able to propel higher growth rates, but they have been greatly successful in reducing poverty, promoting education and healthcare, etc. The East Asian economies had promoted a development strategy, which had its most distinctive feature as the balance they were able to strike between the role of the state, government and the market, the private sector in their economies. This was really a new kind of mixed economy, which was never permanently inclined towards either state intervention or the free market, but always a balanced mix of the state and the market according to the requirement of the socio-economic situation of the economy. The East Asian countries had pursued market-oriented policies that encouraged development of the private sector, augmenting and governing the market, not replacing it. Technically speaking, shifting of economic policy of a country from one to the other above given 3 alternative development strategies is economic reform. But in the history of world economy, it was inclination of the economies towards the market economy, which have been referred as economic reforms. In the Indian case, economic reform has always been used in this sense. Here, one should note that when India started the program of economic reforms in the early 1990s, the worldview was in favor of privatization, liberalization, denationalization, etc. as the main plank of economic reforms. But by the mid-1990s, not only the worldview has polarized in favor of a mixed economy, but one another change was about to sweep the world economies, i.e., the favor for globalization sponsored by the World Trade Organization, WTO. Now, the developing economies, mixed economies with planning as their development strategy, as well as the transition economies, Russia and the whole Eastern Europe, and China, who were already promoting the market-oriented reform process, were faced with a dilemma. To prosper and compete in the globalizing environment while they needed immediate liberation from their state-dominated mode of economies at one hand, they also needed to strike a balance between the state and the market on the other. Each one of them tried to strike the balance in their own way with mixed results. In India, the governments have not been able to convince the masses that the economy needs reforms and the attempted reforms will benefit all. In every election since the reforms of 1991, the voters have not supported a pro-reform government. Though the process of economic reform started in India with the slogan, "Reforms with Human Face," the slogan has utterly failed to garner the empathy of the masses. We may hope that in coming times the masses will start connecting with the reforms and will able to get the message clear, i.e., reforms are to benefit all. Hollow right pointing triangle economic reforms in India. 5. 6. 7. On July 23, 1991, India launched a process of economic reforms in response to a fiscal and balance of payment (BOP) crisis. The reforms were historic and were going to change the very face and the nature of the economy in the coming times. The reforms and the related programs are still going on with changing emphasis and dimensions, but they are criticized as being slow ever since the UPA government came to power in May 2004. Back in the mid-1980s, the governments had taken its first steps to economic reforms. While the reforms of the 1980s witnessed rather limited deregulation and partial liberalization of only a few aspects of the existing control regime, the reforms started in early 1990s in the fields of industries, trade, investment and later to include agriculture, were much wider and deeper. Though liberal policies were announced by the governments during the reforms of the 1980s itself, with the slogan of economic reforms, it was only launched with full conviction in the early 1990s. But the reforms of the 1980s, which were under the influence of the famous Washington Consensus ideology, had a crippling impact on the economy. The whole Seventh Plan, 1985-90, promoted further relaxation of market regulations with heavy external borrowings to increase exports, as the thrust of the policy reform. Though the thrust increased the growth rate led by higher industrial growth, riding on costly imports supported by foreign borrowings, which the industries would not be able to pay back and service, it also led to a substantial increase in foreign indebtedness that played a major role in the BOP crisis of 1991. The crisis was mediated by the First Gulf War, 1991, which had two-pronged negative impact on the Indian foreign exchange, forex, reserves. First, the war led the oil prices to go upward, forcing India to use its forex reserves in comparatively shorter period, and second, the private remittances from Indians working in the Gulf region fell down fast, due to their emergency evacuation. Both the crises were induced by a single cause, i.e., the Gulf War. But the balance of payments crisis also reflected deeper problems of rising foreign debt, a fiscal deficit of over 8% of the GDP and a hyperinflation, over 13%, situation. The minority government of the time had taken a highly bold and controversial step in the form of economic reforms criticized throughout the 1990s by one and all, right from the opposition in the parliament, to the communist parties, to the industrial houses, the business houses, media, experts and by the masses also. By now, as the benefits of the reforms have accrued to many, the criticism has somewhat calmed down, but still the reform process is considered as anti-poor and pro-rich by at least the masses, the people who decide the political mandate for the country to rule. At least one belief is followed by everybody, i.e., the benefits of reforms are not tickling to the masses, the Aam Adami, with the desirable pace. The need of the hour is to go for distributive growth, though the reform has led the economy to a higher growth path. Obligatory reform. Similar reform process started by some other economies since the 1980s were voluntary decisions of the concerned countries. But in the case of India, it was an involuntary decision taken by the government of the time in the wake of the BOP crisis. Under the Extended Fund Facility (EFF) program of the IMF, countries get external currency support from the fund to mitigate their BOP crisis, but such supports have some obligatory conditionalities put on the economy to be fulfilled. There are no set rules of such conditions already available with the IMF, though they are devised and prescribed to the BOP crisis-ridden economy at the time of need. A. 8, 9, 10. 11 point needs to be referred here is that the conditionalities put upon India were of the nature which required all the economic measures to be formulated by them. It means that the reforms India carried or is carrying out at present were neither formulated by India nor mandated by the public. Yes, there was a large section of experts inside and outside the government who believed in similar economic measures to bring the economy on the right path. Some of them were arguing the same since the 1970s, while many other experts believed in them since the mid-1980s. But why after all was the Rao Manmohan government credited to start the reform process in India? It is because they thought it suitable to follow and make it politically possible in India. Imagine, a government proposing to sell the state-owned companies to the private sector or closing them down in a country which has been convinced that these companies will be the temples of modern India. The masses were convinced that the government has bowed down to the diktats of the IMF, the imperialist forces, the multinationals, etc. Even today such feelings are there in several quarters of the economy. The politics of economic reforms damaged India more than the reform has benefited the country. It would not be an exaggeration if we conclude that economic reforms had no political consensus. Political parties in India are divided on the issue of reforms. The parties together with the masses lack the level of political maturity required for the success of the reform program. It is right, democratic maturity comes to a multi-party political system, but it takes time. It takes even more time where masses are unaware and ignorant. The emotional issues of religion, caste, etc. play their own roles in such situations. The IMF conditions put forth for India were as under: I. Devaluation of the rupee by 22%, which was effected in two phases, and the Indian rupee fell down from 21 rupees to 27 rupees per US dollar. E. Drastic reduction in the peak import tariff from the prevailing level of 130% to 30%. India completed it by 2001 itself, and now it is voluntarily cut to the level of 15%. E. Excise duties, i.e., somewhat now, to be hiked by 20% to neutralize the revenue shortfalls due to the custom cut. A major tax reform program was launched to streamline, simplify and modernize the Indian tax structure, which is still going on. IV. All government expenditure to be cut down by 10% annually, i.e., cutting the cost of running the government and denotes interests, pays, pension, PF and subsidies. A pressure on the government to consolidate the fiscal deficit and go for fiscal prudence. Though India was able to pay back its IMF dues in time, the structural reform of the economy was launched to fulfill the above given conditions of the IMF. The ultimate goal of the IMF was to help India bring about equilibrium in its BOP situation in the short term and go for macroeconomic and structural adjustments so that in future the economy faces no such crisis. There was enough scope for the critics to criticize India's economic reforms as prescribed and dictated by the IMF. The process of economic reforms in India had to face severe criticism from almost every quarter of the economy concerned, although the reforms were aimed to boost growth and deliver competitiveness to the economy. Reform measures. The economic reform program that India launched consisted of two categories of measures. 1. Macroeconomic stabilization measures. It includes all those economic policies which intend to 13. Boost the aggregate demand in the economy, be it domestic or external. For the enhanced domestic demand, the focus has to be on increasing the purchasing power of the masses, which entails an emphasis on the creation of gainful and quality employment opportunities. 2. Structural reform measures. It includes all the policy reforms which have been initiated by the government to boost the aggregate supply of goods and services in the economy. It naturally entails unshackling the economy so that it may search for its own potential of enhanced productivity. For the purchasing capacity of the people to be increased, the economy needs increased income, which comes from increased levels of activities. Income so increased is later distributed among the people whose purchasing power has to be increased. This will take place by properly initiating a suitable set of macroeconomic policies. For the income to get distributed among the target population, it takes time, but the efforts a government initiates to increase the supply, i.e., increasing production, becomes visible soon. As production is done by the producers, i.e., the capitalists, prima facie the structural reform measures look pro-rich and pro-industrialist or pro-capitalist, known with different names. Ignorant people easily get swayed by the logic that everything which is pro-rich has to be necessarily anti-poor. But it was not the case with the process of economic reforms. Unless the economy is able to achieve higher growth, i.e., income, wherefrom the purchasing power of the masses will be enhanced, and increased income takes time to reach everybody. If the economy lacks political stability, this process takes even more time due to short-term goals set by the unstable and frequently changing governments. The exact case is with India. The LPG. The process of reforms in India has to be completed via three other processes, namely, liberalization, privatization and globalization, known popularly by their short form, the LPG. These three processes specify the characteristics of the reform process India initiated. Precisely seen, liberalization shows the direction of reform, privatization shows the path of reform and globalization shows the ultimate goal of the reform. However, it would be useful to see the real meanings of these terms in the exact sense in which they are being used worldwide and particularly in India. Hollow right pointing triangle liberalization. The term liberalization has its origin in the political ideology, liberalism, which took its form by early 19th century. It developed basically in the previous 3 centuries. The term is sometimes portrayed as a meta-ideology capable of embracing a broad range of rival values and beliefs. The ideology was the product of the breakdown of feudalism and the growth of a market or capitalist society in its place, which became popular in economics via the writings of Adam Smith, its founding father in the USA, and got identified as a principle of laissez-faire. The term liberalization has the same connotation in economics as its root word liberalism. Pro-market or pro-capitalistic inclination in the economic policies of an economy as the process of liberalization. We see it taking place in the whole Euro-America in the 1970s and particularly in the 1980s. The most suitable example of this process could be China of the mid-1980s when it announced its open door policy. Though China lacks, even today, some trademark traits of 14, 15, 16 liberalism, as for example, individualism, liberty, democratic system, etc. Still, China was called a liberalizing economy. We may take an example from the history of the world economy, putting the USA of the early 20th century and the communist China on the two poles of the scale, thus representing the best historical example of the liberal economy and China being the best example of the illiberal economy. With the USA on the South Pole and China on the North, any policy movement towards the South is liberalization. The movement from the South to the North will be known as illiberalization. It means that the process of decreasing traits of a state economy and increasing traits of a market economy is liberalization. Similarly, the opposite will be the process of illiberalization. Technically speaking, both the processes will be known as the processes of economic reforms, since reform, as a term, does not say anything about the direction. All the economic reforms in the world have been from the north to the south. Similar is the case with the process of liberalization. It means, in the Indian case, the term liberalization is used to show the direction of the economic reforms, with decreasing influence of the state or the planned or the command economy and increasing influence of free market or the capitalistic economy. It is a move towards capitalism. India is attempting to strike its own balance of the state-market mix. It means, even if the economic reforms have the direction towards market economy, it can never be branded a blind run to capitalism. Since the economy was more like the state economy in the former years, it has to go for a greater degree of mix of the market. But in the long run, liberalism curtails the powers of the parliament. Hollow right-pointing triangle privatization. The decades of the 1980s and 1990s witnessed a rolling back of the state by the governments, especially in the USA and UK, under the inspiration of the new right priorities and beliefs. The policies through which the rollback of the state was done included deregulation, privatization and introduction of market reforms in public services. Privatization at that time was used as a process under which the state assets were transferred to the private sector. The root of the term privatization goes to this period, which got more and more currency around the world once the East European nations and later the developing democratic nations went for it. But during the period, several connotations and meanings of the term privatization have developed. We may see them as follows: I. Privatization in its purest sense and lexically means the nationalization, i.e., transfer of the state ownership of the assets to the private sector to the tune of 100%. Such bold moves took place only once anywhere in the world without any political fallouts, in the early 1980s of the UK under the Thatcher regime. This route of privatization has been avoided by almost all democratic systems. In the mid-1990s, some West European nations, Italy, Spain and France, besides the USA, went for such moves. India never ventured into any such privatization move. The sense in which privatization has been used is the process of disinvestment all over the world. This process includes selling of the shares of the state-owned enterprises to the private sector. Disinvestment is the nationalization of less than 100% ownership. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 transfer from the state to the private sector. If an asset has been sold out by the government to the tune of only 49%, the ownership remains with the state, though it is considered privatization. If the sale of shares of the state-owned assets has been to the tune of 51%, the ownership is really transferred to the private sector. Even then it is termed as privatization. The third and the last sense in which the term privatization has been used around the world is very wide. Basically, all the economic policies which directly or indirectly seem to promote the expansion of the private sector or the market economy have been termed by experts and the governments as the process of privatization. We may cite few examples from India: the licensing and the reservation of the industries, even cuts in the subsidies, permission to foreign investment, etc. Here we may connect liberalization to privatization in India. Liberalization shows the direction of economic reforms in India, i.e., inclination towards the dominance of market. But how will it be achieved? Basically, privatization will be the path to reform. It means, everything which includes promotion of the market will be the path of the reform process in India. Hollow right pointing triangle globalization. The process of globalization has always been used in economic terms, though it has always taken the political and cultural dimensions. Once economic changes occur, it has several socio-political manifestations. Globalization is generally termed as an increase in economic integration among nations. Even before several nation-states were not even born, the countries around the world had gone for globalization, i.e., a closer integration of their economies. This globalization lasted from 1800 to almost 1930, interrupted by the Great Depression and the two wars which led to retrenchment, and several trade barriers were erected since early 1930s. The concept was popularized by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, in the mid-1980s, again after the wars. In its earlier deliberalization, the organization had defined globalization in a very narrow and business-like sense: any cross-border investment by an OECD company outside its country of origin for its benefit is globalization. After the summit of the OECD, proposals for replacing the GATT by the WTO were pushed by the developed economies of the world, better known as the starting of the Uruguay round of GATT deliberations, which ends in Marrakesh, 1994, with the birth of WTO. In the meantime, the OECD had defined globalization officially, 1995, to a shift from a world of distinct national economies to a global economy in which production is internationalized and financial capital flows freely and instantly between countries. The official meaning of globalization for the WTO is movement of the economies of the world towards unrestricted cross-border movements of goods and services, capital and the labor force. It simply means that the economies who are signatories to the process of globalization, i.e., signatories to the WTO, for them there will be nothing like foreign or indigenous goods and services, capital and labor. The world becoming a flat and level playing field emerging in the due process of time. For many political scientists, which is today a very dominant force in the world, globalization is the emergence of a situation when our lives are increasingly shaped by the events that occur at a great distance from us, about which the decisions are not taken by our conscious. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 self. One section of experts believe that globalization subordinates the state, while the other section argues that the local, national and global events constantly interact under it without any subordination of one by the other. Rather, globalization highlights the deepening as well as broadening of the political process in this sense. India became one of the founding members of the WTO and was obliged to promote the process of globalization, though its economic reforms started with no such obligations. It is a different thing that India started the process of globalization right after the reforms 1991. Now we may connect the three simultaneous processes, the LPG with which India launched its reform program. The process of liberalization shows movement of the economy towards the market economy. Privatization is the path, route through which it will travel to realize the ultimate goal, i.e., globalization. It should be noted here that the Indian idea of globalization is deeply and frequently inclined towards the concept of welfare state, which keeps coming in the day-to-day public policy as an emphatic reference. The world, including the IMF, the WB and the developed nations, have now increasingly shown their recognition to the fact that the official goal of globalization of the world economies would not take place without giving the poor of the world a better standard of living. Even if globalization is complete without including almost one-fifth of the world population, i.e., the poor, will it be called development of the world? Hollow right-pointing triangle generations of economic reforms. Though there were no such announcements or proposals while India launched its reforms in 1991, in the coming times, many generations of reforms were announced by the governments. A total of 3 generations of reforms have been announced till date, while experts have gone to suggest the 4th generation, too. We may substantiate the components of the various generations of reforms to properly understand the very characteristics and nature of the reform process in India. First generation reforms, 1991 to 2000. It was in the year 2001 that the government, for the first time, announced the need for the second generation of economic reforms, and it was launched in the same year. The ones which had been initiated by then, i.e., from 1991 to 2000, were called by the government as the reforms of the first generation. The broad coordinates of the first generation of reforms may be seen as under. I. Promotion to private sector. This included various important and liberalizing policy decisions, i.e., the reservation and the licensing of the industries, abolition of the MRTP limit, abolition of the compulsion of the phased production and conversion of loans into shares, simplifying environmental laws for the establishment of industries, etc. E. Public sector reforms. The steps taken to make the public sector undertakings profitable and efficient, their disinvestment, token, their corporatization, etc. were the major parts of it. E. External sector reforms. They consisted of policies like abolishing quantitative restrictions on 29, 30, 31, 32 import, switching to the floating exchange rate, full current account convertibility, reforms in the capital account, permission to foreign investment, direct as well as indirect, promulgation of a liberal Foreign Exchange Management Act, the FEMA replacing the FERA, etc. IV. Financial sector reforms. Several reform initiatives were taken up in areas such as banking, capital market, insurance, mutual funds, etc. V. Tax reforms. This consisted of all the policy initiatives directed towards simplifying, broad-basing, modernizing, checking evasion, etc. A major redirection was ensued by this generation of reforms in the economy. The command type of the economy moved strongly towards a market-driven economy, private sector, domestic as well as foreign, to have greater participation in the future. Second generation reforms, 2001 onwards. The government launched the second generation of reforms in 2001. Basically, the reforms India launched in the early 1990s were not taking place as desired, and a need for another set of reforms was felt by the government, which were initiated with the title of the second generation of economic reforms. These reforms were not only deeper and delicate, but required a higher political willpower from the governments. The major components of the reform are as given below. I. Factor market reforms. Considered as the backbone for the success of the reform process in India, it consists of dismantling of the administered price mechanism, APM. There were many products in the economy whose prices were fixed, regulated by the government, viz. petroleum, sugar, fertilizer, drugs, etc. Though a major section of the products under the APM were produced by the private sector, they were not sold on market principles, which hindered the profitability of the manufacturers as well as the sellers, and ultimately the expansion of the concerned industries, leading to a demand-supply gap. Under market reforms, these products were to be brought into the market fold. In the petroleum segment, now only kerosene oil and LPG remained under the APM, while petrol, diesel, by March 2014, lubricants have been phased out. Similarly, the income tax-paying families don't get sugar from the TPS on subsidies. Only urea, among the fertilizer, remain under APM, while many drugs have also been phased out of the mechanism. Opening the petroleum sector for private investment, cutting down the burden of levy on sugar, levy obligation was abolished by mid-2013, etc. are now giving dividends to the economy. But we cannot say that the factor market reforms, FMRs, are complete in India. It is still going on. Cutting down subsidies on essential goods is a socio-political question in India. Till market-based purchasing power is not delivered to all the consumers, it would not be possible to complete the FMRs. E. Public sector reforms. The second generation of reforms in the public sector especially emphasizes on areas like greater functional autonomy, freer leverage to the capital market, international tie-ups and greenfield ventures, disinvestment, strategic, etc. E. Reforms in government and public institutions. This involves all those moves which really go to 33. 34. Convert the role of the government from the controller to the facilitator, or the administrative reform, as it may be called. IV. Legal sector reforms. Though reforms in the legal sector were started in the first generation itself, now it was to be deepened and newer areas were to be included, such as abolishing outdated and contradictory laws, reforms in the Indian Penal Code, IPC, and Code of Criminal Procedure, CRPC, labor laws, company laws, and enacting suitable legal provisions for new areas like cyber law, etc. V. Reforms in critical areas. The second generation reforms also commit to suitable reforms in the infrastructure sector, i.e., power, roads, especially as the telecom sector has been encouraging, agriculture, agricultural extension, education and healthcare, etc. These areas have been called by the government as critical areas. These reforms have two segments. The first segment is similar to the FRMs, while the second segment provides a broader dimension to the reforms, viz. corporate farming, research and development in the agriculture sector, which was till now basically taken care of by the government and needs active participation of the private sector, irrigation, inclusive education and healthcare. Other than the above given focus of this generation of reforms, some other important areas were also emphasized. A state's role in the reform. For the first time, an important role to the state was designed in the process of economic reforms. All new steps of the reforms were now to be started by the state, with the center playing a supportive role. B. Fiscal consolidation. The area of fiscal consolidation, though it was a major coordinate of reform in India since 1991 itself, gets a constitutional commitment and responsibility. The FRBM Act is passed by the Centre and the Fiscal Responsibility Act, FRAs, is followed by the states as an era of new commitments to the fiscal prudence starts in the country. C. Greater tax devolution to the states. Though there was such a political tendency by the mid-1990s itself, after the second generation reforms started, we see a visible change in the central policies favoring greater fiscal leverage to the states. Even the process of tax reforms takes the same dimension. Similarly, the finance commissions as well as the planning commission start taking greater fiscal care of the states. And for the first time the states had a net revenue surplus collections in the fiscal 2007-08. D. Focusing on the social sector. The social sector, especially healthcare and education, gets increased attention by the government with manifold increases in the budgetary allocation, as well as show of a greater compliance to the performance of the development programs. We see mixed results of the second generation reforms, though the reforms still continue. Third generation reforms. Announcement of the third generation of reforms were made on the margins of the launching of the 10th Plan, 2002-07. This generation of reforms commits to the cause of a fully functional Panchayati Raj institution, so that the benefits of economic reforms, in general, can reach 35, 36, 37 to the grassroots. Though the constitutional arrangements for a decentralized developmental process was already affected in the early 1990s, it was in the early 2000s that the government gets convinced of the need of inclusive growth and development. Till the masses are not involved in the process of development, the development will lack the inclusion factor, it was concluded by the government of the time. The 11th Plan goes on to ratify the same sentiments, though the political combination at the center has changed, and views regarding the need for the third generation of reforms in India. Fourth generation reforms. This is not an official generation of reform in India. Basically, in early 2002, some experts coined this generation of reforms which entail a fully information technology enabled India. They hypothesized a two-way connection between the economic reforms and the information technology, with each one reinforcing the other. Hollow right-pointing triangle. The reform approach. The process of economic reforms commenced in the world by mid-1980s in Western Europe and Northern America. Once the idea of the Washington Consensus gained ground, we find similar reforms being followed by different countries cutting across continents. Over the time, experts together with the IMF, WB, started classifying such countries into two categories, viz. One which went for the gradualist approach, and the other which went for the stop-and-go approach. India's reform process, which commenced in 1991, has been termed by experts as gradualist, also called incremental, in nature with traits of occasional reversals, and without any big ideological U-turns. Coalitions of various political parties at the center and different political parties ruling the states lacked a general sense of consensus on reforms. It reflects the compulsions of India's highly pluralist and participative democratic policy-making process. Though such an approach helped the country to avoid socio-political upheavals, instability, it did not allow the desired economic outcome could have accrued from the reforms. The first generation of economic reforms could not bring the expected results due to lack of some other set of reforms for which India goes after almost over a decade, the second generation of economic reforms. Similarly, the economic benefits, whatever accrued, remained non-inclusive, in absence of an active public policy aimed at inclusion, commencing via the third generation of economic reforms. This created a kind of disillusionment about the prospects of reforms and failed the governments to muster enough public support in favor of reforms. Unlike India, several other countries, such as Brazil, Argentina, South Africa, etc., went for the stop-and-go kind of reforms. In such reforms, the governments first decide the sectors where reforms are needed. Then they pinpoint the prerequisites, which will create a conducive atmosphere for reforms to take place, and finally both set of the reforms are activated simultaneously. In their cases, economic results from reforms were on the expected lines. Though these nations took high risks on the socio-political front, in their case, in medium term itself, the governments were able to mobilize enough public support in favor of reforms, which encouraged the governments to go for further reforms. Such reforms do not look possible in the 39 case of India. This is why last few volumes of the Economic Survey, 2015-16, 2016-17 and 2017-18, advised in favor of an incremental approach to reforms. Presently, we see the Government of India pushing for transformational reforms, as the Union Budget 2017-18 described it. Some of such reforms have been inflation targeting and setting up the Monetary Policy Committee by amending the RBI Act, 1934. Restarting of the strategic disinvestment of the PSUs. Demonetization of the high denomination currency notes, aimed at checking corruption, black money, tax evasion, fake currency and terrorism. Enactment of the new Benami law, aimed at checking black money. Bankruptcy law, aimed at promoting the ease of doing business. And enactment of the Aadhaar Act, aimed at rationalizing and weeding out corruption in the present subsidy regime. etc. The transformational reforms are special in the sense that they are aimed at inducing behavioral changes in the actions of the targeted group, by far claimed to be quite successful in doing so. Though, overall scheme of reforms in India still remains incremental, i.e., gradual, rather the transformational reforms are the examples of non-gradual, stop-and-go brand of reforms. Meanwhile, the government had been advised to go for large-scale incremental reforms in the country. The latest Economic Survey 2019-20 has advised the government to must use its strong mandate to deliver expeditiously on reforms to make economy rebound in 2020-21. The government should go for non-gradual reforms. The survey has not advised directly, but it has favored speedier and more efficient reforms. Speed is necessary to make reforms deliver their desired objectives, i.e., efficient reforms, and with speed always has the element of shock. This way, there seems a strong desire in the government to go for non-gradual kind of reforms. Several of such actions have already been taken by the government in 2019-20, such as speeding up the insolvency resolution process, credit easing for NBFCs and announcing the National Infrastructure Pipeline 2019 to 2025. Montek S. Ahluwalia addressing at the inaugural session of the seminar on India's Economic Reforms, Merton College, Oxford University, London, June 1993. 1. There were many developing non-socialist countries which also accepted the economic planning as their development strategy. France should not be counted among them as it was a developed economy by then. These countries were following the mixed economy model, but their form was closer to the command economies, i.e., the state economy or the socialist economy. 2. As the strategy was advocated by the IMF, the WB and the US Treasury, i.e., US Ministry of Finance, all located in Washington, it properly came to be known as Washington Consensus. 3. Without changing the broad contours of economic policy, the government in India had also come, under the influence of this consensus, followed a great many liberal policies during Rajiv Gandhi's regime in the 1980s. 4. Collins Dictionary of Economics, Glasgow, 2006, pp. 417-18. 5. World Bank, The East Asian Miracle, Economic Growth and Public Policy. Washington, D.C., Oxford University Press, 1993. 6. Ibid. 7. As is concluded by Stiglitz and Walsh, p. 800, op. CIT. 8. Jeffrey D. Sachs, Ashutosh Varshney and Nirupan Bajpai, India in the Era of Economic Reforms, New Delhi, Oxford. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44 University Press, 199, p. 1. 9. J. Barclay Rosser Jr. and Marina V. Rosser, Comparative Economics in a Transforming World Economy, 2nd edition, New Delhi, Prentice Hall of India, 2005, p. 469. 10. Vijay Joshi and I. M. D. Little, India's Economic Reforms, 1991 to 2001, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1996, p. 17. 11. The feeling is even shared by the government of the present time. One may refer to the similar open acceptance by India's Minister of Commerce at the Davos Summit of the World Economic Forum, 2007. In an interview to the CNN-IBN program, the Cabinet Minister for Panchayat Raj and the North-East, Mani Shankar Iyer, on the 20th of May 2007 opined that benefits of higher growth are going to the selected classes and not to the masses. 12. The 7th and the 8th plans have many such suggestions to give to the governments of the time, especially the latter plan called for the same nature of the reform process very clearly. 13. Ministry of Finance, Economic Survey 1991-92, Part 2 Sectoral Developments and New Industrial Policy, 1991, Goy, New Delhi. 14. Andrew Haywood, Politics, New York, Palgrave, 2002, p. 43. 15. Robert Nisbet, Prejudices, A Philosophical Dictionary, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1982, p. 211. 16. Economics, Making Sense of the Modern Economy, The Economist, London, 1999, pp. 225-26. 17. J. K. Galbraith, A History of Economics, London, Penguin Books, p. 123, 1780. 18. Andrew Haywood, Politics, p. 100. 19. Stiglitz and Walsh, Economics, pp. 802-3. 20. Collins, Oxford, Penguin, Dictionary of Economics, relevant pages. 21. Samuelson and Nordhaus, Economics, p. 199. 22. New Industrial Policy, 1991 and several documents of Goy since then. 23. Talcott Parsons, The Structure of Social Action, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1937. 24. Samuelson and Nordhaus, Economics, p. 32. 25. Stiglitz and Walsh, Economics, p. 804. 26. Thomas L. Friedman, The World is Flat, London, Penguin Books, 2006, 9. Stiglitz and Walsh, Economics, p. 804. 27. As quoted in Andrew Haywood, Politics, p. 139. 28. As Friedman shows in his bestseller, The World is Flat, p. 9. 29. As put by the Oxford's Dictionary of Politics, N. Delhi, 24 pp. 222-25. Andrew Haywood, Politics, p. 138. 30. It should be noted here that the whole Euro-America has already started promoting globalization by the mid-1980s as the WTO deliberations at Uruguay started. The formation of the WTO only gave globalization an official mandate in 1995, once it started its functions. It means, for India, globalization was a reality by 1991 itself. One has to move as the dominant forces move. 31. It should be noted here that many economists regard the economic reforms of the mid-1980s as the first-generation reforms. However, the governments of the time have not said anything like that. It was only in the year 2001 that India officially talks about the generations of reform for the first time. 32. Based on the new industrial policy, 1991 and several economic surveys as well as many announcements by the governments. 33. Based on the Ministry of Finance, Economic Survey 2001, New Delhi, Government of India, 2001. And Union Budget, 2001-02 especially besides other official announcements by the GOI in the coming years. 34. Basically, disinvestment started in India in its token form, which is selling of government's minority shares in PSUs. While in the second generation, the government went for strategic kind of disinvestment, which basically involved the transfer of ownership of the PSUs from the state to the private sector, MFI2, BALCO, etc. being the first of such disinvestments. Once the UPA government came to power in May 2004, the latter form of disinvestment was put on hold. We will discuss it in detail in the chapter on Indian industry. 35. Ministry of Finance, Economic Survey 2001. 36. We see it, especially, when the coalition government, i.e., the UF government, goes to amend the constitution so that the alternative method of devolution, AMD, of the tax suggested by the 10th Finance Commission becomes a law before the recommendations of the 11th Finance Commission. It should be noted that the AMD has increased the gross tax devolution to the states by a hefty 5%. 37. The Controller and Auditor General, Provisional Report, May 2007. 38. Isher J. Ahluwalia, Industry in Kaushik Basu and Anami Martins edited the new Oxford Companion to Economics in India, Oxford University Press, N. Delhi, India, 2012, Vol. 2, pp. 371 to 375. 39. Montek S. Ahluwalia, Planning in Kaushik Basu and Anami Martins edited the new Oxford Companion to Economics in India, Oxford University Press, N. Delhi, India, 2012, Vol. 2, pp. 530 to 536. 40. Interim Budget 2019-20, Ministry of Finance, GOI, N. Delhi. 41. World Development Report 2015, World Bank, N. York, USA. 42. Economic Survey 2017-18, Vol. 1, Ministry of Finance, GOI, N. Delhi, p. 140. 43. Economic Survey 2019-20, Vol. 2, pp. 1 to 4, Ministry of Finance, GOI, N. Delhi. 44. Economic Survey 2019-20, Vol. 2, pp. 29 to 30, Ministry of Finance, GOI, N. Delhi. Expeditious reforms mean reforms done with speed and efficiency. Chapter 7. Inflation and Business Cycle. Fluctuations in the level of economic activity, alternating between periods of depression and boom, led by one prominent factor, i.e., the expectations of the future demand, intertwined with the inflation, has always been a fascinating topic for economists. In this chapter, Section A. Diamond Suit Introduction, Diamond Suit Definition, Diamond Suit, why does inflation occur? Diamond Suit, types of inflation, Diamond Suit, other variants of inflation, Diamond Suit, other important terms, Diamond Suit inflation targeting, Diamond Suit base effect, Diamond Suit effects of inflation, Diamond Suit inflation in India, Diamond Suit wholesale price index, Diamond Suit consumer price index, Diamond Suit producer price index, Diamond Suit housing price index, Diamond Suit service price index. Section B. Diamond Suit Introduction, Diamond Suit Depression, Diamond Suit Recovery, Diamond Suit Boom, Diamond Suit Recession, Diamond Suit Growth, Recession, Diamond Suit Double Deep Recession, Diamond Suit Conclusion. Section A. Hollow right pointing triangle introduction. For a layman, inflation is just price rise. It becomes a matter of everyday discussion if the prices of daily or weekly items start rising. Whatever impact it might be having on other areas of economy, inflation might take an ugly turn and lead to a political crisis, at least in the developing economies. India has seen governments thrown out of power in elections due to price rise in daily use items. This is not the case in the developed economies, but inflation takes its political toll there, too. In the developed economies, more aware and informed voters get carried away by the greater impact of higher or lower inflations in the elections. In this chapter, we will try to examine the concept of inflation from all possible dimensions to have an overall understanding. Hollow right pointing triangle definition. A rise in the general level of prices. A sustained rise in the general level of prices. Persistent increases in the general level of prices. An increase in the general level of prices in an economy that is sustained over time. Rising prices across the board is inflation. These are some of the most common academic definitions of inflation. If the price of one good has gone up, it is not inflation. It is inflation only if the prices of most goods have gone up. Two terms are used to show a fall in general level of prices, disinflation and deflation. But these terms have very specific meanings in terms of price fall. While disinflation is considered good for the economy, as it brings comfort to the consumers, deflation is not considered good, as it invites the risks of slowdown and even recession in the economy. In practice, the same term inflation is used by the experts to show price rise, i.e., inflation has gone up, as well as price fall, i.e., inflation has come down. The rate of inflation is measured on the basis of price indices which are of two kinds, Wholesale Price Index, WPI, and Consumer Price Index, CPI. A price index is a measure of the average level of prices, which means that it does not show the exact price rise or fall of a single good. The rate of inflation is the rate of change of general price level, which is measured as follows: rate of inflation, year X, equals price level, year X, price level, year X1, price level, year X1, times 100. This rate shows up in percentage form, percent, though inflation is also shown in numbers, i.e., digits. A price index is a weighted average of the prices of a number of goods and services. In the index, the total weight is taken as 100 at a particular year of the past, the base year. This, when compared to the current year, shows a rise or fall in the prices of current year. There is a rise or fall in the 100 in comparison to the base year, and this inflation is measured in digits. Inflation is measured point to point. It means that the reference dates for the annual inflation is January 1st to January 1st of two consecutive years, not for January 1st to December 31st of the concerned year. Similarly, the weekly rate of inflation is the change in 1 week, reference being the two consecutive last days of the week, i.e., 5 p.m. of 2 Fridays in India. Hollow right pointing triangle. Why does inflation occur? Economists have been giving different explanations throughout the 19th and 20th centuries for the occurrence of inflation. The debate still goes on. But the debate has certainly given us a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clearer picture of inflation. We shall see the reasons responsible for inflation in two parts. 1. Pre-1970s till the rise of the monetarist school, economists used to agree upon two reasons behind inflation. I. Demand pull inflation. A mismatch between demand and supply pulls up prices. Either the demand increases over the same level of supply, or the supply decreases with the same level of demand, and thus the situation of demand pull inflation arise. This was a Keynesian idea. The Keynesian school suggests cuts in spending as the way of tackling excess demand, mainly by increasing taxes and reducing government expenditure. In practice, the governments keep tracking the demand-supply matrix to check such inflation. Depending upon the situation, the goods in short supply are imported, interest on loans increased, and wages revised. Cost push inflation. An increase in factor input costs, i.e., wages and raw materials, pushes up prices. The price rise, which is the result of increase in the production cost, is cost push inflation. The Keynesian school suggested controls on prices and incomes as direct ways of checking such an inflation, and moral suasions and measures to reduce the monopoly power of trade unions as indirect measures. Basically, cost push inflations chiefly used to happen due to higher wage demanded by the trade unions during the era. Today, the governments of the world use many tools to check such inflations, reducing excise and custom duties on raw materials, wage revisions, etc. 2. Post-1970s. After the rise of monetaristic school of economics in the early 1970s, monetarism developed in opposition to post-1945 Keynesian idea of demand management. The school provided monetarist explanation for inflation, the so-called demand pull, or the cost push, which is excessive creation of money in the economy. I. Demand pull inflation. For the monetarists, a demand pull inflation is creation of extra purchasing power to the consumer over the same level of production, which happens due to wage revisions at the micro level and deficit financing at the macro level. This is the typical case of creating extra money, either by printing or public borrowing, without equivalent creation in production, supply, i.e., too much money chasing too little output, the ultimate source of demand pull inflation. Cost push inflation. Similarly, for the monetarists, cost push is not a truly independent theory of inflation. It has to be financed by some extra money, which is created by the government via wage revision, public borrowing, printing of currency, etc. A price rise does not get automatically reciprocated by consumers purchasing. Basically, people must have got some extra purchasing power created. That's why they start purchasing at higher prices also. If this has not been the reason, people would have cut down their consumption, i.e., overall demand, to the level of their purchasing capacity, and the aggregate demand of goods would have gone down. But this does not happen. It means every cost push inflation is a result of excessive creation of money, increasing money flow or money supply. For the monetarists, a particular level of money supply for a particular level of production is healthy for an economy. Extra creation of money over the same level of production causes inflation. They suggested proper monetary policy, money supply, interest rates, printing of currencies, public borrowing etc. to check situations of inflationary pressure on the economy. Monetarists rejected the Keynesian theory of inflation. 3. Measures to check inflation. Inflation being a socio-economically sensitive issue, governments across the world try several short and long-term policy steps to check it from getting uncomfortable. A brief idea about the steps are given below. I. Demand-side measure. In this category mainly, two types of steps are taken. Firstly, the consumers are appealed to cut back the consumption of the items which show higher inflation, called austerity. This step has generally failed across the world because it does not work in case of essential items, such as wheat, rice, milk, tea, etc. And as people who have money, they don't wish to cut down consumption. Secondly, the government may tighten flow of money in the system, known as monetary measure, central bank making money costlier, by increasing repo rate, increasing CRR, etc. In case of India, this step also has its own limitations. It is not effective if the items showing inflation are essential ones, such as wheat, rice, onion, potato, etc. because consumers don't borrow money from banks to buy them. But it can be quite effective if the items are building materials. Interest on home loan can be increased to cut back the demand of these items. Supply side measure. Aimed at increasing the supply of the items showing inflation, the government may go in for upscaling the production or import of the items. This measure also has its own limitations. Production may not be upscaled in short run and import may not reach the country in time. Rather, in medium and long run, production of these items can be upscaled. Cost side measure. Two variety of steps may be taken under it. In short run, cutting taxes can bring in comfort, but in the long run, cutting cost of production is the only way out, by scaling up technology. Hollow right pointing triangle. Types of inflation. Depending upon the range of increase and its severity, inflation may be classified into three broad categories. 1. Low inflation. Such inflation is slow and on predictable lines, which might be called small or gradual. This is a comparative term which puts it opposite to the faster, bigger and unpredictable inflations. Low inflation takes place in a longer period and the range of increase is usually in single digit. Such inflation has also been called as creeping inflation. We may take an example of the monthly inflation rate of a country for 6 months being 2.3%, 2.6%, 2.7%. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 2.9%, 3.1% and 3.4%. Here the range of change is of 1.1% and over a period of 6 months. 2. Galloping inflation. This is a very high inflation, running in the range of double digit or triple digit, i.e., 20%, 100% or 200% in a year. In the decades of 1970s and 1980s, many Latin American countries such as Argentina, Chile and Brazil had such rates of inflation, in the range of 50 to 700%. The Russian economy did show such inflation after the disintegration of the ex-USSR in the late 1980s. Contemporary journalism has given some other names to this inflation: hopping inflation, jumping inflation, and running a runaway inflation. 3. Hyperinflation. This form of inflation is large and accelerating, which might have the annual rates in million or even trillion. In such inflation, not only the range of increase is very large, but the increase takes place in a very short span of time. Prices shoot up overnight. The best example of hyperinflation that economists cite is of Germany after the First World War, in early 1920s. At the end of 1923, prices were 36 billion times higher than 2 years earlier. This inflation was so severe that paper German currencies, the Deutsche Mark, were more valuable as store fuel than as actual money. Some recent examples of hyperinflation had been the Bolivian inflation of mid-1985, 24,000% per annum, and the Yugoslavian inflation of 1993, 20% per day. The latest example has been Venezuela, which saw an annual inflation of over 53 million% by 2019, as per its central bank. The currency of Zimbabwe was declared worthless by the magazine The Economist in wake of rise in annual inflation to 90 billion trillion% by 2008. Such an inflation quickly leads to a complete loss of confidence in the domestic currency, and people start opting for other forms of money, as for example physical assets, gold and foreign currency, also known as inflation-proof assets, and people might switch to barter exchange. Hollow right pointing triangle. Other variants of inflation. Other than the three broad categories we analyzed above, some other variants of inflation are also considered by governments in their policy making. 1. Bottleneck inflation. This inflation takes place when the supply falls drastically and the demand remains at the same level. Such situations arise due to supply-side hurdles, hazards or mismanagement, which is also known as structural inflation. This could be put in the demand pull inflation category. 2. Core inflation. This nomenclature is based on the inclusion or exclusion of the goods and services while calculating inflation. Popular in Western economies, core inflation shows price rise in all goods and services excluding energy and food articles. First used in India in 2001, it does not suit our inflation analysis in the right sense because prices here depend more on food articles and 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 energy. Since 2015-16, a new core inflation is also measured by India, which excludes food, fuel and light, transport and communication. Hollow right pointing triangle. Other important terms. Inflationary gap. The excess of total government spending above the national income, i.e., fiscal deficit, is known as inflationary gap. This is intended to increase the production level, which ultimately pushes the prices up due to extra creation of money during the process. Deflationary gap. The shortfall in total spending of the government, i.e., fiscal surplus, over the national income creates deflationary gaps in the economy. This is a situation of producing more than the demand, and the economy usually heads for a general slowdown in the level of demand. This is also known as the output gap. Inflation tax. Inflation erodes the value of money, and the people who hold currency suffer in this process. As the governments have authority of printing currency and circulating it into the economy, as they do in the case of deficit financing, this act functions as an income to the governments. This is a situation of sustaining government expenditure at the cost of people's income. This looks as if inflation is working as a tax. That is how the term inflation tax is also known as seigniorage. It means, inflation is always the level to which the government may go for deficit financing. Level of deficit financing is directly reflected by the rate of inflation. It could also be used by the governments in the form of prices and incomes policy, under which the companies pay inflation tax on the salary increases above the set level prescribed by the government. Inflation spiral. An inflationary situation in an economy which results out of a process of wage and price interaction, when wages press prices up and prices pull wages up, is known as the inflationary spiral. It is also known as the wage-price spiral. This wage-price interaction was seen as a plausible cause of inflation in the year 1935 in the US economy, for the first time. Inflation accounting, a term popular in the area of corporate profit accounting. Basically, due to inflation, the profit of firms, companies gets overstated. When a firm calculates its profits after adjusting the effects of current level of inflation, this process is known as inflation accounting. Such profits are the real profit of the firm, which could be compared to a historic rate of inflation of the base year, too. Inflation premium, the bonus brought by inflation to the borrowers, is known as the inflation premium. The interest 23, 24, 25, 26 banks charge on their lending is known as the nominal interest rate, which might not be the real cost of borrowing paid by the borrower to the banks. To calculate the real cost a borrower is paying on its loan, the nominal rate of interest is adjusted with the effect of inflation, and thus the interest rate we get is known as the real interest rate. Real interest is always lower than the nominal interest rate. If the inflation is taking place, the difference is the inflation premium. Rising inflation premium shows depleting profits of the lending institutions. At times, to neutralize the effects of inflation premium, the lender takes the recourse to increase the nominal rate of interest. In recent times, it was done by the Indian banks in July 2003 to ward off their depleting profits when inflation had crossed the 7% level. The level of inflation was threatening to deplete even the capital base of the banks. Since then, the RBI has been following a tighter credit policy as inflation was going beyond the upper limit of its healthy range, i.e., 4 to 5% in the Indian case. Phillips curve: it is a graphic curve which advocates a relationship between inflation and unemployment in an economy. As per the curve, there is a trade-off between inflation and unemployment, i.e., an inverse relationship between them. The curve suggests that lower the inflation, higher the unemployment, and higher the inflation, lower the unemployment. During the 1960s, this idea was among the most important theories of the modern economists. This concept is known after the economists who developed it, Alban William Housego Phillips, 1914–75. Bill Phillips, popular name, was an electrical engineer from New Zealand and was an economist at the London School of Economics when propounded the idea. In The Relation Between Unemployment and the Rate of Change of Money Wage Rates in the United Kingdom, 1861–1957, published in Economica in 1958, he provided empirical evidence to support his ideas. By the early 1960s, an economic wisdom emerged around the world that by following a certain kind of monetary policy, unemployment could be checked forever, and at the cost of a slightly higher inflation, unemployment could be reduced permanently. The central banks of the developed world started framing the required kind of monetary policies, mixing the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. The idea became popular among the developing economies too by the late 1960s, though they were a bit confused, as most of them were fighting the menace of higher inflations, double-digit, along with high level of unemployment. By the early 1970s, two American economists, Milton Friedman, Nobel laureate, 1976, and Edmund Phelps challenged the idea of the Phillips curve. According to them, the trade-off between inflation and unemployment was only short-term, because once people came to expect higher inflation, they started demanding higher wages, and thus unemployment will rise back to its natural rate, the unemployment rate that occurs at full employment when the economy is producing at potential output. It is usually called the natural rate of unemployment. They advocated that there was no long-term trade-off between inflation and unemployment. In the long run, monetary policy can influence inflation. They suggested that if monetary policy tried to hold unemployment below its natural rate, inflation will be rising to higher level, which is also known as the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment, NAIRU. The NAIRU is that rate of unemployment which is consistent with a constant rate of inflation. It means that NAIRU, the upward and downward forces on price, inflation, and wage, unemployment, neutralize each other, and there is no tendency of change in the rate of inflation. We may say that the NAIRU is 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, the lowest unemployment rate that an economy can sustain without any upward pressure on inflation rate. Reflation is a situation often deliberately brought by the government to reduce unemployment and increase demand by going for higher levels of economic growth. Governments go for higher public expenditures, tax cuts, interest rate cuts, etc. Fiscal deficit rises, extra money is generally printed at higher level of growth, wages increase, and there is almost no improvement in unemployment. Reflation can also be understood from a different angle, when the economy is crossing through the cycle of recession, low inflation, high unemployment, low demand, etc. And government takes some economic policy decisions to revive the economy from recession. Certain goods see sudden and temporary increase in their prices. Such price rise is also known as reflation. Stagflation. Stagflation is a situation in an economy when inflation and unemployment both are at higher levels, contrary to conventional belief. Such a situation first arose in the 1970s in the US economy, average unemployment rate above 6% and the average rate of inflation above 7%, and in many Euro-American economies. This took place as a result of oil price increases of 1973 and 1979 and anticipation of higher inflation. The stagflationary situation continued till the early 1980s. Conventional thinking that a trade-off existed between inflation and unemployment, i.e., Phillips curve, was falsified and several economies switched over to alternative ways of economic policies, such as monetaristic and supply-side economics. When the economy is passing through the cycle of stagnation, i.e., long period of low aggregate demand in relation to its productive capacity, and the government shuffles with the economic policy, a sudden and temporary price rise is seen in some of the goods. Such inflation is also known as stagflation. Stagflation is basically a combination of high inflation and high growth. Hollow right pointing triangle inflation targeting. The announcement of an official target range for inflation is known as inflation targeting. It is done by the central bank in an economy as a part of their monetary policy to realize the objective of a stable rate of inflation. The government of India asked the RBI to perform this function in the early 1970s. India commenced inflation targeting, formally, in February 2015 when an agreement between the GOI and the RBI was signed related to it, the Agreement on Monetary Policy Framework. The agreement provides the aim of inflation targeting in this way. It is essential to have a modern monetary framework to meet the challenge of an increasingly complex economy. Whereas the objective of monetary policy is to primarily maintain price stability, while keeping in mind the objective of growth. The highlights of the agreement is as given below. Phil Square. The RBI will aim to bring CPIC inflation below 6% by January 2016. The target for financial year 2016-17 and all subsequent years shall be 4% with a band of plus or minus 33, 34, 35, 36 2%. It means the healthy range of inflation to be 2 to 6%. Phil Square. RBI to publish the operating targets and establish an operating procedure of monetary policy to achieve the target. Any change in the operating targets and operating procedure in response to evolving macro-financial conditions shall also be published. Phil Square. Every 6 months, the RBI to publish a document explaining I. Source of inflation. E. Forecasts of inflation for the period between 6 to 18 months from the date of the publication of the document. And Phil Square. The RBI shall be seen to have failed to meet the target if inflation is I. more than 6% for 3 consecutive quarters for the financial year 2015-16 and all subsequent years. E. less than 2% for 3 consecutive quarters in 2016-17 and all subsequent years. Phil Square. If the RBI fails to meet the target, it shall set out in a report to the GOI I. the reasons for its failure to achieve the target under set in this agreement. E. remedial actions proposed to be taken by the RBI. And E. an estimate of the time period within which the target would be achieved pursuant to timely implementation of proposed remedial actions. Phil Square. Any dispute regarding the interpretation or implementation of the agreement to be resolved between the Governor, RBI and the GOI. It should be noted that the Urjit Patel Committee set up by the RBI on monetary policy gave similar advices by early 2014. The move is seen as a follow-up to this. This way India joined the club of inflation targeting countries such as USA, UK, European Union, Japan, South Korea, China, Indonesia and Brazil. It was New Zealand which went for inflation targeting in 1989 for the first time in the world. Skewflation. Economists usually distinguish between inflation and a relative price increase. Inflation refers to a sustained, across-the-board price increase, whereas a relative price increase is a reference to an episodic price rise pertaining to one or a small group of commodities. This leaves a third phenomenon, namely one in which there is a price rise of one or a small group of commodities over a sustained period of time. without a traditional designation. Skewflation is a relatively new term to describe this third category of price rise. In India, food prices rose steadily during the last months of 2009 and the early months of 2010, even though the prices of non-food items continued to be relatively stable. As this somewhat unusual phenomenon stubbornly persisted, policymakers conferred on how to bring it to an end. The term, skewflation, made an appearance in internal documents of the Government of India, and then appeared in print in the Economic Survey 2009-10 GOI, MOF. The skewedness of inflation in India in the early months of 2010 was obvious from the fact that food price inflation crossed the 20% mark in multiple months, whereas wholesale price index, WPI, inflation never once crossed 11%. It may be pointed out that the 37 skewflation has gradually given way to a lower-grade generalized inflation, with the economy in the middle of 2011 inflating at around 9% with food and non-food price increases roughly at the same level. Given that other nations have faced similar problems, the use of this term picked up quickly, with The Economist magazine, January 24, 2011, in an article entitled, Price Rises in China, Inflated Fears, wondering if China was beginning to suffer from an Indian-style skewflation. GDP deflator. This is the ratio of the GDP at current prices to that of the constant prices. It is derived by using the following formula: GDP deflator equals GDP at current prices divided by GDP at constant prices 100 yen. This shows the increase in the value of GDP due to increase in inflation in between the period, base year, i.e., the year of constant prices, and the current year. This is why it is used as a measure of inflation, also known as implicit price deflator. Though countries use inflation indices to measure inflation, these indices are not able to capture all goods and services produced by them. In case of India, while services are not included in the wholesale price index, WPI, the consumer price index, CPI, contains only those goods and services which households purchase for consumption, such as food, cloth, health, education, etc. and misses several other goods and services, such as intermediate goods, services required by firms, etc. Since the deflator covers the entire range of goods and services produced in the economy, it is seen as a more comprehensive measure of inflation. Hollow right-pointing triangle base effect. It refers to the impact of the rise in price level, i.e., last year's inflation, in the previous year over the corresponding rise in price levels in the current year, i.e., current inflation. If the price index had risen at a high rate in the corresponding period of the previous year, leading to a high inflation rate, some of the potential rise is already factored in. Therefore, a similar absolute increase in the price index in the current year will lead to a relatively lower inflation rates. On the other hand, if the inflation rate was too low in the corresponding period of the previous year, even a relatively smaller rise in the price index will arithmetically give a high rate of current inflation. For example, the index has increased by 20 points in all the 3 years, viz. 2008, 2009 and 2010. However, the inflation rate, calculated on year-on-year basis, tends to decline over the 3 years from 20% in 2008 to 14.29% in 2010. This is because the absolute increase of 20 points in the price index in each year increases the base year price index by an equivalent amount, while the absolute increase in price index remains the same. The year-on-year inflation is calculated by the formula current inflation rate equals current price index, last year's price index, NRE product last year's price index, 100 yen. Hollow right-pointing triangle effects of inflation. There are multidimensional effects of inflation on an economy both at the micro and macro levels. It redistributes income, distorts relative prices, destabilizes employment, tax, saving and investment policies, and finally it may bring in recession and depression in an economy. A brief and objective overview of the effects of inflation is given below. 1. On creditors and debtors, inflation redistributes wealth from creditors to debtors, i.e., lenders suffer and borrowers benefit out of inflation. The opposite effect takes place when inflation falls, i.e., deflation. 2. On lending, with the rise in inflation, lending institutions feel the pressure of higher lending. Institutions don't revise the nominal rate of interest as the real cost of borrowing, i.e., nominal rate of interest minus inflation, falls by the same percentage with which inflation rises. 3. On aggregate demand, rising inflation indicates rising aggregate demand and indicates comparatively lower supply and higher purchasing capacity among the consumers. Usually, higher inflation suggests the producers to increase their production level, as it is generally considered as an indication of higher demand in the economy. 4. On investment in the economy is boosted by the inflation in the short run because of two reasons. Higher inflation indicates higher demand and suggests entrepreneurs to expand their production level, and higher the inflation, lower the cost of loan, as shown above in No. 2. 5. On income, inflation affects the income of individual and firms alike. An increase in inflation increases the nominal value of income, while the real value of income remains the same. Increased price levels erode the purchasing power of the money in the short run, but in the long run the income levels also increase, making the nominal value of income going upward. It means, in a given period of time income may go up due to two reasons, viz. inflationary situation and increased earning. The concept, GDP deflator, GDP at current prices divided by GDP at constant prices, gives the idea of inflation effect on income over a given period. 6. On saving, holding money does not remain an intelligent economic decision, because money loses value with every increase in inflation. That is why people visit banks more frequently and try to hold least money with themselves and put maximum with the banks in their saving accounts, to minimize the loss in value of money with interest earned on it, provided bank is paying positive interest on saving account. This is also known as the shoe leather cost of inflation, as it consumes the precious time of the people visiting the bank frequently tagging their shoe. It means that saving rate increases. But this happens as a short-term effect of inflation. In the long run, higher inflation depletes the saving rate in an economy. Just the opposite situation arises when inflation falls or shows falling traits with decreasing saving in the short run and increasing saving in the long run, respectively. 38.7. On expenditure, inflation affects both the forms of expenditures, consumption as well as investment. Increased prices make our consumption levels fall as goods and services we buy get costlier. We see a tendency among the people to cut their consumption levels aimed at neutralizing the impact of price rise, making consumption expenditure fall. Exact opposite happens once prices head downward. On the other hand, inflation makes investment expenditure increase as a result of decreased cost of money, finance. Inflation brings benefit to borrower, known as inflation premium. In times of price fall, just opposite happens. 8. On tax structure of the economy, inflation creates two distortions. Taxpayers suffer while paying their direct and indirect taxes. As indirect taxes are imposed ad valorem, on value, increased prices of goods make taxpayers to pay increased indirect taxes, like samvat, VAT, etc. In India. Similarly, due to inflation, direct tax, income tax, interest tax, etc. Burden of the taxpayers also increases as taxpayers' gross income moves to the upward slabs of official tax brackets, but the real value of money does not increase due to inflation. In fact, it falls. This problem is also known as bracket creep, i.e., inflation-induced tax increases. Some economies, as in the US and many European countries, have indexed their tax provisions to neutralize this distortion on the direct taxpayers. The extent to which tax collections of the government are concerned, inflation increases the nominal value of the gross tax revenue, while real value of the tax collection does not compare with the current pace of inflation, as there is a delay, in the tax collection in all economies. But governments get an advantage on their interest burden, on their borrowings, as inflation benefits borrowers. This benefit, however, depends upon the contemporary levels of fiscal deficit and the total national debt. In the case of a government incurring high fiscal deficit, increased borrowing, printing currency, inflation functions as a tax, i.e., inflation tax, via which the government fulfills its expenditure by cutting down the expenditure and consumption of the people. 9. On exchange rate, with every inflation the currency of the economy depreciates, loses its exchange value in front of a foreign currency, provided it follows the flexible currency regime. Though it is a comparative matter, there might be inflationary pressure on the foreign currency against which the exchange rate is compared. 10. On export, with inflation, exportable items of an economy gain competitive prices in the world market. Due to this, the volume of export increases. Keep in mind that the value of export decreases here, and thus export income increases in the economy. It means export segment of the economy benefits due to inflation. Importing partners of the economy exert pressure for a stable exchange rate as their imports start increasing and exports start decreasing. See the next point. 11. On import, inflation gives an economy the advantage of lower imports and import substitution as foreign goods become costlier. But in the case of compulsory imports, i.e., oil, technology, 39 drugs, etc., the economy does not get this benefit and loses more foreign currency instead of saving it. 12. On trade balance, in the case of a developed economy, inflation makes trade balance favorable, while for the developing economies inflation is unfavorable for their balance of trade. This is because of composition of their foreign trade. The benefit to export which inflation brings into a developing economy is usually lower than the loss it incurred due to its compulsory imports which become costlier due to inflation. 13. On employment, inflation increases employment in the short run, but becomes neutral or even negative in the long run. See the Phillips curve and the NAIRU in the earlier sections. 14. On wages, inflation increases the nominal, face, value of wages, while their real value falls. That is why there is a negative impact of inflation on the purchasing power and living standard of wage employees. To neutralize this negative impact, the Indian government provides dearness allowance to its employees twice a year. 15. On the self-employed, inflation has a neutralizing impact on the self-employed people in the long run. But in the short run they also get affected as the economy as a whole gets affected. 16. On the economy, all the segments discussed above belong to an economy, but we must know the overall short-term and long-term impacts of inflation on an economy. Experiences of the world economies in the late 1980s show that a particular level of inflation is healthy for an economy. This specific level of inflation was called as the range of inflation, and every economy needs to calculate its own range. Inflation beyond both the limits of the range is never healthy for any economy. In the case of India, it is considered 2 to 6% at CPI-C, which is also known as the comfort zone of inflation in India since 2015. Similarly, for Australia, New Zealand, the USA, Canada and the European Union, the healthy range today is 1 to 3%. This is why every economy today utilizes inflation targeting as part of its monetary policy. Inflation beyond the limits of the decided, prescribed range brings in recession to depression. We will see them in section B of this chapter, under Business Cycle. Hollow right pointing triangle inflation in India. Every economy calculates its inflation for efficient financial administration as the multidimensional effects of inflation make it necessary. India calculates its inflation on two price indices, i.e., the Wholesale Price Index, WPI, and the Consumer Price Index, CPI. While the WPI inflation is used at the macro-level policymaking, the CPI inflation is used for micro-level analyses. The inflation at the WPI is the inflation of the economy. Both the indices follow the point-to-point method and may be shown in points, i.e., digit, as well as in percentage relative to a particular base year. Hollow right pointing triangle Wholesale Price Index. The first index number of wholesale prices commenced in India for the week January 10, 1942. It was having the base week ending August 19, 1939 equals 100, which was published by the Office of the Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Ministry of Industry. Independent India followed the same series with more number of commodities included in the index. Several changes regarding inclusion of commodities, assigning them the logical weights, took place in the coming times, including revisions in the base years for the WPI. The WPI base year has been revised 5 times till date. The base years are as given below. I. 1952-53 base year, 112 commodities, issued from June 1952. E. 1961-62 base year, 139 commodities, issued from July 1969. E. 1970-71 base year, 360 commodities, issued from January 1977. IV. 1981-82 base year, 447 commodities, issued from January 1989. V. 1993-94 base year, 435 commodities, issued from July 1999. V. 2004-05 base year, 676 commodities, released in September 2011. V. 2011-12 base year, 697 commodities, released in May 2017. Revised WPI. The new series of the WPI was released by the government with the revised base year as 2011-12. The existing base year was 2004-05. The new base year aligns with the base year of other indicators like the Gross Domestic Product, GDP, and Index of Industrial Production, IIP. A working group was set up, March 2012, by the government to advise on the new series of the WPI, headed by Soumitra Chowdhury, member, erstwhile Planning Commission. Key highlights of the revised series are as given below. PhilSquare WPI continues to constitute three major groups: primary articles, fuel and power, and manufactured products. The number of items has been increased from 676 to 697. In all, 199 new items have been added and 146 old items have been dropped. PhilSquare. It is more representative with increase in number of quotations from 5,482 to 8,331, an increase by 2,849 quotations, 52%. PhilSquare. The prices used for compilation do not include indirect taxes in order to remove impact of fiscal policy. This is in consonance with international practices and will make the new WPI conceptually closer to Producer Price Index, PPI. PhilSquare item level aggregates for new WPI have been compiled using geometric mean, GM, following international best practice and is currently used for compilation of the CPIC. PhilSquare. The major changes in weights, number of items and quotations between WPI 2004-05 and WPI 2011-12 are given in the table 7.1. PhilSquare. A new wholesale food price index, WPFI, has been introduced, combining the food articles, belonging to the group primary articles, and food products, belonging to the group manufactured products. Together with the Consumer Food Price Index, CPFI, released by Central Statistics Office, this would help monitor the price situation of food. 41 items better. PhilSquare. To keep pace with the changing structure of the economy, it is necessary to follow a dynamic review process of the WPI and related aspects it. That is why the government has set up, for the first time, a high-level technical review committee, TRC, for this purpose. The committee is headed by the Secretary, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, DIP. Table 7.1. Meanwhile, a working group, headed by Ramesh Chand, member Niti Aayog, was set up by the government in mid-2019 to look into various issues related to the WPI, such as revising the current series of 2011-12 to a new base year, reviewing its commodity basket, reviewing the existing system of price collection in particular for manufacturing sector and suggest changes for improvement, and suggesting a roadmap to switch over to PPI from the existing WPI. Hollow right pointing triangle Consumer Price Index. India has been measuring inflation at the consumer prices also besides at the wholesale prices. But in place of a single consumer price index, CPI, India was managing with four differing set of the CPIs due to the socio-economic differentiations found among the consumers, i.e., people's choices of consumption and their purchasing power. Though, in 2011-12, the government announced a new set of consumer indices, i.e., CPIR, CPIU and CPIC, datasets for the older CPIs, to be phased out in coming times, are still announced by the Central Statistical Office, CSO. A brief review of the older CPIs are given below. 1. CPIIW. The Consumer Price Index for the Industrial Workers, CPIIW, has 260 items, plus the services, in its basket with 2001 as the base year. The first base year was 1958-59. The data is collected at 76 centers with 1 month's frequency and the index has a time lag of 1 month. Basically, this index specifies the government employees, other than banks and embassies personnel. The wages, salaries of the central government employees are revised on the basis of the changes occurring in this index. The dearness allowance, DA, is announced twice a year. When the Pay Commission recommends pay revisions, the base is the CPI, IW. 2. CPI-UNME, the Consumer Price Index for the urban non-manual employees, CPI-UNME, has 1984-85, first base year was 1958-59, as the base year, and 146 to 365 commodities in the basket for which data is collected at 59 centers in the country. Data collection frequency is monthly with 2 weeks time lag. This price index has limited use and it is basically used for determining dearness allowances, DAS, of employees of some foreign companies operating in India, i.e., airlines. 42. 43. 44. Communications, banking, insurance, embassies and other financial services. It is also used under the Income Tax Act to determine capital gains and by the CSO, Central Statistical Organization, for deflating selected services sectors' contribution to the GDP at factor cost and current prices to calculate the corresponding figure at constant prices. Since the publication of the CPI-U started, the index was discontinued with from January 2011. 3. CPI-UL, the Consumer Price Index for Agricultural Laborers, CPI-UL, has 1986-87 as its base year with 260 commodities in its basket. The data is collected in 600 villages with a monthly frequency and has 3 weeks time lag. This index is used for revising minimum wages for agricultural laborers in different states. As the consumption pattern of agricultural laborers has changed since 1986-87, its base year, the Labour Bureau proposes to revise the existing base year of this index. For the revision, the consumer expenditure data collected by the NSSO during its 61 NSS round, 2004-05, is proposed to be used. The governments at the center and states remain vigilant regarding the changes in this index as it shows the price impact on the most vulnerable segment of the society. This segment spends almost 75% of its total income on the purchase of food articles. Governments' failure to stabilize the index in the long range can make them politically volatile and be translated into political debacles. That is why the FCI is always kept ready to supply cheaper food grains in the situations of any price rise. 4. CPIRL, there is yet another consumer price index for the rural laborers, CPIRL, with 1983 as the base year. Data is collected at 600 villages on monthly frequency with 3 weeks time lag. Its basket contains 260 commodities. The agricultural and rural laborers in India create an overlap, i.e., the same laborers work as the rural laborers once the farm sector has either low or no employment scope. Probably, due to this reason, this index was dropped by the government in 2001-02. But after the government change at the center, the index was revived again. Revision in the CPI in 2011-12, government announced a new set of the consumer price indices, CPIR for the rural market, CPI-U for the urban market, and by combining them a national CPI. The National Consumer Price Index is called CPIC, where C stands for combined. In order to make them more robust, the CPIs were further revised in 2015 by incorporating the following changes. I. The base year has been changed from 2010 equals 100 to 2012 equals 100. E. The basket of items and their weighing diagrams have been prepared using the Modified Mixed Reference Period, MMRP, data of Consumer Expenditure Survey, case 2011-12, of the 68th round of National Sample Survey, NSS. This has been done to make it consistent with the international practice of shorter reference period for most of the food items and longer reference period for the items of infrequent consumption. The weighing diagrams of old series of CPI were based on the Uniform Reference Period, URP, data of case 2004-05, of the 61st round of NSS. With this change in the weighing diagrams, the gap between weight reference year and price reference year, base year, which was 6 years in the old series, has now been Saint 45. 46 reduced to 6 months only. Due to change in the consumption pattern from 2004-05 to 2011-12, the weighing diagrams, share of expenditure to total expenditure, have changed. A comparison of weighing diagrams of the old and revised series is given in Table 7.2. Table 7.2 Comparison of weighing diagrams of the existing and revised series of CPI. E. The number of groups, which was 5 in the old series, has now been increased to 6. Pan, tobacco and intoxicants, which was a subgroup under the group, food, beverages and tobacco, has now been made as a separate group. Accordingly, the group Food, Beverages and Tobacco has been changed to Food and Beverages. IV, Egg, which was part of the subgroup Egg, Fish and Meat in the old series, has now been made as a separate subgroup. Accordingly, the earlier subgroup has been modified as Meat and Fish. The elementary item indices are now being computed using geometric mean (GM) of the price relatives of current prices with respect to base prices of different markets in consonance with the international practice. In the old series, arithmetic mean (AM) was used for that purpose. The advantage of using GM is that it moderates the volatility of the indices as GM is less affected by extreme values. Prices of PDS items under Antyodaya Anna Yojana (I) have also been included for compilation of indices of PDS items, in addition to above poverty line (APL) and below poverty line (BPL) prices being taken in the old series. Sample size for collection of house rent data for compilation of house rent index, which was 6,684 rented dwellings in the old series, has now been doubled to 13,368 rented dwellings in the revised series. Apart from all India CPIs, rural, urban, combined, for subgroup, group and general index, all groups, which were released for the old series, all India item CPIs, combined, will also be available. The consumer food price indices, rural, urban, combined, will be compiled as weighted average of the indices of following subgroups, as practiced earlier in the old series, only the weights have been revised. Trends in inflation. Inflation has been a highly sensitive issue in India right since independence, and it has been so during the ongoing reforms process period, too. It has an incessant tendency of resulting into double digits, taking politically explosive proportions like governments falling at the center and state levels due to price rise of the commodities such as edible oil, onion, potato, etc. In such situations, the government in general has been taking recourse to tighter money supply to contain the state-level disturbances due to price rise of the commodities such as edible oil, onion, potato, etc. Although it has contained inflation, but at the cost of higher growth. Price rise got rooted in India's political psyche in such a way that the government did check frequent famines quickly at the cost of long-term endemic hunger and sustained malnutrition. Table 7.3 All India weights of different subgroups within Consumer Food Price Index. Decadal inflation in India looks comparatively normal with reference to many developing economies. But it has sporadic incidences of double-digit tendencies mainly due to supply-side shortfalls caused by droughts, monsoon failures, price rise of crude oil in the international market or fund diversions due to wars, the Chinese War of 1962 and the Pakistan Wars of 1965-66 and 1971. The decadal inflation in India has been as given below. During 1950s, remained at 1.7%. During 1960s, remained at 6.4%. During 1970s, remained at 9.0%. During 1980s, remained at 8.0%. During 1990s, remained at 9.5%, though it reached 0.5% by the fourth quarter of the fiscal 1998-99. During 2000s, inflation was at lower levels between 2000 to 08, from 3 to 5%. But from 2009 onwards it started moving upward with stubborn tendencies. Between 2009 to 13, the headline inflation remained stuck at uncomfortable levels, primarily due to food articles, food inflation, led by protein-rich items, protein inflation, in the consequence of shift in dietary habit, income effect, via MGNREGA kind of schemes, increased wages, increase in prices of commodities in the global market, especially food articles, costlier fodder, costlier energy and fuel, etc. By late 2010, India had 47, 48, 49, 50 phenomenon of skewflation, with inflation being in the range of 9 to 10%. During 2010s, from 2010-11 to 2013-14 inflation remained higher. The average inflation at WPI and CPI was 8% and 9.7% respectively. Food inflation, led by protein items, breached into double-digit. Since mid-2014 inflation started moderating, WPI inflation remained in negative, -5.1% by August 2015, and CPI inflation positive of 4.9% end December 2016, showing a wedge of 10%. The wedge between WPI and CPIC started narrowing since January 2017, with WPI and CPIC both moderating to 2.3% and 2.5% respectively by 2018-19. Current trends. As per the Economic Survey 2019-20, the latest trends of inflation in the country are as given below. Phil Square. The headline inflation based on CPIC has been sliding since 2014, falling from 5.9% of 2014-15 to 3.4% by 2018-19. The fall was led by a drastic fall in food inflation, which fell down from 6.4% in 2014-15 to 0.1% in 2018-19. Phil Square. Since August 2019, a slight rise was seen in the CPIC and food inflation. By December 2019, CPIC was 7.4% and CPI food inflation 14.1%. This rise was mainly driven by the rise in vegetable prices. Phil Square. In December 2019, WPI stood at 2.6%, which had been declining from April 2019, 3.2%, to November 2019, 0.6%. WPI Food Index, which kept declining throughout 2017-18 and 2018-19, saw an uptick in 2019-20. Phil Square. Since July 2018, CPI urban inflation has been consistently above CPI rural inflation. This is in contrast to earlier experience where rural inflation has been mostly higher than urban inflation. The divergence has been mainly on account of the differential rates of food inflation between rural and urban areas witnessed during this period. In 2019-20, there has been sudden change in the trend. Since July 2019, urban areas registered much higher food inflation when compared to rural areas. Divergence in rural-urban food inflation in 2019-20 was mainly led by cereals, eggs, fruits, vegetables, etc. Phil Square. The slide in rural inflation could be because of fall in the growth of real rural wages. Phil Square. The divergence in rural-urban inflation is not just observed in the food component but in other components also. In clothing and footwear, inflation in urban areas was 3.3% in 2019-20, April to December, approximately 3 percentage points higher than that observed in rural areas. For pan, tobacco and intoxicants, fuel in light and miscellaneous groups, inflation observed in rural areas was higher than that in the urban areas. Miscellaneous basket comprises of household goods and services, health, transport and communication, recreation and amusement, education, personal care and effects. However, due to the high overall weight attached to the food and clothing and footwear groups in the rural index, the overall inflation observed in rural areas at 3.4% was lower than the overall inflation observed in urban areas, which was at 5.0% in 2019-20, April to December. The decline in rural inflation in items like clothing and